like that. No tail, gonna pop the mirror image. A lot of illusions. So many of them mid. Does have 3 points up in the Splinter Blast right now for 9. So talk to me a little bit about this Winter Wyvern mid. What's the strength of it as Snaking's gonna run away from all these no-tail illusions?
The main strength of it is that the Egg Nims is one of the more busted upgrades right now. In the last patch, or maybe the patch before that, it just got given 25% move speed upon activation. It refreshes the Arctic Burn duration, so you're constantly slowing and doing percent damage. And Wyvern, he just has like this good 50 damage time. Arctic Burn is one of the best spells in Dota, and I know this because in ability draft, it's picked very early all the time. I mean, you can, it's like a weird idea, right? But ability draft is just how good the spell is independent of the hero, and Arctic Burn is up there.
Well, something to keep an eye on, as if they can get to that unimpeded, and if 9 can make it to that point, could start to see some pretty strong performances here, particularly, you know, against the tankier heroes that we might end up seeing later on, whether that's the Timbersaw or whether that ends up being a Nagagoin. Well, I guess it's not going to be Nagagoin for anything really, because it's the support, but we'll see.
And we can even see Knoxville in our stats chat. He said that Winter Wyvern's first spell, Arctic Burn, is 60% win rate, which is the highest from impact from standard deviations of any. I don't know what he said. He said something. Okay, no, you can. It's the best spell in ability draft. He said, I dropped out of college. I'm uneducated. You can't say these words to me.
That's fine. We'll get through it together. You saw right there as well, Seb getting level 6 and now feeling very confident in this lane. Skitter still staying up here with Fada, interestingly enough. Are they going to try and keep him in this area?
He's TPing out of there. Yeah. I mean, Fada, he'll try to drag the creep wave off.
9? No, he's going to try and go toe-to-toe here with Thompson, but was already taking a ton of damage there. The lightning bolt's just bursting him down low. Won't be able to get
Thompson does have that ultimate back up, so he has to be a bit careful. Fada's going to try to just sort of sit top and absorb any EXP that comes in, but it's very scary. I mean, he's playing against a Timbersaw and Nagalich just got him, and they've managed to like create a double wave to hit this tower with.
Yeah, that tier 1's starting to fall. We'll see what Fada decides to do. Similar story, as though not the double wave, is down bottom. They have that Helm of the Dominator creep going for the wraparound with 3-3. He's also got that ulti up. Won't quite be able to connect there with the Illuminate spam, but Snaking trying to queue it up again, and Saksa catches him, spots him, Solar Bind. Oh, and moving on in with the Tornado, slow and steady, it burns him down, and Fata will die up top. So both supports going down in a very interesting spray there. Not sure what that one was, but they managed to trade off supports again. Very even.
Last game, what the big difference maker was that Seb was able to take this top tower and then TP bottom to defend it. But I think they've got enough pressure this time on 3-3 that it's just going to be a tower change. Yeah, you can even see Fada comes up top. He doesn't want to let this tower die for free. If you can drag the creep wave off the tower against Timbersaw, it's not like he has any real tower damage. It's only the creep wave. Fada's going to drag this wave, maybe even to his Terrorblade in the jungle, and defend his top tower that way.
And nobody is coming down bottom to defend this one. 3-3 looks like he's going to get it for free. As Fata, and also that you can see here, Fata's connecting this up with the Terrorblade illusion. So you're still getting farm on Skitter from this, all the while he's, you know, over on the other side of the map in his own triangle at this point. But they will kill off that illusion, and now Fata taking it on another trip. We'll give the high five, and then eventually end up dying. So big rotation up top to secure that tower. Tundra, they've already taken bottom.
Yeah, and I think Fada's really happy with that. He saw all these heroes, he got a lot of EXP, he's going to be level 6 with the book. And now there's space for Terrorblade to play Terrorblade Dota. Oh, they want to go. He used meta to farm Ancients, and they're chaining it into a play mid. They have the Brewmaster split, they have the Helm of the Dominator, they feel strong.
I mean, meta's about to wear out. Do they want to fight this? Thompson's in the area. They're using the last bit of this to try and get the tower down, but as meta wears off, will they come to defend on OG?
They have a wagon here, so even just forcing OG to sort of sit around and defend. Oh, curse!
Winner's curse! Chase down, Splinter Blast dead, no song! Nicely played there by 9 to find that. And now, with this Helm of the Dominator creep that's turned into a melee creep, it looks like they're going to get a significant amount of damage onto this tier 1 tower, maybe even claim it.
They're just killing the tower. They do get the deny on OG. Wait, are they going
Looking for more, thinking about it. Slow down onto Sumail, but the Hex and the back out. That Gust saving his life.
You know, we were saying at the start that it's really hard for Terrorblade to right-click people, but maybe the Solar Bind, like that was a big stone drought. Solar Bind combined with Arctic Burn. Like if 9 just tags off his opponents once with Witchblade, which he's going for, or Aghanims, maybe that's enough for Terrorblade to be able to right-click. This game is, like, my understanding of Dota, it's hard in these games, you know, because this is so different than anything I've personally experienced. Like mid-Winter Wyverns, some Naga Siren 5s, no real stuns on Tundra, but a ton of like slow disables. And maybe their read on the draft in the game is completely different because they're not looking out of this at all. I thought this game would be way easier for OG.
Well, they are, at the moment at least, staying very even. An OG with a slight lead. But I guess that this is also a question of, like, at what point does OG's draft start to really come online? Were you expecting it mainly to be around, like, the Timbersaw getting that tower taken? Or do you think it's more so when, like, a Lion Blink Dagger comes out? What's sort of that moment that OG are going to be looking for?
Well, they're a bit too far from Lion Blink Dagger. I mean, the one weakness of OG's lineup is that none of the cores really make moves, right? Like, they're okay sitting back and farming half the map, but if you can't make moves, sometimes it gives too much of an opportunity for your opponent to open up the game. Like, Drow Ranger, she's not going to run at you. Same for Zeus and same for Timbersaw. Timbersaw, he's going to shove his face in, but it's not, like, killing you in the same way. Honestly, I think a lot of it is because of how well Fada and Skitter were able to combine at top lane. Like, they destroyed a Timbersaw who had the counter pick onto Terrorblade. I mean, right now he's okay, he's caught up in farm a lot. But, you know, they've taken 2 towers, the map's opened up, and I think Skitter's feeling pretty good. He's comfortable using meta to just farm because they have so much map control.
Oh, 9. Playing things very dangerous there. Popped the Arctic Burn to farm, and now is going to TP out. The Soxer reveals himself.
He's TPing on the smoked up creep from Tundra. They want to fight here.
Interesting. Okay. Sumail, they are going... Oh, there's a couple different places he could end up at. And they spot him over here. Sumail, gotta be careful. They're right by a tier 1 tower. This is dangerous. TP's coming in right afterwards. Sumail trying to buy some time with that Gust. Can they kill him off in time? Sumail down low, dead, and they get the lift up on Inaga, so no song to turn this back around. Seb trying to focus now onto 9. He's brought down low. Zeus in the area, able to get the rundown and that kill. Fada now trying to back out. They've already used the Bruce Split. There's nothing else left in the tank for him. Soxa will go down. Snake King looking for the big Illuminate Blast. They've still got that creep in the area, but they have lost 2 apiece, and it looks like Fada also going to fall. So the final tally ends up being a 2 for 3. The caveat is that Terrorblade's still farming during all of that.
Yeah, and Drow died, right? Like, this is going to be the carry this game. I mean, maybe Zeus is sort of the carry. And even, like, Seb, he can scale really hard this game. But again, I think they're happy with that from Tundra. I want to point out what 3-3 did that fight. Because most players, including myself, you know, you have problems microing the Brewmaster ulti. But instead, he stomped Naga when she TP'd into a lift up. So she could not song and save Sumail on the Drow Ranger there. It's just incredibly good, precise micro. And even though it's a 2 for 3, I think they're really happy with that engagement.
And of course, waiting for their timings on the side of Tundra. You've got this Witchblade that's going to be coming out eventually. And Terrorblade, in the meantime, going back for his Sange and Yasha. We've seen that Scotty timing be something that's very scary as well. Sumail, will he get the time that he needs to get to those items? So we'll have to keep an eye on it as Hurricane Pike is queued up for the moment. They're trying to invade a little bit and just make OG feel slightly uncomfortable, but the same type of thing is going on up top as Seb and 3-3 with Snake King are sort of squaring each other up, eyeing each other up. And 3-3 is going straight into that Aghanim Scepter, so nothing to keep that silence off of him.
Yeah, I think he's pretty much just going to play at range with the Cinder Brew and Primal Split. You even see in his build, like, he has a max Thunderclap because he understands he's never really going to go in to use it. I wanted to say, like, I'd like to see Tundra... Oh, they're going on to Brewmaster top. He has no TP scroll.
Doesn't have anything. 3-3 is super dead as they run him down, go for the kill, trying to get the KS there on Thompson. But nonetheless, that's Thunder God's Wrath down for a little bit. Maybe he was worried too about, like, people coming in there, and, you know, if you get Bruce split off and the rest of Tundra's nearby, that could have been a turnaround. No tail. Solar Bind. Push back. Song of the Siren. And are they trying to
They want to fight this.
Okay. They have Gust. Ready to go. Fada gets slowed. That Seb is in the area now. Fada starts drop down low. 9 is there too, trying to keep Thompson out of the fight. Can they bring him down? God, look at the damage out from 9. He absolutely wrecked him there. But he doesn't have Arctic Burn back up, and it's a Hex out from that Lion. Meanwhile, Timbersaw gonna get lifted up as Snaking gets the pushback. Sumail starting to drop down low, and he goes down. So they keep him out of the fight on 9 for a little while, but now No Tail with no song, there's nowhere left for him to go either. Now look at this. No, Seb, he's stuck on that little cliff there. He's gonna come in and try and take down the rest of those stacks, but he's lost a lot. The rest of his buddies are gone, and the right click's coming through. Will it be enough to kill him? This dude is mighty tanky. Right now, sitting with 46 armor, but they will back out. Stun comes out now onto Fada, able to find that finish. But they got the Drow again.
Yeah, and another good metamorphosis and good fight for Tundra. I think 9 in that fight, he managed to hunt down Thompson, just him and one Terrorblade illusion, sort of slowed him down and ran at the Zeus.
It's looking good for them, definitely. Right now, at this point in time, Tundra, they are hitting a lot of things, but they still need an answer for this Timbersaw. Currently the highest net worth in the game, and Seb has just gone for this build to make him so difficult to kill, queuing up that Sanjin Kaya next.
Right now, I think he's pretty much unkillable for Tundra's side, just because Lotus Orb is going to take off Arctic Burn and the Witch's Blade from Winter Wyvern, but I think as soon as Aghanim's finishes, you can't... I mean, you can purge it once, but he'll just hit you again and reapply it, and then they'll have damage. I think Tundra is sort of waiting for that. Fada, he's in there deep. He's just a boy off on a journey.
This is just the Fada classic. Oh, and look, the Helm of the Dominator keeps soaking in the damage. Fada getting away on nothing.
And he just baited out Zeus out.
Right? Easy.
Oh, they catch Saxa bottom.
Down bottom. Oh, man. And again, look at how close he is to that Blink Dagger right now on Saxa.
This entire game, I was thinking they need to kill Saxa bottom. But I'm just like, they don't really have stuns to do it, you know? From like 800 gold to all the way to now, he's sort of sitting in that bottom lane, farming it up. But 9, he just takes it into his own hands. Solo killing him with the Winter Wyvern, sort of showing why. You know, they showed it last time, and everyone was sort of, is this hero broken? Is it just strong? Was it good just that game? I think he's showing a lot of prowess on this hero, and it's looking scary.
Absolutely. It's, you know, if you can find these supports and sort of accelerate your game, it looks really good. As up top, 3-3 gets a round and a salvo of Seb's spells. Currently, what is he now? What, 3,000 gold behind? But they're throwing out the little Harpy Stormcrafter. Silence. The rest of the team is coming over. Seb, is he gonna fall? The chase down is coming, and he's taking a lot of damage. They pop Metamorphosis for this one. Pearl Boulder comes in, going to connect, and from downtown, Seb tries to get out. Oh, the Song of the Siren, though, keeping him alive. Oh, wait, but 3-3, he's on him with the Panda. Trying to chase. Who do they find? No Tail still escaping from this one, but the rest of the team is here. Winter's Curse back off cooldown in 8 seconds. They could look for a turnaround. Metamorphosis is still going. Do they want to fight anymore without their Timbersaw? It's a bold proposition, but oh gee, they're a bold team. Looks like they're not going to go for it.
Oh, that was so close. I want to shout out to 9 right there because he actually waited until Seb used his Lotus Orb. He slowed him just with the Splinter Blast, just so he could get the extra damage from Arctic Burn and the Witch's Blade. It almost made the difference, but Nota just coming in with a clutch TP into Song. I'm assuming he TP'd. I think he did. But yeah, they barely say Seb. That would have been a huge kill because anytime you're playing one of these tanky heroes, Bristleback, Centaur, Timbersaw, if you're like sort of going too far and the enemy punishes you, it's not even about the kill, it's about like the fear that strikes you. And now OG, they realize the enemies use Metamorphosis, they used Brewmaster ulti, they're going for Roshan. They're not going for Roshan, I lied.
They were going for Roshan, Snake King, right on top of it. They finally have a hero that can kind of scout Rosh with that Illuminate Blast and getting a little bit of vision from it as well. But it does look like towards mid, they're running. Oh, they also have an Alpha Wolf right now. And look, this is scary stuff.
Do you see Seb's HP? He just got chunked by just a Witch's Blade and Arctic Burn. I mean, he did not notice the orb off it right away. But he actually doesn't have any magic resistance. He thinks he's playing against, you know, Brewmaster, Terrorblade, supports that don't do that much damage. And 9, he's pumping out DPS on this Winter Wyvern.
All right, well, looks like they're having some real lag issues right now. But The game about ready to go back and get underway. So a couple other things. We've got ourselves 3 points in ensnare for Naga Siren as well as the Meteor Hammer. The rest of the team wrapping around right now. Lion, newly minted Blink Dagger. Zeus has this Octarine core, so he's just going to be trying to spam out as many spells as he can. But the question is, how are they going to take this fight? Are they even going to take this fight? Coddle isn't even here, and he's got Mechanism. And on the other side of the map is Terrorblade with no meta.
I think Tundra are just going to spam them here. They have a lot of spam between the Cinder Brew, the Splinter Blast, and it's not like... See, they don't know about Sax's Blink Dagger. So in their eyes, they don't think they can get jumped here, but I think OG, they're gonna get some kills here. Like Seb, maybe the reason why he's not Lotus Orbing it off right away is you bait them in a bit closer because he knows his teammates are smoked. Like OG's the type of team I think who would want to make those plays like that. That's why they always live with like 100 HP. They're always baiting each other, right?
It's fair. And to be honest, though, also, like with this pause, it actually probably helps Tundra a lot. Like the timing of this one and like, you know, thinking a little bit about, okay, you know, Lion, he's been farming for this long. There's a chance he could have Blink Dagger or something. I want to see what their response is, if they just back out right afterwards or what ends up happening. But regardless, we'll keep our eyes on it. The other thing actually is the shard coming out for Zeus afterwards. So again, there's a little jump away action to get some escaping. I mean, he's still going to get chased down by Wyvern, depending upon how these fights go.
And it's a pretty good slow. It's 100% for 2.5 seconds. So if Wyvern's the one who's closest to him, maybe you can just use it to just get a bit away from him. And here we go back into the game.
And 9 backs out a little bit, gets to the other side. They're going to pop that glyph. And hanging out over here, throwing out the spam, Seb, hanging on to that Lotus Orb. The wrap is coming. Saksa looking for an opening. Meteor Hammer down and Tower dead. Fada, is he the one that gets caught or is it going to be 9? Do they jump? They catch him. A Photic Shield not able to get out. Oh, the silence. Down low, 9 trying to live. They get the Winter's Curse off though. And able to turn this back around. They take down Zeus. Huge kill and nobody on Tundra dies. Seb trying to get out of there now. Fada will end up falling. Skitter now looking for the chase. Seb dropping down real low with the reflection, with all the right clicks coming in, with that Arctic Burn and the Witch's Blade. But it does look like he'll manage to get back. So they trade in the end an Abba for a Zeus, but they also lost that tier 1 tower mid.
That was without meta, without Bruce Split. I think Tundra are really happy about that engagement. I mean, the thing about Tundra's lineup is they have this huge power spike coming up in 200 gold with 9's Aghanim Scepter. Seb is not going to be able to frontline versus that item. I mean, he's going for BKB now, but that puts him sort of on a timer in the fights. He doesn't have any... I would really like him to pick up a Cloak this game. At least something to mitigate how much magic damage is going to come out for Winter Wyvern.
Where's those neutral items at? Let's go. Need to grab yourself a freaking Nether Shawl or something later on.
If you got a Nether Shawl, that would be beautiful. He does have... Like, you can't really be mad about getting Essence Ring. But I think Nether Shawl would have been really good this game.
Well, that Aghanims is completed now. And
he's going for the Silver Edge Nyx as well.
Ooh.
It just lets you
nifty.
get good curses off. We can even see last fight, Thompson got 100 to 0'd from a curse, 1 right click from Wyvern, and a Splinter Blast. He just died. That's your mid hero with like, sort of, I mean, I was going to say high net worth in this game, but he's actually quite low.
9. They have to pop the ulti right now to get out of there. No Tails, he thinking about turning onto this. Oh, no Meteor Hammer, but he does have the net. 9 tries to back away, net comes out. Slow and steady attempt here at a kill. 9 in trouble, drop down low. Saksa, he has that blink ready, jumps in. Oh, with the juke. 9 able to get away. Oh my god, I can't believe they didn't get that kill. And towards mid, they're going at the same time on to Seb. Trying to find this kill. Another pause. You hate to see it. That's not great. We got some misclicks going on as Wyvern is going to DC.
I think they're having some internet issues. I mean, it's an online qualifier. It happens. And really unfortunately, this happened to... They're all disconnecting, and... it just sucks because they're playing so well, but spikes are going to change the game for you a lot.
Yeah, that is a problem. 4 DC'd now, and they are going to start to reconnect. So, I mean, it's good news that at least one of them is staying in there, but it seems like it's just sort of stuttery internet, and they're reconnecting to trying to, like, refresh everything. You know, you should trust my opinion because I definitely know nothing about the internet and how it gets into my computer, which is definitely also what happens. But regardless, hopefully they'll be back in here in a moment. We can start this back up again.
Yeah, really unfortunate. I think Tundra, they're in Poland at like, wait, what just happened?
That was weird.
You in?
I'm still in it, yeah, but there was like some weird flash that went out. It's like a glitch in the matrix going on. It's very spooky. Are you live?
I believe the lag. I'm lagging apparently. So.
All right, well, we're back into the game now, so hopefully you can keep your eye on what's going on here. But it looks like OG they'll get away with Seb. Was that another meta used?
Yeah, it had to be. I mean, they do have a cool combo where you can just keep following your Terrorblade and Chakra Magicking it to reduce the meta. Wait, he's still in Metamorphosis. I just can't. I can't see it because I reconnected. It looks like he's melee and throwing out these random globs.
It looks like that to me as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they have Aghanims onto 33 now. They have the Aghanims on 9, but they don't have the meta, so their timing has now become a bit weird. Honestly, good play by Seb from like sort of he's playing aggressive but sort of towing the line where he baits out the Metamorphosis, makes the enemy think they can kill him, and they can't. So now their timing sort of falls apart a bit.
So what does this next dream fight look like for OG? Because I'm seeing all these big items come out. Like you talk about the Ags, both for the Wyvern and for 3-3, and you know obviously the Scotty almost completed. Well, what's OG looking for here? As they hit
a Naga Siren Sleep into bursting the Kato or Brewmaster would be really good.
Wait, do they see him? So they see inside the pit.
You can't see that creep, but it can see inside the pit. There's a line. Oh, they see it now.
Seb just saw it. Yeah, he's got to be careful now. Walks forward, 3-3, pops the ulti. Seb, he's kind of in no man's land, but Saksa, he found 9. Pops in, trying to kill him off, seeing if they can burst him in time, but look at all the heal, are you kidding me? Able to live through it, Fada trying to keep him alive, and the Winner's Curse kind of weirdly plays Seb, not able to get that Timber Chain off to kill off 9. The run away, they're still keeping this Naga under control. No Tail starting to drop down low. Thompson goes for the jump away, but eventually they will beat him down. And in the meantime, 9 has been just keeping Seb out of this fight this whole time, and he lives through it all. Barely able to get out of that one. Back towards the rest of the fight. Thompson is now going toe-to-toe against Skinner. And they also have Sumail. The Sunder comes out, the right clicks, spamming onto that Drow Ranger. And he's going to try and run, but will he be able to get out? No TP, no TP cancel.
That was a beast play from Thompson at the end there, but like honestly, Lyrical, holy shit. 9 got him by everything. Saxa finds him, it's the best target. They drop Zeus out, they drop Finger, Hex, Stun, Timbersaw spells. He gets healed up by the mech pipe from staking, itemizing perfectly to save 9, plus some Abaddon heals, pops the Essence Ring, and he lives throughout that fight.
That was wild.
How often do you hear like, guys, we lost a fight because we stunned the enemy Winter Wyvern for 7 seconds and we couldn't kill him with a Zeus Timbersaw Finger lineup? Like it makes no sense, but this man, he's staying alive, and like even while running, he randomly hits people and does a ton of damage, and all during that you're focusing Winter Wyvern. Skinner is beating all of you up, and Tundra, they get a good fight, they get Roshan. My idea of the draft is completely exposed. I have no idea how they're winning this game. They're just playing fantastically.
I mean, so here's the thing too, right? Like you normally anticipate that you're going to be able to bring down that Wyvern. After that fight, 9 is level 19 right now, 2100 HP. And then on top of that, sitting with 17 armor. Like it's sometimes these conceptions of how you think this hero is going to be able to live, it just ends up not being true. And 9 showing that this Witchblade build, getting that extra armor from it, and you know, obviously having all the heals on his team, he can tank through it. Really, really good stuff from Tundra, as they have again found a way to either A, outplay their draft, or B, they had the next level play and just understood that the draft was better. So one of the two is true.
And I think even in the last fight, like we saw in Winter Wyvern, they're all focusing him. But if you focus a target in team fights, it sort of breaks your formation, and it might make you like have a really bad team fight because of said formation. 9, he got a really good Winter's Curse because they're all committing on him. Noto doing something really cool, sending illusions to both block the enemy Ancients and kill the Bounty Rune. You know, Tundra, they've been annoying all game, like all series, especially that game too, but I think Noto, he's been making those small little plays to eke out the advantage.
And now look at this, the smoke up, they find one, No Tail, Sumail, they're both there. Thinking it might be an illusion, it's the real one. Reflection's out now, looking for the chase. 3-3, spots out Sumail, but not going to be able to connect. Now, they have both Aegis and Meta ready to go. Creep Wave pushing in towards mid. Okay. Winter's Curse punching himself, but they're going to back out. 9 might be in some trouble here. Oh, they don't want to go any further. So Song of the Siren down. Winter's Curse down. Thompson being a butthead, constantly spamming out these waves and making it feel impossible to come and pressure this.
Seb did manage to get bottom tier 1, and he's putting a lot of pressure on bottom tier 2 during this. OG, they're just sort of waiting. They understand that they have this pressure on the map, so they're okay with just chilling a bit.
Yeah, this has been Seb's place down here throughout most of the games. 3-3, gonna pop the ulti, goes for him. Roll Boulder, they got the lift up afterwards. Can the rest of OG catch any of these heroes on their way out? It doesn't look like it. So Seb, he's gonna have to give up his life for this one as the right clicks come scaling through with the Scotty to get the lift up. Oh, they can't purge it. Oh, because the other one's lifted and trying to get out of there, Seb? Nah, it's not gonna happen.
And this is a first pick Terrorblade Lyrical. He's 3-0, he has over 10 CS, sorry, he's 6-0, has over 10 CS a minute as a first pick carry in the draft. I think he's against 5, I would say these are like the 5 best Terrorblade counters in the game, potentially. Maybe PL is better than Drow Ranger, but they're all up there. Ones. He's playing super well, and he's just executing every team fight.
Oh, and they found Thompson again. Winner's Curse. Look at him chunk him. Thompson didn't stand a chance.
There was a mid hero there, by the way.
That was, I mean, that's a Zeus at the end of the day, right? Like, oh man, they will catch Coddle.
He has Hood Mech. He's no joke. And Shadowblade up from 9. He has Night Vision. He has Shadowblade. We thought they couldn't catch heroes because they have no stuns. But if 9 just solos people, he solo killed Saxon bottom lane on his Lion. He's solo killing Zeus. He's just hunting everywhere.
Doing a ton of damage. And now, like, look at this. The entire map is open. I mean, obviously, OG have 2 heroes down, but they don't feel comfortable leaving their base, and now they're likely on Tundra going to try and get a bunch of map control. They are investing in these Blink Daggers, so both the Drow and the Terrorblade get one. Initiation feeling paramount in these fights. 30 seconds until Roche expires. There's the start of the fight. Seb, they've already popped the borrowed time. But the Sunder comes out afterwards. Seb gets caught by the Hurl Boulder. 9 trying to survive through this one. Snaking's there right on top of him. They get the Blinding Light pushback, and Seb trying to join with the rest of his team. The retreat is coming out, at least for the moment. There's a good blink away coming from the TB. They have Metamorphosis back up in 13 seconds, but again, you only have a little bit left. The Aegis about to expire right now. Chase away. Now, Fada brought down low. He's dead. No more Aegis. Gotta be careful. Jumps on top of Soxon, though. Finds that kill, and now they're trying to bring him down. Do they have enough for the kill? The Gust is there. Song of the Siren afterwards. Gonna have to cancel this one in a moment. Do they have enough? Meteor Hammer not gonna get it off. Oh, no! It didn't work, but can they bring him down in time? Skinner dropping down low. They eventually find the kill, but it's a triple kill for 9, who chases down Seb with 4 heroes left alive and only Seb on OG. He too is gonna be in a world of hurt. They wiped them all. 9 is the real carry here.
And honestly, a rare misexecution. I didn't quite see if the Drow Hounds missed onto Wyvern or if Abaddon shielded it off, but they missed a Meteor Hammer after the sleep. I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe No-Tail, he didn't have an obs to toggle the timing perfectly with. He does have treads for that, so maybe he overclicked or something. I don't know what happened. Anyways, 9, he gets a curse off onto Zeus and Drow Ranger, and basically 1v2s both of them. I mean, 3-3 was there hitting them, but they're like tickles compared to what 9 was doing to them. And Wyvern, this hero straight up looking broken. Like, I don't know what to say. I don't know how they can win this game unless Wyvern is a broken hero. But I don't think like anyone can play it. How 9 has moved this game, how he lanes, how he farms everything, it's so practiced. And I know this guy, he's actually spammed this hero in pubs, by the way. I think he went like 15-2. I'm surprised, like, no one is really playing this hero except for 9, and it's really proven clutch. He has a Kaya!
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, he's going Kaya Sanj, the just be-all, end-all item nowadays. Oh, yeah, and again, back to that like misexecution there on the Meteor Hammer with the song. Like we saw one of those earlier today, but you got to keep in mind as viewers, like they've been playing Dota now for 7.5 hours on OG. It takes it out of you when you have to play that first best of 3 and then go right into the best of 5. But at the same time, that's what separates people sometimes, and sometimes separates teams in these grand final situations. Got to be able to win.
Yeah, and it is a bit of the upper bracket advantage that you get to watch your opponent play. Nine, he's hunting. He has a Silver Edge, and he actually has 22.8 mana regen because of this Kai pickup, so he can stay in Arctic Burn permanently. He's just gonna run around with, he's 550 MS with the Silver Edge, and just hunt anyone. Like, it's so hard to catch him. Like, how do you kill this guy when he's just moving around in the trees like this?
Yeah, it's impossible. It's feeling very, very rough, but we will see how this one goes. Oh, chase down. Saksa going to fall at tier 2 tower now, taking some extra damage. Tundra looks so good.
And they're already setting up. Like, Nine, he's on the case. They've taken top, they had control of that area. He's setting up bottom. He has a Silver Edge up again, and they're smoking to wrap around OG. This is very scary for OG here.
No tail. Do they realize it? They spot him. Jump forward. Winner's Curse. It's on to Thompson. Trying to live through this. Do they have enough? Skinner, he thunders his real carry. 9 brought down low, but the Cold Embrace trying to live through it. Meanwhile, the rest of OG dropping like flies. Oh, they try and bring down 9. He's still living through this one. Fada got the shield. No tail trying to run. Seb gonna pop that BKB, see if he can take down this pesky Wyvern, but he's just gonna have to TP out in the end. Unbelievable execution.
He's not done yet.
He's Tundra.
Okay. Sumo, blink away. Wait, he's chasing him.
He is. Oh my god.
This is some speedy dragon running across the map. They could not kill him. Holy Locket came out, Abaddon Heals came out, Asunder came out, and he's just going in. He's unkillable.
Living again.
Skinner,
they pop the Skinner. Look at the blink forward. Skinner, he finds him too. If you deal with the Wyvern, afterwards you gotta deal with the TB as the right clicks come through. Dead, no buyback on these heroes. 34 minutes in. The Tundra lineup hoping to find an opening here and go up in this series on match point. Double kill, no buybacks on anybody. Tundra taking the lead.
God, I love Dota. Like, anytime something like this... Oh, Skinner, he's blinking in.
Oh, he's in trouble. Thompson gotta back out. It ain't gonna be there, as it looks like they're gonna take down this tier 3 towers. The question is, do they try and go for it all? I mean, right now the buyback status, it's there because melee of gold, but they jump in. There's gonna be the Winner's Curse. The right click's coming through. Thompson will go down. He has buyback though, but they're going for the tier 4 towers. 40 seconds, no Timbersaw. The buyback comes from Thompson. He's got to hold this all on his own for the moment. No friends nearby at all. 6 seconds till Saksa. Fata gets healed back up again. All of the heals in the world. They're trying to finish this one right now. 4 seconds still drown. 9, he won't die! They can't kill the Wyvern. Saksa ends up falling. They tried to blow it all up right there at the last second, but it wasn't enough. And are they barely backing now? Oh, no.
Split.
They're thinking about staying. I mean, oh, it's so tempting. This is that moment. You're looking for it all. You want to go to TI. They find Thompson broken. Jumps away. Still trying to live. Can they get him down? Yes, that's a dieback. And with that, Tundra are going to set their sights one last time on the Ancient. Another song. Can he hit the combo? Tread switch. Just one time for it. Will they get him? Skinner, he gets the blink away. No, it's not how it's supposed to go. They can't get it, and in the end, Tundra will go up in the series over OG. What a fabulous performance.
I'm absolutely fascinated, like flabbergasted that they could win this game. I love this about Dota because every time you think you understand something about this game, the draft, how hero matchups go, these teams, they just break your understanding and you learn. This is one of those games. Tundra, how did they win this draft? How did they win this game?
I mean,
it's insane.
It really is insane, and it's one of the reasons why we all love Dota. This is Dota 2. This is what we came here for, and to break it all down, we're gonna head back to the panel one last time. I know we could talk about this match forever, but we got to keep going because they're keeping these lobbies going. We're getting ready for game number 4, one match away. Tundra from knocking out defending 2-time TI champions OG. See you guys on the other side of the break.
Tundra is on match point. They are 2-1 here in this best of 5 grand finals. My panel went against them once again. The caster crew is coming in hot here with PPD and Trent. And Trent, I wanna talk about one thing in specific first, because there were a couple of times when No Chill went for the Meteor Hammer combo with the song, and he didn't really do it right. How should he have been doing it?
Well, first I just want to expose Shiva, because her exact words were, "My panel sucks," frankly. So thank you. I'm not letting you get away with that one.
I feel like
I love you both. I love you both.
I feel like it adds to the
Please
storyline.
stay.
Yeah, exactly.
All the casters are so wrong. Tundra proved against all odds, right? Like, they're insane.
Yeah.
Like,
I love it. I love it.
So-
You're
That was
absolutely
awesome.
right.
I've had to have this conversation several times, actually, with people about the Naga Siren, because it's been changed a couple times. And basically all it is now is that you need 3 actions shift queued, then you have to press R, all right? I know some people press S, and that messes them up. They try and use the stop command. No, you can't use the stop command. You got to press the song button. I feel like that's always the thing that people like get wrong when they do it. So I'm not sure what No Tail's doing, but you can either basically press your OBS 6 times, if you think of it that way, for the double toggle, or you can just press your treads 3 times. So it's 3 actions, shift cue the end of the song. Meteor Hammer will only be stopped at that point by those priority things that AUI explained before, with like BKBs or spins. You can't blink out of it, you can't phase shift.
all of that sounds
It
a little
wasn't-
complicated.
Dude, there
And it
it
wasn't
actually
only
is.
that.
It can be. Well, I mean, it kind of is that though. In like the last 2 games, like with the Naga, there were like 3 hero stuns that should have occurred that did not occur because of that, which is frustrating.
It must be very frustrating, especially for OG, but I want to give credit also where credit is due. Tundra played this game so solidly. We talked before about how they have a couple of comfort heroes. Skeeter on his Terrorblade, 9 on his Winter Wyvern, and Fada back on his Abaddon, and it all worked out perfectly, Peter.
The Abaddon, like saving the Winter Wyvern, which apparently is just overpowered, right? Is that what we're going to call it now?
Yeah. Yes,
I think
yes.
I think 9's just good. I don't know. I mean, yeah,
No.
he
That's
makes it. It's a combination. Like he's played it so much. Like, do you think anyone can just pick it up and play it? Because to me, that's like
absolutely
overpowered.
not. Absolutely not. But it our pubs tonight, like I guarantee you, it's going to be everywhere for
True.
sure because it looks overpowered. Like
For
it
sure.
looked crazy good. He looks like Night Stalker, like flying through the trees, right?
I think that
That
part
night
is important
vision?
because he made it look
Yeah.
really fun. That's important for people at home. This isn't like some boring. It's like, oh, he's literally flying across the map, 500 move speed, and just solo killing people. Yeah, I want to play that. So
It was
You
fun
warned.
to watch for sure, right? That's
Yeah.
why it was such an entertaining game, even though it was almost kind of one-sided towards the end, right?
yeah, I think to me, like one of the biggest moves they did the entire game was that 11-minute push on the tier 1 tower, because that kind of broke how I thought OG were going to play this game, because they just lost their tower super fast. And even though they lost that tower really early because of an excellent execution of bringing in the early Panda, threatening the ulti, and Skeeter leaving while they were pushing, when his meta ran out, he left. That was the difference that Nigma didn't do, right? He didn't like stick around. He just went farm. So his GPM staying up, rest of the team takes the tower. And despite that, they still kept their 3 cores very high in the net worth chart the entire game, but it could have been so much more if they had a little bit more of that space that they took away so early in the game from OG.
Yeah, one of the few things here as well, that the first game, I think that the laning stage actually went fairly even until Tundra took the lead, so they were never really that far behind, Peter, because that was one of the problems they have been having.
Yeah, OG kind of just let their mid tower go. The threat of the Panda ult like kind of dissuaded them from defending that. I think that was probably one of their first mistakes in the game. I think a lot of people want to dodge the Panda, but the thing is, if you don't force the Panda ult, it's still up. So when you go to take, fight over the next objective, whatever it is, it doesn't really happen. I think the goal should be to like try and defend the tower, force the Panda ult, maybe lose a hero or 2, and then go push a tower yourself. And that'll give you the map rather than just always being on the defensive and constantly kind of getting squished and losing farm.
Yeah. How big of a factor, Trent, was the draft in itself? We talk a lot about the first pick, who gets that and stuff, and so far first pick has won every game.
Oh, true. Oh, I mean, it started with discussions of like Tundra and like these like super comfort heroes and stuff, and I guess we're still sort of there because they're still bringing back like this Wyvern and the Terrorblade and the Abba. First pick definitely looks like the way to go, as you said. So maybe that'll be the deciding factor for OG here.
Yeah, it's been that way for a while, as far as I can remember. First pick is just, it's just hard to have that last pick that's just going to take over the game.
There's too much flex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, normally if you have second pick, at least you got last, but if that's not that powerful at the moment, you're not really in a good spot.
Yeah, and teams have gotten so good to a point where they're capable of like picking heroes that check off certain boxes while also like banning the few holes, right? So it's just people have really, learned Dota, right? Game's been out for a while, I think.
A couple of years, I think.
Yep.
So far, just had an anniversary, I believe, on the out of beta.
Out of beta. Yeah, whatever that means.
I can't wait for the next game. We now have Tundra on match point, as said. They only need to win one more game in order to make it to TI, and that would be for 2 of their squad, both Skeeter and Nine. That would be their first TI. As for Fada, it would be his several TI, but his first TI as a captain, which is a big deal here, of course, as well. But OG still standing in between them and that ticket. And OG, defending champions of TI, they definitely will not let this go without a fight. So let's see what Game 4 is going to bring us after the break. I've been told severalth is not a word. I was, of course, saying 8th. It would be Fada's 8th international. He only missed TI1 and TI2. And he's been at every TI since. Definitely with mixed results for sure, but making it every single time. So here he is at match point. First time captaining a squad and having the chance to deny OG a participation at TI10 as they are facing Tundra in the grand finals here with PPD and Trent. We're ready for game number 4. And so far, first pick has been a deciding factor, but we've been talking about some kind of ban changes, Peter. Are you saying that you're thinking maybe Tundra there's a change they'll let IO through, or was it Trent that said that?
Trent had an interesting idea. So he was strategizing for, he works part-time for Tundra, of course, as a coach. So he was saying they could leave the Wisp, right? Ban the Axe and the Nyx, and then take the Winter Wyvern, which is potentially overpowered in the hands of 9 on 2-3. I think it's not a bad idea. And I think that if I was Tundra, I would be willing to roll the dice with something like that.
Yeah.
When they're up on game.
And it would be Wisp Luna, though, right? Most likely, or
most likely, yeah. I just want to clear that was the TI winner saying not a bad idea. Teams out there, I am available.
You're available. So, yes, of course.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify.
Also, another thing that I also want to clarify is that yes, we saw a great Winter Wyvern, and Abaddon was great. So far, we have not seen Skeeter work on anything other but Terrorblade or Luna. So it's also the question, like, this was a first pick Terrorblade that we saw dominate towards the end of that game for sure, enabled by his teammates, absolutely. But still, first pick, you did normally imagine that to be countered. I think next game, if they would get their hands on the Terrorblade Trent, there would be a proper answer to it, surely.
No, I mean, they just had a whole game to find a proper answer and they couldn't, right? So, I mean, Terrorblade, he belongs in the S tier of Dota heroes right now because you can pick him first phase and still have a great chance of winning. And obviously, still take the game like that. Nothing's guaranteed in Dota, but that was an excellent game to truly showcase the power that Terrorblade has. Yes, his allies played amazing and everything, of course, but despite having all of these counters versus his hero, with his own ability to outplay and the ability to itemize properly, like that Blink Dagger, didn't get a chance to talk about it, was so sick. He made so many cool plays with that Blink Dagger, targeting Soxa over and over again. I think that, again, we don't have a lot of time to break down these games after when they're happening, but Soxa had an extremely hard time. He was being so crafty. He was like hiding in trees near towers. He was waiting for these fights to occur. The illusions were running the trees and scouting him out. Skater, he tried to get a blink just off a spike out of the ground from Soxa, just trying to catch Skyder in one of the most pivotal fights in the entire game, and he got the blink out, just because he couldn't get the hex range because he was playing so perfectly from the tree line. So those kind of plays can outdo any sort of counter picks that your enemy has in the draft.
Yeah, I think Terrorblade sort of has just built-in heavy damage, and he always has that turnaround potential in the Sunder, which is just, there's no other hero like it in Dota. So he can just always scale up. He has great talents, overwhelming physical damage, and then the Blink Dagger was super clutch. Their team lacked a little bit of stun and disable, but
a little bit.
I felt like if anybody even just got slowed, Terrorblade just blinked on top of them, hit them 3 or 4 times with meta, and they were dead.
Yeah, we after the draft of game 3, obviously we said that OG had the better draft there, but I saw the online opinion as well was that Tundra was outdrafted in this in that third game, and it didn't look like it. What was the main reason that everybody basically, apart from Tundra, was wrong in that one?
I think, I agree with Ali a lot. I feel like I just underestimated the Winter Wyvern with the Witchblade and the Aghanim Scepter. His ability to just find solo pickoffs and sort of set up plays for his team, even though they didn't necessarily have follow-up stuns. They had follow-up slows. I didn't think that would be enough to connect them on kills, but I think Netta or 33 on the Panda did he plays a really, really great Panda. He plays a really great a lot of heroes, but his Panda is also fantastic. Another micro hero, big surprise, the StarCraft god, He provided them a lot of disable and catch, which they otherwise lacked. And people think of Panda as more of a team fight and less of a lockdown hero, but his Panda stuns were just instant off the tornadoes, and it was really good.
It was definitely very good. The Winter Wyvern that performance begs the question. It's a hero that's very flexible, right? If 9 can play it mid, we also know that it can be played as support, obviously. Trent, is that a hero that should be first phase banned, or are you not that worried about that when you're OG?
I think it'll probably be in the second phase, if I had to take a guess. I think they'll probably ban it then. I'm not willing to prioritize it that hard quite yet.
All right, so Tundra made their decision.
Assassin.
They're leaving Nyx and Axe. So
Yeah.
previously in the second game, they banned Wisp and Axe and gave up the Nyx. That didn't work for them. So they're leaving both Axe and Nyx to get one in the trade-off.
Yeah, and once again, the Abaddon, Fada's Abaddon, being banned out, so he'll be playing a different hero unless he gets his hands on Nyx Assassin. Of course, we've seen him several times on that as well, but we'll see which one OG prioritizes, because they know that if they don't pick up the Nyx Assassin, Tundra will. Also, it's a lineup that makes you question whether Tundra, would they pick up Nyx Luna if they had the chance, if OG goes for that axe?
I feel like they definitely would. I think that would... Yeah, I mean, you have a great read on the draft right now. I think it's interesting whether or not OG will take Nyx, right? If they take the Nyx, then Fada's forced on a new hero. Tundra may play Axe, but I'm not sure how much Axe they've played this tournament. Looks like none.
None.
So,
Yeah.
you know, maybe forcing them on a new hero is not such a bad idea, but it's very risky. I think Axe has proven to be maybe the most dominant hero of the patch. Maybe outside of Terrorblade.
Oh, there we go. That's the axe. But how often do we see first pick go into such a big chunk of bonus time, Trent?
No, not very often. They, I guess, weren't quite thinking that this would be the answer. Maybe they were opting to perhaps take that Terrorblade on the earlier end of this draft for themselves.
Yeah, definitely not expecting the Terrorblade ban, so good on Tundra to kind of throw like an... I think a lot of people expected them, okay, they're going to ban Nyx this time, right?
Yeah.
Or they're going to...
Because they want TB, right? Like, it seems crazy that they're willing to do that, because you think OG won't first it.
But, you know, they go the next level, right? They're thinking ahead, so like they know OG knows that we're going to ban this, so let's ban Terrorblade instead.
They're thinking game one, where they stole all their heroes, right? You know,
Yeah,
they were ready
exactly,
to just take it again, so... And there it is, Nyx
Look
Luna.
Look at Shiver, man. She's got it.
That's why she's here.
Hey, watching
Now,
enough
that
Dota,
was-
you know? Everybody
Yeah,
can be an expert.
exactly. I
my
mean, these
success
first
story.
couple of bans, I mean, when we're talking about a meta developing between two teams, this is it, right? Who gets which one of these 6 heroes, basically. What will OG go now for? Now they have an axe. Will they still go for the strong lane with either, what is it, the Hoodwink or the Lina, of course, comes to mind?
Yeah, I think the Hoodwink is very likely for sure. It's a little bit better. Lina can sometimes struggle versus Nyx, but it's not so bad. I'm taking a look at OG's other heroes that they've played. There's a Lion that's not so bad against the Nyx.
They could Shadow Demon.
Yeah, but I mean,
True.
we've said they could Shadow Demon, but they
I
never
know.
do so many
But
times.
it's early, and it looks good.
But look how quickly these players are defaulting to their comfort heroes. I feel like that's the story right now. It's like, who cares if the hero is good? Like, have I won games on it before?
I feel like it used to be such a good hero for them, though, because they like to flex it around. But yeah, that's true. They are the 4th overall, so don't worry about that. Get your core hero here that you really don't want banned out.
All right, so the Thompson Invoker. Seb Axe most likely could be Sumail. But Seb has more experience playing it, I think.
What I really like about this is that the Invoker puts the pressure on the VKB timing, and then the Axe is there to play around that as well.
Oh, yeah.
So it's hard, you know?
If you remember, we saw a decent amount of Axe Invoker at the Major, right? A Refresher, Ags, Cataclysm, Invoker, plus on the Axe call was like boom, boom, like 2 dead heroes to start every fight. So I think it would be smart for Tundra to find some sort of save. You know, Trent, maybe the Shadow Demon.
Maybe the Shadow Demon, yeah, exactly, right? There it is. Maybe that's the Naga Siren.
SD Luna, man, that's an old combo, man, and it's good save. Could also do like Avenge, but that's more of Nigma's hero, not Tundra's. Or maybe we'll just have a game 5. You know, I'm sure nobody would be disappointed in that.
we're
I
just
think
calling
some Tundra
it, you know?
fans would be disappointed.
What do
in
you
that.
do against the Refresher Ags Invoker? It's
I mean,
you just everybody just dies at the beginning of fights
Yeah.
unless they mess up.
Don't get Faceless Voided, maybe?
Don't get
Yeah.
called.
Yeah.
I would also say don't get voided. Maybe that's worthy of a ban. But so far, Tundra is focusing their attention on a Beastmaster, so that kind of leaves the impression that might be they might be expecting a Sumail Axe coming out. We still have the Winter Wyvern banned on the side of OG. Bit of respect there. In terms of heroes played against the Invoker, a 9 previously in this series. It played up against Invoker as a Lina.
Yeah, Knoxville had a good stat for us. Seb is 6-4 on Axe in recent games, and Sumail is 2-3 in recent games. So probably going to be going towards Seb. I mean, I don't know. They both have a lot of losses on the hero, to be honest. So
yeah,
who knows?
You know, statistically, Chen is one of the best heroes versus Luna when it comes to win rates, which kind of makes sense in a playstyle sense. Because of, like, you know, she wants to do her thing in the jungle, and Chen tries to also, like, enable his own jungle team, but then also push towers on the earlier end.
Yeah, I'm obviously not a huge fan of the hero, but if it could work in this game, I think it's fine against both Nyx and Luna.
You feel like they have already got a hero that can clear out all the stacks, or
That's Axe, right? Axe can do it easily.
He could do it, for sure. But is it good enough? Like, is that the hero you want to have that net worth boost on? I guess if it's a Sumail Axe, then yes.
Yeah, I think with the Ag Shard, Axe has kind of become like almost like a better carry than an offlaner in most cases. So if you can, I think, like, I don't think you need any more scaling from OG. I think Invoker Axe is enough as long as the Invoker gets that refresher Ags at some point.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what like LGD did a lot at the major. They would just play like the strength side laners plus the Invoker or TA on mid, and they would just hold lanes and play for, you know, play to delay the game until they got to a certain point where their mid hero was just OP, which is usually like Ags on Invoker.
The Darkseer has been left in for much longer than usual at this point. It's a bit hard for OG to work in because there's the Nyx Assassin, which can be like kind of annoying for the combo break, but if it's the only hero, it's not a real issue. And then for the side of Tundra, Nyx Darkseer is a very good duo, but I wouldn't say Darkseer is particularly good versus Invoker and the Axe.
Also, need to remember that Fada is most likely playing this Nyx, most definitely playing this Nyx now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That we see the Snaking Potom come out, so these guys are back on their comforts. There's still no Tidehunter in the pool to pair with it, but 33 is flexed one of the larger hero pools on Tundra, right?
Yeah.
He also just looks good on every hero he plays.
Hey, I remember his offlane Chen. You know, it's been a while, but if you're talking about the
I'm gonna
Zoom,
pass on that one. What else?
We're out on that.
Hey, there's your Shadow Demon finally making an
nice.
appearance
There.
against the Luna.
Makes sense. Old school combo, as you said. I mean, it's good, and he just brings Bust the Brew back out, up a game.
Yep.
Looked
Nice,
really
he's
good.
feeling
He
it.
was feeling it. Yeah. He's definitely a feeling it hero. And Yules is traditionally a very good counter versus the Axe, and with the Storm Panda, you've got a little bit of that with the
I
toss up.
guess you could just play for like Aeon Disc timings, right, on Tundra for the Axe Invoker. So you just have the Aeon Disc into, you know, Panda Split or Satanic or whatever you need to do.
They need, I think they need one more annoying lane shover, like a Puck or something on Tundra, and I really like their draft.
Yeah, if they could just push the tempo and play aggressive. Oh my gosh, OG's going crazy mode right now.
Is that Sumail TA?
OG, yeah, it is. It is.
Wait. Well, it has to be Sumail TA. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay, that actually sounds like a really annoying lane for a Brewmaster, to be fair.
Why?
Because the like, if you have this side lane TA and she's just like splitting onto you, and then I feel like it's kind of hard for the Mirana to leave. But you do have the damage over time as long as you get the Cinder Brew off.
And Panda or Mirana will most likely rush an Urn as well. I imagine on lane. I don't like this that much. I also think Shadow Demon is kind of a weak side laner, so he'll most likely like be Soxa playing it in the off lane with a Seb Axe, and he'll be stacking the Ancients and the hard camp a lot. But I'm curious. My eyes are going to be on that top lane this game. I want to see how this TA versus Panda Mirana matchup goes, because if that doesn't go well,
That's real bad.
Game could be hard. Because the Luna Nyx is going to do. I mean, they could maybe struggle bottom as well. Nyx is not a good laner either, so.
Tundra are banning for a potential 5 axe or something here.
Or 4 Invoker.
Or 4 axe. Yeah, or 4 Invoker. That as well.
But as we
got,
heard from Milan earlier today, Thompson doesn't really play TA, so it has to kind of be a Samil TA.
It's the no-tail 5-position invoker. He's been watching Mason's stream. He's seen it. It's
Help us all.
it's not bad. It's not bad.
Okay, I trust you for it.
Little invoker TA safe lane to end the day.
Yeah, to end your TI run. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps extend it.
I've seen
Razorban?
Sumail play this TA a lot. He also played it a ton at the major with Liquid. But he is one of the people that abuses that Ag Scepter build so much, and yeah, it can be insanely good in some games.
It delays the game for so long, but you're also against a Luna. And then I feel like if you, again, just some sort of split pusher with catch, like the puck. I know they banned it, but like the Lena's also still in.
Yeah.
Looks
Lena's
fine.
not that great versus TA or Invoker, but it is a comfort hero of his. They kind of just blind picked it on 15 or their third pick in the previous draft 2 games ago, right?
Yep, I think so.
Didn't work out.
DK is the
True.
last band. The only mid hero still in that Nine has played that is not Lena, by the way, is the Void Spirit. We haven't really talked about Void Spirit at all, and he kind of seems to have fallen off, but would it be an option here?
Trent described a hero like that. It could work.
Yeah, just, I mean, I was going to say Kunkka, but Kunkka's kind of ugly this game. But yeah, just Playmaker. Ember as well, I guess, is in, right? Ooh, the Willow. I thought they might first phase this with the Axe, but because it's such a good combo with the pressure on the lane, so that means it is no-tail SD, right?
Yes, most definitely.
But, yeah, I mean, you just like cast a bunch of spells, right? You battle hunger, you pressure. Willow, when played right, is very scary. Like even at level 1, we've seen some lanes just get like upset, like that Liquid game in particular, where the Willow just like ruined a lane that was supposedly going to be very hard, just made it super easy.
Yay for Brambles. And Brambles on steps is the worst one to try and dodge as well. So that's a little tricky.
What do we got?
A 9 hero.
Death? Nah. I don't know. There we
The
go.
Void Spirit's gonna be.
There we go.
Comfort.
Sticking on the comforts. I just want to say I think both carries are going to have a hard laning phase, and I think the one that manages to not get punished as hard is going to have a big advantage in this game. They're going to be able to take the top tower from TA when Panda hits 6. Question is how many deaths will Luna have before then?
Okay.
I think
Because
this
I
Axe
don't
Willow
want
lane
you
will be
guys
hard.
to predict. Just want to put that out there. You don't have to predict. It's been kind of, you know.
What?
Well,
We've
so
lost
if we don't-
predicting privileges?
We don't jinx it. I don't want to jinx anything here. I just want to know what's important for this game. So Peter, you're saying this top lane, that's the one you're gonna watch. That's all eyes on that TA versus Brew.
Yeah, I think Shadow Demon's a pretty weak laner. Shadow Demon TA doesn't sound like the best lane. I could see it getting pretty ugly, but hopefully not.
What are your eyes gonna be on, Trent?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good point. And then past that, probably just looking at how successful they are with the Sunstrike plays. Like what sort of a timing are they looking at with this Aghanim Scepter? And then utilizing their vision, right? They have the vision from the TA traps as well as some annoying things they can like spam out to get a little bit of vision, but you're also up against the Moonlight Shadows. So in typical fashion, wards win games. Just one of those.
Okay, well, it should be an exciting match for sure. Some unorthodox heroes and lanes, but that's what we like. We like it exciting. Our commentary team is going to make it even more exciting as Lyrical and AUI.
I can't wait. It's game number 4, Owie. We're all here. The sort of table has been set, and we're ready to eat up a smorgasbord of delicious OG versus Tundra action. This game number 4. How you feeling? Do you like the last pick? I saw that you were typing away in our little chat thing that you were thinking it was going to be a Void Spirit pick, and they ended up going for it.
Yeah, I think it's the best pick for them. You have 2 range supports on OG, and Void Spirit has typically been an Evoker counter. Evoker is bad against heroes that can sort of lock him down and just kill him. That's Void Spirit, Pot, Kunkka, typically for middle. And yeah, I'm actually liking this Tundra draft. I don't have that much information on Templar Assassin safe lane. I know people were spamming it in SA and in some NA pubs, and it did actually look really strong in lane just because Meld is such a value level 1 spell, or level 2 if you take Sideblades at level 1. So I'm interested to see how that turns out.
Okay, well, we as per the sort of ritual that we've garnered here, there's already a pause at the beginning of this game, so hopefully we'll be able to get into this one pretty shortly here. But it is something that's going to be really interesting to watch. Also, that combination later on, depending upon how this game goes, of the axe calls into Invoker Cataclysm. It's just been so often like this huge, indomitable, difficult to deal with thing that can completely turn a game back around. And they don't really have like great saves for it, except for trying to build into Aeon discs.
And they can also just build a Force Staff. Because like,
that's fair.
You do have Shadow Demon Purge, which has some counterplay on the Force Staff. You also can't get Aeon disc for Shadow Demon Purge. I think that's pretty optimistic to think that Shadow Demon won't just be beside the axe. But I mean, your counterplay to it is out-positioning them, right? Like, if you have Split Off, if you're Moonlight Shadow, if your Nyx scouts them, all of a sudden, dumb jumping you with the Cataclysm is much less realistic. Maybe you find Invoker, you poke him, maybe the Cataclysm isn't at the same time as the call, and the combo doesn't have as high percentage to hit. 3-3, he's actually going for the same build, just he's given a Sentry by his team, probably to block a camp, and he just has that Helm of Iron Will queued up.
Dude, they've done this every game. No item strat. It's the new hotness. I mean, it's looked pretty good. I think a lot of it has definitely been like the microing that we've seen of those creeps early on. I'm not sure if he walked quite within vision there or not.
Yeah, I was looking at that too. I wasn't quite quick enough to see when his smoke ended. I think he did it because they would have pinged him on OG, but they might have just said something in comms. Yeah, I think it's like an item that its effectiveness depends on your ability as a player, though, right? Like, you can't just randomly go in and build Helm of the Dominator. If you don't use a creep to the full efficiency like 3-3 has been, then it's sort of a dead item, to be honest.
Well,
OG,
I think
this ward from OG, like in their own triangle.
Interesting. Well, it actually is going to scout Fada, who's going for a bit of a wraparound there, so that keeps Saksa alive. And it looks like it's going to be a trade-off there of two runes. Oh, wait a minute, Thompson going down. They've got the stun afterwards. Right-click's coming through. Thompson gets pulled back in with the taunt, and they give... Oh, wait, Coldberry? Nah, able to get him. The cold snap. They still get the kill into Thompson. I thought 9 was going to get the last hit. Fata ends up taking it instead.
Yeah, a clutch cold snap from Thompson. I mean, clutch, he got first blooded, but giving the first blood to your enemy mid laner is a big deal. Fata getting it, not as much. And look at this. They're just defensive tri-laning out from Tundra. Maybe they realize they have some read on this game that Axe could be a problem. So if he's going to be a problem, just shut him down now.
They're ready to go. Stun goes out there. Snaking has the follow-up arrow. Good sidestep there by Seb. Still going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, you hit the level 1 ones on Invoker like that, but you missed this one. That's
right?
pretty funny.
What's going on, King? Got something to say?
And honestly, this is a cool read because I don't know whether they thought TA would take... Oh my god, that Milkshake is low dash. I don't know if they thought he would take Psyblades. But if he had taken Psyblades, the lane would have pushed into 3-3 and would have gotten free EXP. They are sort of zoning him now, though, with this meld at level 1.
And they'll be able to find that banish and try and go for the full encapsulation, but not really going to happen. Still, though, it's definitely not an easy lane. And he's still getting the XP, which is what you want to see if you're 3-3. But with no items, I mean, it's really weird. Gets the Helm of Iron Will now, as he's going to run out of there, but takes a lot of damage on his way out. So the lane, we'll see if it ends up coming under any of their control, but they're actually going to send Snaking back up top now.
Snaking almost got his TP cancelled there. And, I mean, I don't think the tri-lane achieved too much. Like, it hurt Axe a bit, and it gave Luna a bit of a head start. But I think 3-3 was, like, perfectly fine during that. You're not going to win the lane with no items anyways, and they go on to Fada here, though.
Fairy Fire afterwards, dropping down low. One more punch comes through, and Saksa gets the kill. So another nice pick-off there. And yeah, an interesting way that this game is kind of going here.
Yeah, it's a weird start, because I don't know, did they think they couldn't win top at all or something? Because they sort of just sacked this lane, and 3-3, he hasn't brought out his Helm of Iron Will at all.
Yeah,
I think he's actually planning on dying here, and like he doesn't want his courier in the middle.
Well, you'd hope he's playing on it, because he's definitely dead. Snaking is going to pull this creep wave after getting that courier snipe, and that should get them into a little bit of a better position now. as the wave is going to be underneath the tower. Sumail actually tries to spam it out. So the second round wave is going to be pushing into the tier 1. So it's kind of going to be looking like a bit of a double wave here. Bottom, Seb taking some damage. Skitter has to back out. A good stun, the turn, the chance for the kill, and they get it. Now Saksa, he can't stand toe-to-toe with this. 2 points in Lunar Blessing is a ton of damage. And Fada finds himself another kill. They pop the salve. This bottom lane's going great.
Yeah, and I thought the tri-lane didn't do anything, but something that happens in Dota, sometimes there's like sort of an invisible effect, you know. Maybe Seb was a bit lower because he had to burn more regen early, and then it leads to this big double kill, and now Skitter, he's having a really good lane.
That is definitely a tough one. Now, if there is some salvation here for OG, it is definitely up top, where Sumail 22-10 right now versus the 9-2 of 3-3. This is with Mirana doing some stuff off to the side, but nonetheless, Sumail is definitely having a good game on this TA.
Yeah, every time 3-3 walks up into lane, he just gets meld struck. It's -5 armor for 12 seconds. It's one of the best level 1 spells in the game.
Meanwhile, in the mid, they do have 9 who goes to pick up that bounty rune, stacks up some camps along the way.
That's cool. He stacked for his carry, right? Or maybe for himself on a hard camp. But just eking out a little bit more efficiency. He did have to start with the Aether Remnant mid. They got the first blood onto Thompson because of that, but that is a little bit of a disadvantage coming into this lane. And Thompson, he's doing quite well in this counter-picked lane.
He definitely is. This is what you'd want to see out of a counter pick. Ooh, that was kind of nice as well. Takes off the Resonant Pulse. Only level 1 on it, but that's a little bit of extra pressure that you're able to get by Thompson, and actually going in on him right now. Has another round of Dissimulate, but not enough mana. Looking for the attempt. Has the stick charge afterwards, pulls him back into there, but doesn't have enough mana. Oh, he's 10 away. If he was able to get that level 3 Dissimulate off, might have been able to burst him. So, again, setting up. Fada actually gets the D-ward there.
Who D-wards that?
That's why. Oh, it's because it was blocking the small camp.
Oh, he's blocking the small camp. He's like, ooh, bonus ward. That is so funny.
Damn. Well, that's pretty great for Fada.
I wonder why they put that ward, like, on OG. It's something I'm very curious about, but it gets de-warded, which you wouldn't think. Oh, play out to mid.
Bottom as well. Action going on. Do they find Thompson? Not going to be able to get him. And likewise, Seb able to get out of the trouble bottom. So a couple of different aggressions going on there.
The 3-3, he's sort of been left on an island this game. But he's actually doing okay. He's level 5. He has 19 CS now. And, I mean, he almost has his Helmet Dominator. You can't be too sad. You will if you die, though.
Can't get the block off there, and Seb goes down on the bottom lane. Skitter looking for this chase down. Fada does have 5 stick as well as Impale, but won't go for a turnaround there. Skitter, he's, gotten really close to free farm. He's gotten involved in 3 kills. 2 of them he took himself. Things are looking really good for this Luna.
Yeah, for sure it's looking good for Luna. It's also looking pretty strong for TA on the other side. They're both keeping up a net worth, and 3-3, he actually narrowly managed to survive dying there. He had 5 stacks on and live a 50 HP. Mid lane though.
Go again, round 2. Can they kill him? Thompson in trouble. He drops. Fada making the rotation, finding it. Things are looking quite good for Tundra in the early goings here.
And look at 9. He glyphs his wave so his catapult stays alive and then tanks a couple tower hits. He sends his stupid support home so he can refill bottle and Nyx for him. And, you know, he's feeling good right now. Voidspirit as a hero is very strong when you have enough resources to make moves. The reason he fell off is because his laning got nerfed a little bit, which led to him having less resources, and then he can't make the same sort of moves that the hero wants to be able to make. He might just be walking home here. No, Fada doesn't want to commit the TP to mid to refill the bottle.
So what you're telling me is that, like, if he's able to get through that laning stage, it's the same strength of the hero that we've seen previously.
Yeah, I think so. If he can get through the laning stage, getting his bottle refilled or getting runes, it's still a very high potential hero. Ooh, Centaur creep picked up top.
And meanwhile, Fada getting chased down a little bit. They tried to make a go onto Seb, but he has the Vanguard done.
9 TP.
Turn. trying to get out of there. Void Spirit looking to clean up. Can they do it? They take down one, and Fada able to live another double kill for Skitter, but Thompson makes that rotation. 9 runs into him afterwards. Have to be a little bit careful about his positioning here. Can Thompson clean up? Well, a chance. They jump over. Oh, he's stuck over on the high ground. Did they see him? They didn't quite spot him. Or did they? No, he gets away with the dissimulate. And it's an Invis rune up top. Meanwhile, they catch him. Sumail looking for that chase down, thinking about popping the primal split, but don't decide to go for it. And this is completely shoved off the lane.
Like, look at 3-3. He has his helmet on there. He got sort of dumpstered in lane, but he's doing completely fine. He's running at Sumail. Like, who would expect this? Stealing his EXP from the stacks even.
Very annoying thing to deal with. And Seb keeps on coming back down here. He's level 5 right now. Compare that to Brewmaster, who's almost 7. Thompson looking to turn this around. 9 is in the area. No tail down here as well. I mean, we've seen the importance of being able to take this tier 1 tower early. And it looks like after that rotation, they aren't going to be able to connect for any kills or any objectives taken.
Yeah, and Luna, she's just going to move into the jungle. They're going to put their position 5 Nyx into the bottom side to soak EXP. And look at 3-3. He's, because of this helmet of the Dominator, he's just taking over the enemy jungle and farming it. He doesn't care about that top lane, mid lane.
Trying to go now, dissimulate afterwards, and then the jump away. Thompson does have the earn charges after one of those kills, but it looks like they are needing to buy a little bit of time. You know, this TA has to get into that Dragon Lance. Currently, the highest net worth in the game still on Sumail, but it does take a little while to get her online. Fada making the move up there, but yeah, Sumail, that's a trap setup. And Fada, recognizing that inherent danger, is going to back out. Seb looking for a cutoff now, or maybe just to cut the wave. A little miss there on the Sundown bottom as 3-3 is going to try and mount some pressure here up top.
They scan out Sox's Darkwill and they're scouting him with the creeper. They see him. He's trapped in there.
Oh, chase. Hoof stomp afterwards. Got him in their sights. The rundown. Soxa in some trouble. Right clicks coming through. Arrow afterwards, and the slow and steady beatdown. They will take down that Dark Willow. And again, look also here. Fada, he spots Sumail. There's nothing you can do there, surely. They need more. Yeah, and they're scanning. They realize that he's in the area. Just drop down a ward, though.
The wagons are spawning, and it looks like Tundra have successfully kicked out OG from their top tower. Similarly, I think Seb, he has a lot of control bottom. Very tanky with his range up and Vanguard. They are picking. Are they going to try to defend this?
Up top?
9 TPing in bottom.
Oh, all right. Down bottom is where they want to go. Seb. They TP'd in everybody. Oh, they caught him. That is not what Seb wanted, as Skitter looking for that chase down. Arrow gonna connect. Splits the uprights between those creeps. It's probably dead anyways. And I mean, Sox is gonna come in to defend this. They're also bringing in more. Can they kick out 3-3? Thompson is there, misses the tornado, does hit the cold snap. Pops the split though, and now he can just run away with one of these creeps. They have the Cursed Crown onto the Wind Panda. The Earth Panda tries to get away, does kill him with the split, and that is enough for the finish. They killed him in the duration of that one, but they don't get the tower denied.
Mid lane back
towards mid.
Found.
Oh. Sumail wants to chase down one now. This could be a big call if Seb can get there, but the stun comes out from Fada. Catches now, but have they stuck in a little bit too late? They get that kill, but it keeps Skitter alive. And now OG, they're pissed.
That's my first time ever seeing the first Bruce spec get killed like that. Just a lot of damage coming out from the side blades.
Really impressive stuff from OG in that regard. And again, despite the kill differential, this game is on a knife's edge. That call just barely off the mark as they're able to get the Astral Step away. Tier 1 tower being assaulted, and this is the strength of this axe and why it's been so good for so long. As you get this Vanguard, you can just stand here and keep it going, but can they keep him alive? Fada gets hit by the spit. They have a really good Centaur up there. They can go for the stomp if they want to. The Eclipse comes out now, trying to bring him down low. Cold snap onto Skitter. 9 completely out of mana, but gets off that stick charge and jumps forward. Looking for more now. They've already taken it down 1. It's the axe, but they'll also find the kill onto 9. OG's still very close together as they're going to kill the Centaur, take the tier 1 tower, and then back out.
OG, they're just bringing the numbers to these fights. They bring everyone, and they managed to overwhelm Tundra, who, I mean, they also brought everyone, but they didn't have the Brewmaster split there. They managed to use Eclipse, they trade out for Seb. I think you're actually okay trading Void Spirit for Axe, but OG definitely come out ahead just because they also got that tier 1. Don't snaking bottom.
Yeah, Seb will get that call, and that should turn into a quick kill. So OG striking back and making some solid plays here. 3-3. Is he going to get ran down by Sumail? Look at those side blades. They move in and take his life afterwards. OG, they want to go to TI. They are not giving up anytime soon at all.
I think a big point of contention that's going to come up soon is this Ancient stack. Because OG, they have Axe and TA, two of the best Ancient farmers in the game. And Luna, she really wants to stack to accelerate her game as well.
And looking for a catch there, not going to get it on the sock set. I mean, does that mean that as OG you need to start? I mean, they're already taking the Ancient stacks, actually. So it looks like Tundra a little bit quicker before anything can really happen there. But then on the opposite side also, they were able to get the D ward on the blocks of the Dire Ancients.
I guess it's not that big an Ancient stack, but I think just the Ancients in general this game, both teams farmed the Ancients so fast that you can see exactly, like they were trying to ward up the Ancients of OG, and then they're trying to break the triangle of Tundra. And Fada's getting caught here by Thompson.
By Carapace looking for a stun turnaround, but Fada will go down, and Thompson just constantly making these moves around the map, trying to find these pickoffs. His own net worth is hurting a little bit for it, but he's building into that Midas. And staying a little bit ahead of the Void Spirit to boot.
Seb does have his Blink Dagger. It was scouted by this deep ward from Tundra's side. So I think they'll be ready for a smoke that I think OG will inevitably do as soon as they have this big timing on Axe. Maybe wait for TA's Dessa, which is also coming on the courier. Any kills will lead into Roshan. You have Invoker Alacrity and TA with a Desolator.
15 minutes, they spot Thompson, run around Ghost Walked, as Snaking will back out of there. And Tundra playing very close together right now around this triangle. As you said, they recognize that inherent danger of the big opening coming from the Axe Blink, and so they're just playing together and farming to get to that next set of items for themselves. Trying to get into the Manta, but very even again. Tundra, no, one game away from going to TI. Two of these players have never been before. And on the side of OG, of course, looking for a return visit. And the first one they're going to run into right here is going to be 3-3. Not an easy kill, but all of OG is there. Seb looking for a big call, but they're playing around this ward right now. And they're going to spot him. 3-3 tries to hide, jump forward, able to catch, but the Spike Carapace comes out, and now the Eclipse. Seb in trouble. Seb, he's dead. Oh, no, saved. Last second by No Tail. But 3-3 going to run in. Can they find anything else afterwards? They eventually bring down that Axe. Able to get the stun on the Sumail, and there he is, Void Spirit on the back lines, jumps for Soxa, tries to find the kill. They're able to get the SDLC onto him. Fada goes for the right click, gets the kill. They take down the TA. They do lose 2 in exchange, but the arrow coming out afterwards, sidestepped away from that one. 3 for 2 is the exchange. OG, that is not the blink reveal that they wanted.
Really good bait up and patience from Tundra there. They completely baited OG into the position, and Skidder was ready. You know, he has the 4 points in the beam, getting the clubs off, sort of bursting through all of Seb's tankiness, because you have the Vanguard, but you don't have any magic resistance. And, I mean, not too bad a fight for OG, because they forced the Brewster, but I think Tundra are very happy about that. They're even setting up on Seb top here.
Ooh.
A little bit risky, though.
Yeah, other heroes coming in, looking for that stomp afterwards for Soxa or No Tail. Tornado not going to connect, but Snaking leaps away. Does he get out of there? No more leap charges. Has stick and mech. No, he's going to fall.
Snaking taking one for the boys.
There you go.
I think OG are going to do Roshan here. There's no Brewmaster split. They should feel confident in their ability to control the map. Yes, he's setting up the double weld on Sumail, and they're just going to hit it. Tundra are going to get some compensation for this in terms of like back pressure at their bottom pushing in. Maybe their top time's living longer. Oh, Fada just gets caught out there under the ward.
Yeah, they had him with the poison coming from No Tail. Caught him with the demonic purge.
Yeah, I think this is
just couldn't go anywhere.
Sort of like expected in the draft, right? Anytime you have a carry TA, and you have any sort of long cooldown, I think you sort of know that the enemy's going to get this Roshan at some point. Thompson's setting up because he's so secure on the Roshan already.
This would be really nice for OG if they could catch a kill here. And 9 gonna be slowed at the start. They get him there. Assimilate, tries to jump with the cold snap. Very annoying to deal with for 9. Thompson walks up the hill, runs to that Aether Remnant, and he's gonna get out of there on 9. Seb now coming to try and contest these stacks though. Does he stick around long enough? It's a little bit scary, he gets a little greedy. The taunt though, good catch. Sumail looking to try and play cleanup here now. Spike Carapace not gonna walk into that one, waits for it to wear off. Sumail gets the meld hit, gets the kill. 3-3 now completely out of mana, and in a world of hurt is gonna get ran down and killed yet again. So OG, after getting that Roche, very open to moving across the rest of the map and punishing. And, well, we're seeing some more of the shenanigans coming in towards mid as
oh my goodness.
The Helm of the Dominator creeps are pressuring it out. And the illusions afterwards from the Luna. Oh
and
my god.
OG, they were so quick on that play. Thompson TP bottom, showed there, and it immediately ran into the enemy triangle. They're catching Snake in top here too.
Tries to find the right angle, leaps into a root, but still manages to get out of there.
They've pinged him out though. Seb still wants to look.
Well, he's thinking about it. How's that Blink Dagger? Taking a little gander. Hello, Snaking. How are you? Jump the taunt. Oh, he can't see him, so he can't attack. Oh my god, I can't believe that just happened. What an interaction.
So normally I think during this, OG would have gotten a huge net worth swing, but as you mentioned, 3-3 pulling the waves to Luna gave him a huge spike in net worth. Like, they sort of lost their triangle, lost kills, and the net worth graph didn't really change. I mean, OG got a slight advantage from the kills, but way less than you would expect from Roshan into kills, into stealing an enemy ancient stack. Oh, and now 3-3's picked the Alpha Wolf creep. Probably going to make that follow Luna just so she can farm even faster.
Yeah, it's quite an increase in the amount of damage that you've got. And she is trying to, next on Skitter, get into that BKB, which obviously doesn't help you against the call, but a lot of the other damage will be imperative. As we see Fada, again, doing the Fada things. 3, 8, and 9 right now on this Nyx Assassin, making a little bit of space for the team.
I would like to see a buckler come out from someone on Tundra. I feel like it's very important. The last 2 times Brewmaster has split, or maybe even 3 times, Sumail has just meld hit the wind one and just right-click the rest of them down. And a buckler would provide so much EHP for those pandas. I mean, 3-3 has also been very effective, but it's hard to play Brewmaster when all your pandas get low like that.
Maybe a Wildwing Ripper at some point or something like that could be cool
yeah,
to
I
pick
can see
up.
that. That would be good. It would also break TA's refractions very quickly. Who has picked up the Aghanim Scepter. He's going to be able to play all over the map with this item.
Afterwards, going for the Shard. So OG taking advantage of this timing now. They've got just under 2 minutes left of the Aegis. They're going to pressure forward, try and get this tier 2 tower here. Seb looking for an opening. Obviously building towards that Manta style that we've seen be so effective, but they're going to pop that glyph. Counter glyph used by OG. And both of the side lanes being pressured out as the BKB's completed. Actually disassembles the Dragonlance to get that finished for the Luna. So they are ready and prepped for this fight that they think is going to happen pretty soon here.
They do still have Aegis for a full minute on OG though, so it's not so easy to push into them. You would have to get a very good engagement.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Fada, again, scouting. They have a ward there. And able to connect. Have the brew split afterwards if they need it. Arrow gonna be off the mark, connects onto that Scorched Spirit, and well, Seb is going likely to fall, although Stumeli jumps back to the trap, able to catch him. The fight was going on with Void Spirit keeping the rest of them away, but now they have the lift up onto TA. Fada buys back into this one. 9 dissimulate, tries to jump away. They're keeping Sumail isolated away from the rest of the fight. But Fear on to 9, down low. Can he live the Essence Ring again? This guy just doesn't die. Whether it's the Wyvern or the Void Spirit, he is out of there, but still getting chased down by Thompson. Jump forward, they finally bring him down. 3-3 shows up, wants to get the slowdown. They buy back now onto 9. Skitter, he's down low. Has that BKB available, has to pop it. Down to such low HP. With that illusion being used by the SD, gets out on 15 HP. And now Sumail Well, he's stunned, but do they have enough left in the tank to get the lift up there? The Yule Scepter, already 3 are dead. Sumail all alone trying to get out of there. He has another psionic projection in 2 seconds if they can make it work. But the stun is out. That's going to be the Aegis down. They were able to kite him that entire time. In 1 more second, he can get away, but no, they won't be able to do it. That was unbelievable from Tundra.
He just kited a fight, and you know, they pulled an OG. They have all the heroes on low HP, and they won that fight. However, it was quite costly. They did buyback onto 3 heroes to win that fight. Whenever that happens, what it means is the gold will probably stay around the same, or maybe even slightly in favor of Tundra. But more importantly for them, the EXP goes all the way back to 0 because, you know, killing heroes at a higher level than you gives a lot of experience. The other important thing is that 33, he almost has his Agnum Scepter and his level 18. He's going to be really strong in these fights. We can even see Skitter, he gave him farm priority on that triple range creep top. Not many carries would let your offlaner do that.
Well, it is definitely an incredibly strong timing. He does pick up that Wild Ring Rick Burst, so anything that they can get with this toughness aura to try and boost up that armor as they jump forward. Seb finding onto 1, and with Tops in there as well, always 200 gold away from the Aghanims. But they will shut him down before 3-3 is able to get it. He does have this creep, though, which might be able to go for a little tornado action or something along that
I mean,
line.
it's going to pull the wave away so they can't pressure top tower at the very least.
And OG, so frustrating to play against this.
The other result of the fight is if you use 3 buybacks like that, you are not going to have buybacks for this big next second Roshan that's coming up. We saw the effectiveness of Shadow Demon against Luna in that last fight, almost killing Skitter basically solo. And if you don't have buybacks, like OG can just throw their bodies at you, win the fight just to secure the second Aegis.
Right now, Sumail can sense that there's something coming their direction. This could be a great fight for OG if they can sort of wrap around onto them. Just sending out the 1 Luna illusion. Saksa might have caught sight right there of Snake King. There's the banish. Looking for more afterwards. The dust not going to connect, but Nyx Assassin shows on the trap. Jump forward, tries to get him. Able to break it. The root and Fada dead again.
No buyback on Fada here. Punishment for having to buy back to win that last fight. And OG, they're just going to swarm over the map here. They caught 9 mid.
Looking for the chase down. 9. Hoping to back away. That is a huge creep wave that keeps on following it around. But the Cursed Crown comes out. And Sun striking the creep. This is what it's come to. The Luna Illusion's trying to take down the rest of these ones. Look at all the denies. Oh my god. Socks and No-Tail. Take a chill pill. Look at them.
No, that's just good play right there. I mean, the enemies being annoying, trying to eco any efficiency. You know, you punish them for it. They pulled the wave, they got them low, deny all the creeps. Thompson, he's just hunting everywhere along the map. He understands that he has a Midas and 9 doesn't. So if he just hunts him and stops him from farming, he's slowly going to grow his net worth advantage on him.
9 gets caught there, right on top of this ward, does expire. And looking for a jump. Oh, good tornado. He missed one earlier. Thompson, don't know if he's going to be able to catch up to 9, though. Seb thought about a blink, but decided not to go. So a 5,000 gold lead for OG still in this game. We've seen them lose these leads over and over again throughout this series. Do you think that they have the tools to like close this one out though? They've got like great vision inside of the Roche pit. You know, they've got this axe that's been the be all end all.
But they got No-Tail here.
Looking for him, trying to find it. Those Luna Illusion's gonna do some good work, but they catch the arrow afterwards onto the Invoker. And now the lift up. Oh man, he is sitting up there for a while. No-Tail goes down. We've got 30 seconds to roast, but look at them. They're gonna smoke up immediately afterwards. That was under a ward. So OG recognizing the danger, they're gonna back out and try and play the map. And Roche not up yet.
Seb now has his Manta, and his Shard. He's been a little bit quiet for a little in this game. His team giving him a bit of farm priority to hit that strong timing.
How big of a deal is that going to be in these fights?
I think it's going to be a big deal because it makes it so that it's hard to use the Brewmaster Dispel. Right now, the idea for Tundra is that if Luna gets disrupted, you can dispel the illusions and instantly kill them. But then there's a second set that you also need to dispel coming in from the axe. They call snaking.
Looking for him, wanting to get that kill. Yule Scepter afterwards, living for the moment. The stun comes out. The call is there. They caught Fada too. Both those supports dead without buyback. Oh man, what a huge win for OG. And Snake King and Fada a little bit out of position. They get punished hard.
And straight into the Roshan for OG. This is sort of the difference that's happened this game. When these big fights happen, when you use your split or you pick off these supports without buyback, OG are able to chain the play into getting an objective. Meanwhile, like Tundra, they got 2 pickoffs there. They're really good kills, but they didn't really get any map control from those kills or objectives. I mean, mid-tier 1, it's a good one for sure, but it was sort of a dead tower at 28 minutes anyways, and now OG, they're stealing the enemy Ancients, they're getting the lanes in. Tundra, they're doing a good job split pushing the side lanes, but it's looking a little bit scary for them now.
Absolutely. It is potentially very difficult now to try and hold off against this. They do manage to find the ward on the side of Tundra, taking that one out in just a moment here, most likely, if they actually leave the base. But up top, 9, they're hunting.
Good ward set up to find him.
Do they spot Tops in there? They see these heroes. Oh, jumps away. Nice play by No Tail, trying to catch him. 9, dissimulate, hoping to escape. Can they get him out of there? Still hiding? TP away? No. Tornado is on the mark. Topson able to catch. He has another dissimulate. It might take a little while here, but eventually... Oh,
he's too
soon. Dude, just stand still. Stay in the trees, 9. Stay in the trees.
They don't know Pepe laugh, you know? You're just hiding there. He doesn't have a TP though, so it is going to be a long time. This Essence Ring really putting in work this game for 9. Able to heal full amount through Spirit Vessel.
Well, that is just not fair, if we're going to be honest. It's the way it goes, though.
They caught Fada top. Just a annoying little bug. Kill him there.
OG definitely dominating the map right now. You can see Tundra trying to get some presence out on the rest of this area and try and pressure these lanes, but everything feels that much more difficult for them. You are getting towards a Scotty Luna.
And I think the Tundra, they do have some timings coming. As you mentioned, the Scotty Luna. But also, Void Spirit did pick up his Aghanims. If they can find a fight where Skitter can hit people without being disrupted, because 9 is able to like jump No Tail in the backline, I could see them taking these fights. I mean, Brewmaster, he's a very scary teamfight hero with his Aghanims.
Snake King, double leap into getting out. They had Cold Snap, but didn't have vision. So they managed to, again, dodge the engagement. And as you said, Aghanim's done for Void Spirit. Is going to TP on back home. How long do we have left on this Aegis? 2.5 minutes. And OG making slowly but steadily the lanes pushed out and then taking these objectives. They get that outpost and now likely could look towards bottom, but potentially a bit of a fight there towards mid. Sumail's shown up now as well. Fada, again, in some trouble. And gets hit by the Meld Strike. The right clicks, the rundown, and eventually, again, they squish the bug. It has been a rough game for Fada.
Just a classic Nyx Assassin game, though, to be honest. Just
fair.
You just run around, you be annoying, and then suddenly hit these big stuns and mana burns, and you have high impact. They do have Glyph here, which I think they're going to have to use against these Luna illusions.
So annoying. Silence into the Remnant, pulls back in Sumail. BKB done now for Axe. So Yule's no longer an answer. What do they have left in the tank? Sumail, Alacrity. They do pull him in with the Remnant, but the disruption's there afterwards. Scotty done.
They have no disruption, though. This is actually a timing for Tundra. Every time Shadow Demon uses his disruption, I think it's pretty good time to take a fight.
Yeah, 3 more seconds left on that one. So they won't have it again for a moment. Jump forward, 9 gets the lift. Trying to get out of there afterwards. We'll be able to arrow. Oh, great save! The last second by No Tail, able to make it work, but Sumail starting to drop down low. They get the lift up on Axe. He did BKB. Oh, they got these guys caught. Skitter away and able to just punch onto Thompson. Finds that kill. A big call though afterwards for Steph. Takes down one. Can they get another? No, not yet. Fata will eventually fall, but Luna able to live. Mail down so low after the lift. 100 HP. They want to get that kill, but it's not going to happen. They pull them back in. Brew is gone.
Yeah, and 3-3, he has no buyback. They killed him before he could get off that second primal split. and Tundra, they know this fight is lost right now. They're gonna sack their middle racks, potentially even a second one, because they do have that tier 2 on bottom. And Skitter's, he's instantly sprinting to bottom.
Radiant's courier
Trying to finish this one off right now. He does have enough for the Aghanim shard, so maybe that's just what he was trying to do. Get that and then come back home. But OG not gonna let up. Looks for another initiation. The pullback onto him. Seb ready to go. No BKB. But we'll start spamming out the glaives. No tail. It's that disruption afterwards. Silence onto 3. Not bad. 9 pulls back in no tail. The lift up for the stun. There's no save for him. Skitter able to find that kill. They get the stun on Seb as he jumps. The Aegis wearing off now. 9 trying to back out. So many glaives everywhere, but they haven't gotten that mid melee racks.
Yes.
So OG win a huge fight, get a 16,000 gold lead. But still not all of the objectives they wanted. That was still just the second Roche, though.
That was, and I'm honestly surprised that they didn't get one or more racks there. Usually when you have Desolator plus any carry with Alacrity hitting your base, it means your racks are dead. Maybe a little bit of over-aggression coming in from No-Tail, sort of blinking into your enemy to try to get those Luna illusions. You know, he wanted more than just this set of racks. He wanted to kill his opponents and get the racks, and it sort of backfires on him. And 3-3, he's actually picked up a gem. This usually means, if you're behind and you pick up a gem, it basically means you're all in. You will lose so much map control if you die with the gem. Snaking, he's getting gone on top.
Again, trying to get out of there. Gets off that Moonlight Shadow. Has the Yules afterwards to try and live. Oh, the jump. Wait, they got him caught, though. The stun. Thompson's in trouble. The right clicks come through, and they got him dead. And now trying to turn on to more. Skitter is godlike. Despite being down 13k gold, they're actually making these fights work. And on the other side of the map is Sumail, who doesn't want to show up for this one. So they lose 3. And again, it's Thompson that goes down. Tundra finding a way to fight in this game.
Dude, these guys get stronger when they're down like 15k gold. Because I swear, during these qualifiers, they've constantly taken these insane engagements where even though the enemy has like 2 full tier 4 items on them in terms of gold, they're still winning out. Like that was a clean 3-0 engagement coming out from Tundra. They didn't even use Eclipse.
And now
they're the ones pressuring high ground.
Oh my god, Thompson doesn't have buyback for 50 seconds. Can they get this? There's also a scan, so they know that nobody's up there waiting for them. There's no like double meld play that's about to come out. They also have that gem, so it's starting to hit this tier 3 tower. I mean, God, can you really go for anything? Oh, the pullback. Seb doesn't get him with the call. Good reaction. So they force everybody from OG back, and it looks like Tundra are going to be content with that.
Ooh, Fada's still looking though. He understands it's still 5v4. They might still have a fight here if OG steps a bit too far out.
Sending out those illusions first. So many illusions. The SD illusions, the Axe illusions. I mean, they're all Axe illusions, but they're also all scary. Catches onto one of them.
This is one thing that OG has. Like, you can't really force Aghanim's CA back to base, right? Instantly, as soon as he knows his rack is safe, just TPs to bottom, pushes all wave there, and farms the map. Because of his ability to stay on the map and just keep farming, Sumail's actually are almost level 25. A full, like, 3 levels ahead of both Skitter and 9.
That is pretty wild. And now has the Daedalus done. Yeah, Sumail might just be able to carry this one all the way through. The way he's playing is so good.
Yeah,
and
he's very farmed, but TA traditionally has actually been pretty weak against Luna. Luna being one of the heroes that can remove your refraction when you use the BKB very easily because of glaives. Just being high armor because of the stats, you know, he builds Skadi Manta, and usually that matchup swings Luna's side. I'm not too sure about the carry versus carry matchup. Usually it's a carry Luna versus a mid TA with a little bit less priority, so maybe that changes it a bit, but I'm not too sure. Alacrity also probably changes a lot in the matchup.
A lot of potential things that come up, and of course, as we have seen time and again, potentially the dreaded tier 4 neutral items, which are 10 seconds away at this point. So we'll keep our eyes on it. They take out another one of those TA traps that was in the pit, keeping this Alpha Wolf in there. He's waiting for the timing.
Putting it in his sneaky hiding spot. There's a strip in the entrance to Roshan where you can put units and they can see into the pit, but you can't see them unless you're basically melee range of them.
You also can't see them on the outside. Yeah, that was close.
He's looking.
Close.
He understands that if he catches No Tail, there's a high percentage that Luna can just carry the fight. He'll get buffed up from, you know, some Alpha Wolf aura from the Helm of Donner coming for 3-3, some control with the Bruce split, and Luna's strong in these fights.
Very scary. Seb's sending out these illusions. This is where, like, you know, creepy equilibrium starts to matter, things like that. Obviously, a ton of spam for both teams. They're going to send in the Forge Spirits and then immediately Midas that Alpha Wolf, too. So now it's 3-3 takes over one of the Forge Spirits, and they're going to battle to the death.
It's stronger. He's buffed it with his Helmet Dominator. Betrayed its creator.
Satanic almost done for Luna. Can Luna do it again? Another round of this. As Roche about to respawn right now. They get an illusion escape.
Oh, that's a
things.
big item.
Wow.
That has to be the best axe item, right? It just increases your damage so much if you're going for this Mantis Shard build.
I mean, surely still Flicker, right?
No. It's
okay.
better than Flicker on axe. Like,
wow.
It just so much burst and damage and controlling the map. Ooh, leg?
Got another one here. We'll see if this game can get back underway again, but Roche is up. The next tier of items are all there. I think that they're still missing 2 of them on the side of Tundra, but they're about to get potentially some of them from these Ancients here. And bottom lane, nobody cares about. They can keep on pushing it with TA, one of the strengths of this build.
Yeah, to be honest,
how do you see this fight going?
The next fight. I
Yeah.
think it depends on the conditions that each team sees for the fight, right? Like, if you're able to jump no-tail from Tundra's side and burst him so he can't get disrupted on Luna, I think they can win fights, even though they're down 16k. But OG, they still do have that dominant gold advantage, and more importantly to me, I think they have the map advantage. Just because of how, like, Manta and Axe plus TA's Aghanim's functions, I think they should feel like they can always push in more creep waves than Tundra. This should allow them to have more vision and information, meaning it should be harder to jump no-tail. And this is all Dota theory. In the actual game, in reality, like, there's a lot of factors going on, a lot of things to think about, and you can mess up. And right now, I would like to see TA sort of zap to bottom lane with Psionic Projection and just keep shoving that wave in. He's very hard to kill between the Aghanims and the BKB right now.
That could be the moment.
Good.
We've got a lot of voice lines. I'm very thankful that I muted all these players before the game started, so my ears don't just get completely blasted.
I love the choo-choos. I want more.
More choo-choos. Well, they're probably going to be coming right around the corner here. But yeah, God, very close in terms of kill score, but clearly OG with the lead in terms of that net worth. Is there anything else buyback status that we should be looking for? They don't have buyback for another about minute 30 for both Nyx and for the Mirana. And then likewise, Thompson doesn't have buyback for this next engagement. So if they are able to burst him, suddenly you don't have a whole heck of a lot of that team fight.
Yeah, and he has picked up the BKB, but if he's out of position, even for a second, hit by one Nyx stun, he will die very quickly. You know, Shadow Demon has saved, but even forcing Shadow Demon to cast a save onto an ally that's not Axe is a huge win. Ooh, Ninja Gear. I think, who's going to take that? Okay, just for Mirana. She just wants to use it to scout out this Roshan.
Fair enough. Arrow goes out. I got the Satanic done on to the Luna. Anything else that's coming out soon? Yeah, there's the Psionic Projection like you're talking about to push this bottom lane here and then can immediately get back in a moment's notice. Seb finishes the AC. So that also heavily mitigates this amount of damage that Luna is able to do in these fights. As the standoff will continue around Roche. Eventually, Tundra will have to either deal with this bottom lane or lose the tier 2 tower if Sumail keeps on going for these plays of jumping down bottom and then coming back up again.
Yeah, we can see Seb on his axe. He's even sending Illusion Escape to top, just being an absolute menace on the map with his neutral item.
But looking for an opening here. Moonlight Shadow going to be used.
They don't
Skitter
use
ready to
Disrupt
walk
already.
up high ground. Spot a couple there, standing right in the middle. That was so weird. They just went in. I guess that they might have thought that one of those was real, but whatever the case ends up being, they reveal themselves. The smoke is done, basically, at this point.
And I think they should honestly count themselves a bit fortunate they didn't engage into like these beautiful wards from OG there. They would have all been in vision. I think the fight would have gone wrong, but they're going in here.
Nine
Nice
jumps in, gets the silence. BKB reaction immediately afterwards. Taunt dead. Nine didn't stand a chance. He got obliterated. The rest of Tundra have to back out of here. They get the ulti out, and now immediately going to pop the split. 3-3, trying to do something here. He runs in, just getting eviscerated. Look at those Brewlings destroyed. It was gone in an instant. They buy back on the Void Spirit. Man, this minus armor, the TA spill damage, the AC, OG look impossible to fight into right now.
They did use that BKB on TA, so Tundra, they're smoked up. They understand that this is their timing. They see Sumail.
Whoa!
No BKB.
Catch. Pulls him back in, but Seb with the big call! The top, but are they going to be able to bring him down in time? He has the turn, potentially, as the Satanic was off. Skinner chasing down, looking for more. Do they have enough? They buy back on the Nyx now. Sumail down low, but they're breaking that psionic projection. 3-3, trying to play interference for the rest of these heroes. Arrow going to be tanked by Sasha. The Andisk afterwards, keeping him alive. They have to buy back on the Luna now. 9, very low. He doesn't have buyback afterwards. 3-3, no more split. He already used both of them. And there's the stun, there's the control, this Axe illusion ripping him apart. The stun is out, they buy back on the Brood, Gem on the ground. OG, undeterred.
And Seb, he's showing why Axe is first banned against OG every single game in his qualifiers, ever since he had that, I think it was his game versus, it had to be versus Enigma, right? I don't quite remember who's that verse. But he's looked so impressive on this hero. Of course, an iconic hero with his Seb call at TI. But even the first pick off onto 9, he predicted where 9 was going to jump with his Astral Step and called him before he even got there. Like, 9 did not have time to react with the Simulate or a second Astral Step or even his Yo Scepter there.
And now looking for one last hope here from Tundra, but this third Roche looking likely into their hands. Skitter going to throw it out. Possibly an opening here from Seb if he wants to jump forward, catches there onto the Luna, interrupting those. Sumail gets the Aegis, 9 doesn't get it. Skitter now trying to turn, hoping to do something here, but Sumail right on top of him. There's the Hurricane Pipe, look at the hits from downtown. They can't take this guy down. The chase down continues as OG just spilling the damage out. They're taking down all of those Brewlings. One by one, they're falling. Saksa hides off to the side, able to dodge away from the glaives afterwards as Skitter hopes to escape in the Trickster Cloak. But eyes on the prize. OG might have spotted him over there in the angle. Oh, he's hiding. He's away from it. But still, none of them died. OG lived through it all.
Ooh, classic laning juke spot coming in for Skitter here. They actually can't see him because there's a little bit of fog that extends there, but he has no TP for 45 seconds, and OG, they're looking dominant. 9, he managed to snatch the Refresher Shard, but he actually tried to use it that fight just to finish off Saksa, and Saksa lived anyways.
Well, it has definitely come to their time right now, and that's off the back of this Seb catch that we've seen on the Axe, and seen from him time and again. As the gold lead continues to mount, OG, they got signs of life here in this game number 4. After a very frustrating game number 3, I'm sure. They are looking very dominant in this one.
And the only one with buyback on Tundra is Snaking. So he's going to have to be the one who split pushes all the lanes, sort of buys time for his team, and maybe like front lines in the team fight somehow. Honestly, at this point, like, I don't know how they take the fights. Sumail, he's dishing out so much damage with the safe lane TA. He has an enchanted quiver, makes it really easy to hit these meld strikes. But more importantly, they're just spamming illusions at them. Like punishment to Luna players. You know, this is how it feels.
It's true, man. It's deadly. They pull back in onto Sumail again. Arrow afterwards, but what's the follow-up? Oh, Fado wanted to do it, but the root, it gets him caught. Saksa again on point. Making this Dark Willow look good. The illusion spam right onto their face. Looking for the Sunstrike kill afterwards. Not going to connect, but look at the chase down. Sumail just obliterates, deletes Fada. And then the psionic projection back. They take down the set of racks on the bottom lane here, and your illusions just aren't as strong. There's nowhere near as strong. 38,000 gold lead, looking out towards the mid lane. OG doing it.
This safe lane TA, it's looking really good this game. I think SA was the only region, that other region I guess now, that was using this hero, or maybe I should say abusing this hero, because Sumail, he's managed to control the map, keep his farm up, and pretty much be part of every kill after he got his Aghanims.
One last grasp here. Tundra trying to hold on, but OG doing everything that they need to. No-Tail is there for the save onto Sumail. They turn their sights for the tier 3 towers. OG dotting their I's, crossing their T's, making sure that this one's a clean finish. But is it going to be? No-Tail jumps in, but they're able to catch there onto the Brewlings. Lift up now onto Snake King. 9 pops the BKB, trying to bring down Sumail. They kill him once. Can they do it again? Taking this very carefully. I mean, again, it's their TI life on the line. You have to play this one safe.
I think they recognize that Tundra were desperate there. I mean, they've used their last smoke, I believe. And, oh, wait, Fada still has one. They actually have a lot of smokes still left into this late game. But if your opponent smokes and and they're desperate, they use buybacks or committos, sometimes the best option is just to wait it out, you know? It doesn't matter your 40k gold ahead. Maybe we'll have a higher percentage fight when we get to choose a fight in 1 minute. You don't have to do exactly what your opponent wants in Dota.
Enough. And again, that veteran mentality, knowing what it is that they need to do, and only taking the safe fight at this point is what's going to ensure them the victory if they play it correctly. And Tundra, they're hoping for a miracle at this time. Can they get it? Skitter spamming it out, but the illusions, look at these illusions! Silence afterwards on a Sumail, but they can't even find the real heroes. They're literally just gonna kill the buildings with the axe illusions. Walks forward, there's gonna be the catch, the BKB out, Seb blows up Fado potentially one last time. Is there anything else left in the tank? 9 trying to find a target to stick onto. Sumail standing tall there. The BKB cheese still in hand, ready to go. The save comes out. Another taunt there. On to Skitter. He is going to die. 2 minutes gone. And just like that, we're going to move into a game number 5. As all of Tundra die, they catch one more time on the Snake King. GG called. We're going the distance, Owie. It's happening.
As should be expected, honestly, watching these games, they're so back and forth. You can see the teams, they're really evenly matched, just with different high points. That's what makes this series so interesting. You know, Tundra, they're pulling out some cheesy creep wave foes. OG with a very solid early game, and it all accumulates into some insane games. And yeah, game 5 hype.
I don't know what to expect in this next one. I mean, I don't know if I was expecting a full 5-game series, but regardless, I think that this next one it's going to come down a lot to the draft. What's interesting is that we ended up in a situation where there were 2 games where everybody liked their draft, and then they ended up winning on, or everybody hated their draft and Tundra won, and then the one game where we actually liked the Tundra draft, and suddenly they lose it. But regardless, we'll sort of recalibrate our brains, go to a quick break, and we get back. The panel's going to break it all down. We'll see you then.
It is tied 2-2, Tundra versus OG. One of these 2 teams will make it to TI. The question is which ones, because we've seen both teams play fantastic. In this 4th game, OG played a little bit more fantastic than Tundra, though, as they take that 4th game, pushing it to that game 5 here with Trent and PPD. And Peter, you wanna take us back to the laning stage, I believe.
Yeah, I think Tundra had a big advantage in this laning phase. Shadow Demon is one of the weakest laning position 5s that you could pick, but they kind of just left it completely uncontested. Tundra went for like a safe lane, tri-lane, and sort of failed. They missed the arrow on the axe, and as a result, didn't really get much done there. But what they did was they gave TA kind of free farm, right, which I don't think was completely necessary. I feel like it's a lane they could have contested. And then when 33 hit his Helm of Dominator timing, eventually he chose to chase Sumail around the jungle, which he didn't actually really slow down Sumail's farm very much. Instead, he should just be pushing that top tower, and that's how you speed up the Dota game, by taking down the buildings. So I think OG had a very greedy late game draft, and Tundra didn't force the issue fast enough.
Do you feel the same way, Trent?
Yeah, I mean it's very interesting. Like, we've talked about the idea of maybe like outdrafting yourselves in some ways. Tundra have all these ideas that have looked very impressive, like with the courier creep dragging and continuing to use this concept of the no item on the off lane hero. But sometimes maybe the old ways could be kind of good, like contesting early, like Brewmaster into those heroes sounds kind of scary. But Shadow Demon level 2 feels much better than Shadow Demon level 1, right? When you have the poison and the disruption for the TA to follow up on. Plus, the meld was pretty sweet, I gotta say. But moving into past the laning stage, the actual mid-game play, fantastic as always. I mean, Seb on the axe. I think we know why it was in the first phase bans constantly. And not only did you have to deal with that mystery throughout the entire draft of, is this going to be Sumail or is this going to be Seb? Even just going for like the more default position of the Seb axe, it not only still has that carry-ish effect by scaling with the Manta, it's just a nonstop throughout the entire game threat, again, because of this BKB issue versus the Invoker and trying to balance that playing against Seb's axe.
Yeah, Seb's axe definitely carried that game. I want to talk a little bit about the Invoker, because Thompson, Peter, seemed to have a rough one this time around.
Yeah, it's sometimes not the best early game hero, but if the hero goes late enough, being able to alacrity your carry just kind of puts him above everybody else. And we've seen a couple times now in this qualifier what TA late game looks like, and it just seems to destroy everything. This game he had Hurricane Pike plus the Meld Bash. It's
some swift blink action,
yeah. I'm not sure. I don't think Luna can really match the TA, especially not with alacrity in the game.
No, you're right. I want to also talk a little bit about that Shadow Demon, because we talk about it a lot as one of the heroes that comes up. It worked out great this time.
Yeah, it's part of the. Sorry, I just want to say it's part of the reason why their late game was just so much better. Like, Luna is also just countered by this Shadow Demon. So we saw that one fight where No-Tail almost soloed the Luna. So not punishing Shadow Demon in laning phase it's always going to be bad.
And I love how he played it with like the blink aether and even keeping the keen optic late too, right? It's all about the reach, the range of getting those perfect spells off. It's the same way you play the Oracle, because you're just like, I've got all these point and click spells. I want to ensure that my positioning can be perfect and I can abuse it to the max. And Disruption is just like such an incredible ability. It's kind of like Bane's Nightmare Save. Like, sometimes you can really blow it, obviously. But when you hit them well, the offensive and defensive potential in this game in particular with the Luna on the enemy team and the Axe on your own team is just completely ridiculous.
Yeah, it was a very strong showing from OG, and it makes you wonder how Tundra is gonna respond in the next game. We are going to a Game 5, the full distance here in these grand finals for the Western European TI10 qualifiers. We'll see you after the break. these qualifiers are absolutely brutal. It's all or nothing. Winner takes it all. Everything on the line here, and that means that this game 5, it's up or over. Over or under? Over or under. That's right, Trent, PPD. This is also the game that in a best of 5 grand finals, this is where the pressure might, you know, take a hit here, Peter. You think that's gonna play a factor in this game?
I feel like these games have been pretty intense for both teams. It's been a very long best of 5, right? Yeah. Each of these games has been like 40 plus minutes. It's been very back and forth. We've had some throws. We've had some domination. I truly don't know who's going to win game 5. For some reason, my head is telling me it's going to be OG, but I'm kind of cheering for the underdog. I think Tundra is sort of the underdog for me at this point.
Oh yeah, no, they are not the TI champion, the defending champion, Trent.
No, it's fine. We already know who's gonna win. It's whoever has first pick, right? First pick won again. That's it. That's true. Our entire best of 5. That's we can just summarize it like that. We don't need to think about how the game plays out at all.
This is a unique moment in your life and mine. Anything could happen.
Whoa. Okay.
But that's kind of how it feels. Like anything could happen.
Is this the first pick universe, though? You know, is that the dimension that we're in right now?
Wyvern first phase for Tundra, so they get it, and then 9 is going to carry on it mid. They're just going to put it mid no matter what.
No matter what,
or maybe
that's how they want to go out.
I still think Winter Wyvern is a fantastic support with the Holy Locket plus the talent for the heal
and Luna and TV every game.
Yeah, people are calling for that to be nerfed. You know,
Luna's kind of weird to be fair, because Luna like hits it like still hits your team, right? If you curse her.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The glaives just kill your.
Yeah, they still kill your allies, which is kind of depressing, but you know, still good. She still right clicks.
Well, I will tell you that for this 5th game, Tundra will be first pick. OG will choose Radiant. So Trent, we can call it game over. GG, go home.
Listen, I'm just saying 100% win rate first pick, guys. The only game
in this best of 5.
Yes, in this best of 5.
Yes.
Tundra did win in their winner bracket series. They did win on second pick. However, they got Broodmother.
And OG won on second pick in their last game against Team Nigma earlier today, which, by the way, this will be OG's 5th game. No, 8th game. 5th game of the finals. 8th game in total. Which, you know, a lot of people are like, oh, you know, they might be tired. But guess what? They get a taste of their own medicine, because in their TI Grand Finals, both times around when they took that crown, their opponent was given the same treatment. So now they know what that feels like. But does fatigue actually play a part when you're playing your 8th game of the day, Peter?
I think both teams are probably past the point of being like fried mentally from this series. So they're pretty much going to be playing on those very last fumes. Maybe a second wind of adrenaline is going to kick them up for once the game starts. But I think it's going to come like the experience, the captains, the leadership. You know, just being able to put your fatigue aside and just come focus for this 5th and final game is, you know, it's going to prove to show who comes out on top.
Yeah, and I think no matter who you think is going to win, like undoubtedly you have to give that part of the advantage over to OG. Like I have a hard time imagining that someone like 9 and Skeeter are going to be that good at preparing mentally for something like this. Like that's going to take a lot of good captaincy from those. You know, we heard the voices are typically fodder and snaking is what 3-3 said in terms of like keeping things calm. So to me, their job is massive here to try and ensure that these like relatively newer players in terms of playing at this caliber are going to be ready in this game 5. And part of that could come from, as Peter said, just slamming down that comfort pick of like, yo, we know this is busted. This is our stuff. Just give me Wyvern.
We're gonna find out.
Sorry. Oh, the draft is here. Nice. I was just going to say, I could see Seb, like, you know, giving them that pep talk right now, just being like, dude, guys, like, we got this. And then they probably all believe him, you know? That's what it takes.
I would. Yeah.
I don't know who that is on Tundra, but hopefully he's there.
I think it's snaking.
Yeah, probably.
That's what Netta said. Yeah.
Yep. So we got the IO Axe ban once again, and on the side of OG, they're thinking long and hard. Will they ban the Abaddon? First pick goes the way of Tundra, so that means that they've liked the Nyx Assassin. They love the Abaddon, of course, as well. And Terrorblade and Luna both in the pool. And previously in this situation, correct me if I'm wrong, I was going to say they picked the Terrorblade straight up, but this time around, OG putting a stop to that.
Next time, right?
Or Nyx.
It's got to be, right? I mean, isn't that what we believe? He's what, 2-0 with the Knicks first, so
Switching it up.
Yeah.
That did look good.
Yes, Undeadly is best hero, I think.
Look at that. TA.
This is interesting to me, though, because it's Thompson, as we said, where it's like we basically don't expect this to be flex mid. You know, it's just not really a Thompson hero to me. Well, I mean, to anyone, really. I mean, perhaps they could shift lanes or something, but it seems like OG are just saying, you know, we believe in this, like, you know, this TA safe lane, the HFN strats.
I wonder what the go-to hero is for them versus TA. Are they going to take
what about Viper off lane? Is that just bad?
No, I think Viper is fine. It's a little worrisome against Nyx, but yes, the Winter Wyvern.
The confidence.
Yes, game 5.
Slam it down.
No, it's good. It's good. I mean, if he plays in mid, obviously it's good, right?
And even like, they committed to a 1 TA, so even 5, it's probably going to have a good game.
Thompson doesn't really...
Or 4, to be fair.
Go for it, Peter.
No, I was going to say, yeah, you're right. It's like definitely a safe lane TA, right? Because Thompson is not going to play TA.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why we're going to learn right now what Nine thinks is really good against the Winter Wyvern mid, because surely that's what they're going to ban out. They have already banned out the Invoker just now, just have that cleared out. I'm curious, what else is good against Winter Wyvern mid? Because we've seen it do so well both times we've seen it so far.
They banned the Thompson Pugna before, which kind of makes sense. I could see Lena maybe being another hero.
I think like a heavy farmer mid could be good. I'm not sure which heavy farmers Thompson likes to play, but Winter Wyvern probably doesn't push towers very quickly, nor does
maybe
he
morph
clear stacks that much. So, or I'm sorry, he doesn't rotate very well either. So he probably just wants to farm with max Splinter Blast and get to his bots and stuff. So yeah, Morphling could be. Oh, it's banned. Yeah.
Yeah, they just banned it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of like your greediest mid Thompson heroes that he would like to play. I'm not sure.
Still have the Luna band as well, so we're gonna see something new from Skeeter.
Yep, no Luna or Terrorblade.
Thompson weirdly avoids some heroes that you think would be really Thompson-ish, like Storm Spirit. Why isn't Thompson a Storm Spirit player? You know what I mean? I'm just thinking like these greedier, like
it's the one
can do whatever
he
heroes.
Play.
Yeah, this guy's pulling out Earth Spirit mid, but Storm Spirit, no.
Storm would be very good against Wyvern, I think.
That seems very strong. There we go. Yeah, but Thompson doesn't play. That is strange.
Could potentially see Darkseer from 7 Mad this game. I know that OG is not committed to their 5 position playing Nyx the way Tundra is. Darkseer is a hero that Seb likes to play a lot, and I think the hero is very good. Also seems fine against what Tundra has at the moment.
Yeah, and they banned out that Shadow Demon too, which also looks good because it's a pretty good hero versus the Abba as well, especially if they end up making it core.
Yeah, and a nice save for the Winter Wyvern Curse as well, so that's another good one. I mean, it's all just, at this point, I mean, putting all the lessons that we've seen in the last 4 games to work here in this game 5, like the ultimate exam. And Luna now banned, Viper banned as an offlaner potential for 33. It does mean that Tidehunter is still in the pool. Tidehunter and Moran, I gotta mention both, as Tundra does like that. And if you're saying go back to comfort for Tundra in this game, that's comfort right there.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind either of those heroes for their draft. Those heroes are very well-rounded. So if they're looking to play comfort rather than... Generally on first pick, you kind of want to counter pick your opponents. But, I mean, this is your last game, right? Like, just do your thing. Pick what you want, play your heart out, and hopefully it's enough.
Yeah, I wonder if they're expecting that Tide, and they're thinking like, oh, we've already played the No-Tail Disruptor. We have the Seb Doom, maybe. Because it's very obvious that that's being left in.
Too much heal for Doom, I think.
Yeah, that's true. Abba and Wyvern. Maybe that's the way they should go then, is some of these Spirit Vessel builders, Shiva's builders, perhaps of their own. Because that was something they were lacking. They like eventually got a Scotty, I think, on the Naga that game, right? But other than that, it was like the heals were just in full effect the entire time.
Yeah, I feel like Darkseer with Shiva at some point would just be ridiculously good. Wyvern is kind of slow. If you like hit him with the vac into the wall, he'll kind of like sort of be stuck there.
There he is.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, he got banned out so many times in the second phase,
He
and
did.
finally slips through.
Seb loves this hero right now. It's one of his favorites. And yeah, I was very surprised to see that Shadow Demon ban. As much as that hero did well last game, I think that the only reason that hero did well is because he was laning against one hero. Shadow Demon is just an abysmal laner, and that's why generally he's only a 4 position, because he'll just go to the off lane and with some mana regen just spam Shadow Poison or stack camps and catch up later. He's not really like that guy that you want to have on your safe lane to secure your carry free farm, because he's just too low damage.
It also might open up for like a later pick for the Ember too, as like a more of a like a Thompson hero, right? You got the lawnmower plays.
Yeah,
seems kind of okay versus Wyvern.
I definitely think it's good versus Wyvern. I think you kind of like we mentioned Storm Spirit, like the same way that you can just jump the back lines. Ember Spirit can do that, especially once he gets Aghanim Scepter.
And the bonus HP from the Iron Shell and the Darkseer, because I mean, we assume Seb's gonna rush that Eggs because it's so strong right now. It's basically like a giant Midas for Darkseer.
You sure you're not? He might just go no items Helmadam.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's the first rush, right? We can't not too fast in the Eggs. Sorry.
So far, actually, this qualifier, Seb's only played Darkseer once. It was their first series against Team Nigma, and it was actually the game they lost. So, not the greatest success rate so far, but that also goes for the Mirana this time around, because Snaking this series, this best of 5, he's played Mirana twice and lost both of those games. So we'll see if he is on the winning side this time around. Pango picked up by OG.
We're back. 10th pick 5. 10th pick Disruptor, like game 1 for the loss. Is that what's happening here?
It's possible. I'm not sure what Tundra takes here. I do like what OG's having. I think this Darkseer Nyx combo is potentially just too good against this Abaddon. Then again, I'm sitting here doubting this Winter Wyvern mid, like I did in the previous series or the previous game. Proved to be OP. I know OG overrates Pangolier massively. Like, they just love this hero on Thompson. And they pick it into like terrible matchups, right? So Ursa is...
It's not a traditional hero versus Darkseer in lane that you think of, but a lot of the ones that we used to talk about are kind of bad right now. Like, it doesn't really look like a good Lifestealer game just because like the Pango and stuff, but then it's also like Jug's just kind of rough. So Ursa gives you Roche too.
Yeah, I feel like it was a tough pick, and Ursa is not so bad. So see how they round it out with their final pick. They're going to take an offlaner for 33. Maybe that'll be the difference maker, because Ursa is just kind of neutral for me, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that is really interesting though.
What is?
Just this Ursa. I don't know. It feels kind of because usually when you see Ursa, there's like this big reasoning for it. Like, I feel like it's going to bully the offlane hero, or we really need to take Roche. I guess that's part of it.
He does go Diffusal Blade, and I think the Diffusal Blade build is quite good against TA, because you can sort of like, if she runs out of mana, she can't Refraction, which is kind of good.
It double hits Refraction too, right? Like the Diffusal thing?
Yes. Yeah, Diffusal. And when Ursa attacks TA, it'll take 2 Refraction charges, which is good. But... the Surge, right? That can be pretty annoying. Ursa can get kited. They do have some stuns. They have that Winter's Curse into Arrow combo, again, that they had in a previous series that I felt like was really good.
And it like you can just save yourself the Enrage from just being like blown up by the TA too.
OG has no save at the moment, right? So that Arrow could be devastating. Ursa also does give them the option to, play that Roshan, right? Which TA loves to do as well. So deny TA the Roche, maybe that's an advantage for you.
I like the Panda ban as well with the Dispel, because like they're going to rely on the Iron Shell. It's just kind of how it is when you play with Darkseer.
Yeah.
And that one's a little bit more reliable as a counter. Like, I think the whole like Wind Panda having Dispel is like kind of a meme when it's like counterpicking a Warlock. Like, I don't know if that's as relevant, but Iron Shell is always going to be relevant. With the Surge too, of course.
Alright, so what's 33 gonna play? What's still left in the pool?
They're still tied, but if he ties, they're gonna disrupt her.
Yeah, I'm not sure they want tied. Let's see. Let me check his pool.
They're just tied.
They're gonna tie. They got their
Oh,
stuff.
they got a disruptor?
I like that better than Sand King.
Disruptor did get much better now because it gives you a way to kill Tidelander.
Yeah.
All right, Tide cannot get Ravage off.
And
even
vacuum
if he has
combo
Kraken
too.
Shell. Yeah. And Disruptor is kind of nice against Abaddon, not necessarily in laning phase, but in mid to late game. The kinetic field, right? It's it's kind of like Clockwork Cogs, where it displaces movement, and you can't dispel that with Abaddon's shield.
Now, so far, I don't know. Never mind. There goes the Disruptor, indeed. Good call.
They're going to Tide. They're going to Disruptor. I think both teams knew it, and they just thought about it for a bit. Like, yeah, it's fine. I'm good. So there's our 10th pick, Disruptor. Will it lose again, though? Because it wasn't successful with their Naga combo in the first match.
It was not. It was not. All right, 5th game. Deciding match. Who's going to get millions, potentially, in Romania in October? Trent?
Yeah.
I am going to ask the question.
Give me a team. Oh, okay. You want me to say who I think is going to take it?
Yes.
I mean, I think OG are showing some serious passion in these last couple of games. I feel like they're definitely on point. I think they just, much like 9, slamming down the Wyvern, they're slamming down this TA, and I do think it looked very strong. I think they were prepared for the Tide as well. They literally banned every other offlaner. I admire the confidence of Tundra to still go for it, but I think OG are going to have the cooler heads in this one if I was forced to pick.
Winter Wyvern is OP. Mirana and Tide will play harder on the lane versus TA, which they did not do in the previous game. This is, they know how to play this lane. They've won this lane many times this qualifier. Tundra with the big upset is going to TI.
Let's do it.
Split panel. It's going to be an exciting one. There is so much on the line. I cannot understate that. There's literal millions here up for grabs, potentially, in the grand finals. 5th game. It's now or never. Let's find out what's going to happen together with Lyrical and AUI.
Thank you so much, Shiver. And yes, Owie, it all comes down to this. One final game, one final draft. You have some strong opinions about it, that's for sure. You want to tell me what you're thinking when you look at these? Is there any heroes in particular that stand out?
Yeah, so around 4 months ago, I played 20 Winter Wyvern mid games. And I thought this hero was absolutely broken.
You did
it! Yes. I mean, 9 did it independently, but we joined up and talked about it at some point. But the hero that I actually like playing against the least on Winter Wyvern is actually Darkseer. Because part of what allows Winter Wyvern to take such long fights and kite your opponent is the slow coming out from Arctic Burn. Darkseer, not only does he put you out of position with the vacuum and potentially a wall, which slows you a lot, just having Surge on a hero like TA or Pangler allows him to run you down. Also, I think Ursa into Darkseer is a very bad choice from Tundra. I think they should have picked Gyrocopter. The hero is getting steam with a new build. Eventually it will come into meta. I don't know, it's had bad results, but yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. I feel like you have 2 melee heroes against a Darkseer that you see. You could win the lane super hard, and Darkseer kicks Ursa out of the lane, and he's good versus him in game. So I don't quite understand it.
It's going to be interesting, that's for sure. I'll say that the thing that I'm really curious to watch is how those first couple of levels go. That's going to be, I think, probably one of the things that determines a lot how this goes. And honestly, Seb, he's a Darkseer specialist. This guy knows how to play against these heroes. If there is one nice thing, at least in this game, for the side of Tundra, it's that there isn't that great wall hero necessarily, right? You're going to be able to maybe get some auras, that type of stuff, but there's not that Terrorblade or that Luna or whatever else it is that comes out that's very annoying to play against. Oh, weird D-ward situation. They get the double stun into the D-ward. I guess that he knew that they were coming in for that? That was very bizarre.
Yeah, Saksa just caught a little bit of fodder just before he placed that ward, and he showed again without the ward in his inventory. So, because of the tip, he knew that they knew he placed a ward, and then he does put that one down. Yeah, I don't know. This game, a lot of it just comes down to Winter Wyvern on 9. I think the hero, its weakness is supposed to be its lane, but 9 has looked fantastic on it. And I think he should do pretty well versus Pangolier. Maybe even win this thing quite hard.
Well, it'll be interesting to watch, that's for sure, if he can make that happen. And then, of course, up top, as we're going to see the spam start to come out, it is already Saksa in the area. They're zoning Seb out of the lane, actually, which is pretty bad for him. But at the very least, they're sort of setting up for a potential to get this pull back behind the tower. So seeing potentially some of the strength in the early goings here as Skitter's going to pull this creep wave through and back towards mid again. Already both heroes getting relatively low. This could start to get a little bit scary for Thompson. They have another point in Splinter Blast. He has to back out.
He does have that Fairy Fire, and Wyvern, he doesn't have the best kill threat, I'd say, early. You know, he has 48 damage right now. So we'll see how that goes. I think TA right now, it's being a little bit underrated in terms of how strong this hero is in lane. If you just click on this hero, it's 305 MS, 6 armor, and 65 damage at level 1 right now. Like, this hero is a really strong laner, and Meld is one of the strongest level 1 spells in the game. So I think this bottom tide, they might be in it for a bit more than they bargained for. And 3-3, he doesn't have a salve left. He's rushing that Helm, but he's very low right now.
Yeah, he has it coming out now. And there is a salve that's on Mirana, back in base rather, which will be ferried out probably in the next little bit here.
This is
but yeah,
this is so smart from 3-3. Because he was so low, he couldn't hold the weight. Oh my god! Oh. 9 gets a solo kill!
Dude! Alright, that's on you for the missed one. Telling it's not going to be anything going on there.
Yeah, this is on me, guys. I'm sorry. But 9, he couldn't hold it in front of his tower because he was so low. So instead, he pulls it all the way around and effectively does like a pseudo pull where he's going to deny 4 creeps from TA. And Snaking had a double wave to play up onto Sumail with, so he could still get CS in this lane. Oh my... we see Winter Wyvern go even in lane, and he looked absolutely bonkers. What's it going to be like when he wins his lane?
It's going to be scary. That's what it's going to be like. And I think that, you know, if you get into that timing that much more quickly, obviously, yeah, there's ways you can surge away people as Snaking is going to get chased down a little bit here. No mana, but we'll just be able to tank through that Thunderstrike. But, you know, the Witchblade coming online, eventually that Aghanim Scepter, we've seen how dangerous it can be. And these heroes, I mean, they have really good for, like, disengaging in a way, but until Blink Daggers come out, it might be hard to get on top of the Wyvern. We'll see.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's the Surge though, right? This is that one huge factor that I mentioned earlier. I think it will play a big role in this game. Something else I want to mention is that in both games, 3-3 has gone for that Helm of the Dominator rush. We saw it be really effective when you play Tidehunter against Sumail's Leshrac, for example. You know, it reduces the Edict damage, it reduces the right-click damage, gives you a time on Leshrac. TA sort of hits you with Psyblades, which are effectively doing pure damage, as it's based on the armor of the creep you hit. So it helps just meld when you get hit like that, but not as much if you get hit by Psyblades.
Right.
As a result, like, look at the CS. It's 6 CS for Tidehunter to 22 for TA. And this here, I know, it's one of the strongest safe lane laners in the game. Like, they were spamming at SA, they're spamming at NA pubs, and no one expects it, but this here's a monster in lane.
And keeps that pressure on. Really frustrating to deal with. And this 3-3 Tide, he just has to be really careful about his position, making sure he doesn't get hit by those Psyblades.
Manning up.
Trying to go for it. Thompson backs out of there. 9, they are going to be able to get that water rune, though, and that should stop this. Fada actually comes in for a little bit of contention now. Onto Thompson with the creep wave coming in. Can they go on him again? A chance, a hope? An opportunity here for the kill as the right clicks come out. He got the shield crash. 12% incoming damage. Fada down low. Oh, and Thompson gets away. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and Thompson just holding on to his spells there. He has a wand, barely gives him enough to live. And, you know, he baits Fada into a death there. That's a big comeback because when you're losing the lane, any sort of kill like that matters a lot. You can see he's only 300 net worth below Winter Wyvern, and he is slightly out-CSing 9, even with that early solo kill.
Well, that is very good for Thompson. And right now, how close are we? They're both very close to level 6s. You can see up top, the Ursa is definitely winning the lane against the Darkseer, but it's not as dominant as you might expect in some of these other matchups, as they will jump in there and try and put a little bit of harassment onto Saksa. Just trading out these hits and trying to build up stuff. Not that much mana left, but oh, Skitter, he has to be careful. Aphotic Shield, but these double Ion Shells, they find that finish. Can they get a second one? No. Saksa able to make the second kill happen, and Fada now trying to back out of here. Has another Aphotic Shield in a sec. Will turn, and the 2 cores end up going down, but it was the Darkseer that died first.
Yeah, but you're a Darkseer spammer, Lyrical, right? I feel like
Yes,
if
I
you
am.
pick this hero early, you're expecting to sort of get dumpstered in lane. Like, Ursa, he can farm in this lane, but that's not really the problem I have with the matchup. They're going back onto Fada here.
Hoping to get him. Can they get him? Surge forward. Not going to be able to go for it. I agree. I think that part of the problem is just like how good this Nyx assassin is at enabling his lane. Like a lot of the heroes that would normally be pretty good, it makes it tough. But I agree. There's like so many of these other ones that might have been better. Ooh, good ring around the Rosie there. Snake King able to escape.
Yeah, he does sneak that both the Arcane Rune and the Bounty Rune away from Thompson, so he has an empty body to work with. And something we've seen from Winter Wyvern is he does a lot of harass damage in the middle lane. Snake King, he's rotated up top. I don't think he feels like he can really pressure bottom lane at all this game. The arrow!
Surge arrow! Yo, the King comes in, takes down Seb, and it gives him the tip afterwards. All right, the fast tips are coming out. We're getting spicy here in this game number 5. Arrow round 2. Oh, it's going to hit just on a little creep.
And look at this, Tundra, they want to tri-lane up here just so they can prevent TA from taking over the Ancients. They've already dropped the Sentry Ward. Saksa will go for the stack, but they'll stop it. Even blocking this hard camp, it looks like. Anything to destroy the economy of TA, because this hero, it really looks strong in their last match.
It was devastating.
Oh, Skitter's going
It was
Battle
so hard
Fury.
to deal with. Yeah, that is different. That was not what I was anticipating.
Fada's getting gone on, trying to punish him for his insolence, going to the triangle, but he just TPs away.
Oh, Saksa could have maybe popped Spike Carapace there.
Oh, onto the shield? That would have been
Yeah.
a really, that would have been a clutch play there. And he even Fada tipped Saksa because he knew he was dead there.
Yeah, exactly.
It's weird, right? Because bottom lane, they glimpse up 3-3. He does Kraken
should
Shell
be
off the
fine.
Meld Strike.
Yeah, he walks away from that one.
Okay.
3 points up in the Kraken.
It's weird because people look at those plays like, why didn't you realize? You're a professional
Right.
player. It's Saksa. He had like 3 accounts on the top of the support MMR, 3 accounts in the
Right.
top 20 MMRs in the world or something. But Dota is such a complicated game and you're thinking about so many things, it's easy to make these small mistakes.
And it's also a point in time now where how many hours have they been playing Dota continuously? Like
That
not
is
just
true.
within this series, but the previous one as well.
There is definitely some fatigue factor coming in here. I like what Skitter's doing here. He's dragging the creep wave off to the side. I mean, Seb, his lane's looking nice, but Skitter, he's still maximizing from the lane. He's going to be a very strong Ursa this game.
So 8 minutes in, it's about 1,000 gold lead for Tundra. There is this Battle Fury Ursa that we're going to be seeing in the next little bit, which is going to allow him to scale, but it does feel interesting. It feels like Tundra are more confident in their late game potential. I mean, again, with Ravage, with an Ursa Battle Fury, having Wyvern and how strong that hero's looked, I'm kind of inclined to believe that they have a strong late game. I don't know. What do you think?
Oh, arrow to mid though. Thompson. Yeah, the Winter's Curse is very short when no units are beside you, so they don't manage to land that arrow. I would say late game, I don't know, Darkseer's sort of a beast, like, and they caught 9 here. Do they have enough to
Chasing
kill
down.
him?
The Ion Shell, slow and steady burn down. They thought that 9 was safe, so they canceled the TP, but this Ion Shell slowly whittling him down as they try and stay on top, but the turnaround, a Photic Shield with the arrow. 3-3 died at the same time, but they're able to chase down and kill Saksa.
And Skitter's here. He's
Now
chasing down
looking for
Thompson.
more. Nowhere else to go. Skitter has another jump in 3. The right click's coming through. One more punch. And Thompson gets the bounty rune before he ends up falling.
And a brawl going on in this game. Meanwhile, 3-3, he actually falls bottom to, let me see who killed him. Sumel, there's just too much going on in this game. Action everywhere. And Skitter, this sort of unorthodox Ursa build, I'd say, getting 3 into Earthshock, ever since that spell got nerfed, I think people usually take less points in it. It lands in the kill there, and look, Fada, he's solo smoking just to take the enemy Ancients away. He's gonna drop a ward on the high ground, drop a sentry, and like just keep denying this Ancients from the enemy TA. Skitter, he's getting out on top.
Does have Enrage, though. They drop down that wall, looking to jump up to the high ground. Seb has the vacuum for afterwards. Skitter realizes can't go for that play. So he's going to back out of there. Thompson doing a little roly-poly action as Fada tries to escape, but the Winter's Curse afterwards.
They have
connect
arrow.
now onto Nyx Assassin, taking a ton of damage. Arrow afterwards connects onto Seb. Do they have enough to bring down the rest of them? Splinter Blast, Seb down low. Seb going to fall. And Snake King living through this. Everybody's so low, they take down Fada in the end. Now looking for more. Static Storm is down, but the right click's coming from Skitter. They pull him back in. Snake King falls too. Now No Tail turned upon. So far, it's a 3 for 2, but it's going to become 4. as Tundra take the fight and execute perfectly.
Yeah, and honestly, Ursa, with this fighting build, he's going for Battle Fury, which is really greedy, but he's giving his team some compensation by going for this much less greedy max Earthshock build. The idea is pretty cool because he wants to keep scaling with the Battle Fury, but he doesn't want to be a useless, piece of crap if you go for the max W build with Battle Fury. Oh, they go Skitter.
Skitter. Overextension. Does he live through it though? Oh, the surge forward. Skitter's in trouble. Skitter needs to heal. It's not going to come in time though. Great play coming in, but will they be able to punish? Yes, they take down Seb. Now turning on to Saksa. Looking for a couple more right clicks. 9 hiding out to the trees and on a killing spree. So they lose that Ursa, but manage to get a little retribution.
Alright, so I think they're okay with that on both sides. That's the sort of play where after it happens, you're, okay, it's okay guys, we got the carry. Or it's okay, we traded you for 2 and you're going Battle Fury, you can catch up, These are the things that are sort of said in the comms, or the sentiment is shared. Where, because you want to keep going, right? It's game 5, there's a lot of pressure, you need to keep your communication good. Dota, he's looking top. Level 2 glimpse.
Trying to find somebody. Not going to get it though. Going for the deny right there, snaking. Just taking away the vision. I mean, those little plays to take away the sentries is definitely important when you're playing against this Mirana.
Yeah, the Mirana, like, there's going to be a huge sentry war this game because you have TA traps, you have Potom Invis, and Vision. It's been very hard for both teams to, like, sort of push forward on the map, I feel, this series. Like, we can think about the games where OG had leads. Even in those games, there weren't enough sentries to, like, deward everything, and you can still take these fights from behind. 3-3, he's just been pulling neutral creeps to his own hard cap in the triangle and farming them very efficiently. Despite his very hard lane, he's actually pulled ahead of Thompson in net worth. And Tundra, they have a 2k lead, honestly, sort of out of nowhere. And there's some kill trades, and it took a good... Actually, it's not out of nowhere. They had good kills, they won a team fight. What am I talking about? But 3-3, really with the efficiency, looks good.
Well done, you're nailing it, dude.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
It's game 8 for these guys. I've casted 5 games and I'm fatigued. Like, I'm imagining having to play this. It's way harder. And
Totally.
like, oh my god.
Well,
That's a rough one.
I'm looking now for an opening as OG are all heading down bottom. There is still the Ravage available. Scouts out no-tail there, but the rest of the team moving into position, and wow, they just dropped literally everything.
Curse.
Cold Embrace though, and the Winter's Curse to try and turn it. Static Storm's about to wear off. Do they have the Ravage in time? They do! Connects onto 3. Hobson able to get that ulti off. They have the back wall. Gonna connect onto Fada as well as Snaking. Both drop, but up on the high ground. It's 9 hitting away at these heroes. Has to jump away for the moment though. Miss uphill, trying to run, but it's not gonna happen. Ursa shows up though, the big bad mad bear. Trying to find anything else here. Seb, no more vacuum. Thompson goes in a little bit aggressively, but with the Ion Shell, it might be enough. Fada has no more shield. A triple kill for Sumail. And showing the power of this early game aggression.
Look at this Ancient Sack. This is for OG now. They won the team fight in the air. They brought everyone. Tundra, they brought their heroes, but they weren't ready. That heroes TPN. 9 didn't have his Arctic burn up when the fight started. And so, Sumail, look at his net worth. He's got 1,500 above everyone on Tundra now.
Important plays. Very important plays for him as Skitter taking a lot of damage there. Does not have Enrage. And it looks like he's going to have to back out and try and get some farm up. Oh man, OG, it has that feeling. They're sensing a little bit of blood in the water right now. And Sumail, a DD rune.
Yes,
what do they want to do with this? Is it
There's
right
no
into Roche? Oh man, if they can get this. Winter's Curse is back up in 5 seconds. Do they realize that this is happening on Tundra? Yeah, the smoke up comes. They got Moonlight Shadow. The wraparound is coming. Arrow goes out, going to connect onto Roche, helping them take it that much faster. DD's still there for Sumail. Now looking for the follow-up. They're trying to take down the vision, trying to take down the traps. Roche is so low, and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get it in time. So Tundra have to give up that first Aegis. And OG, they're rolling.
Big swing of events in the last 2 minutes. OG just winning a team fight, stealing an enemy Ancient Sack, and now pick up the DD in order to get Roshan. And I want to say a little bit of level-headedness, I think, coming up from Tundra. They recognize we don't have Ravage. We're like 50 gold off our Witch's Blade. Oh, Snaking is picked off here.
Ooh, big blow up there.
I think it's always a good sign for a team's comms when they don't make like really rushed defenses of objectives, whether that's TPing in 1 by 1 to the tower or like running into a Roshan fight that doesn't look good. OG though, they are looking very dominant on the map. I think the last like 3 or 4 minutes has been all them.
And that is going to, at least for the moment for OG, attempt to turn into a mid-tier 1 tower. 9, able to sidestep, but pulled back in afterwards. In some trouble, they got him. The wall is down and he is dead. No Tail able to live through it. The mech comes out from Seb, keeping alive. No Tail. And now giving the tip over to Fada, who's going to get caught fully encapsulated here in pain. As OG find themselves yet another 2 big kills. Tier 1 tower taken mid. OG, they're not letting off the gas.
Yeah, and we're sort of seeing a little bit of a difference coming out. Sumail, he's itemized for Dragonlance Desolator, and he's farming very fast. Ursa, who I think most people don't see as a really high tier carry, he has to get the battle for it. He can't really join any of these fights. I mean, he did contribute earlier with the max Earthshock, but OG, they're running over Tundra a little bit here.
They are. I mean, again, it's less than 1,000 gold lead. The kill score is even. They are naturally going to be like having this little bit of an advantage because of that Aegis. But as you can see in terms of XP, in terms of gold, it's the trajectory that we're looking at, and it's all heading into the favor of OG.
They do have Ravage up now on 3-3. He's 1,000 gold from Blink Dagger. I think that will be their big comeback. In these fights, if they can manage to burst either Seb or Pangolier, I think a lot of the team fight from OG sort of falls apart.
And that is an opportunity here, depending upon how it goes. We also have yet to see 9 come online yet with this Aghanim Scepter, which we've seen put to great use. But as you mentioned, one of the issues is going to be the surge away that comes out from it afterwards.
Yeah, we saw even in that last fight, there's a lot of repositioning coming. Oh, top lane. Sax is just diving onto snaking.
Oh, doing a little runaway there.
Not enough mana to TP from the king.
Oh, snaking. Runs into Thompson, though. Just going to dodge away from it. But with no more leap charges, that should be the end here of snaking. He eventually gets brought down. So OG clean up another tier 1 tower. Only 1 more remaining as they want to try and pressure up here top.
And we shouldn't underestimate the Winter Wyvern, right? Like, 9 has shown what he can do on this hero. It's not about the net worth lead or anything. It's just like the map control and the momentum looks all OG right now. They take this tower, the heroes are positioned pretty aggressively, and more importantly, they can position in the enemy jungle while controlling mid-wave. Controlling these 2 waves means that you have more creep pressure, and it just allows you to make more plays. They even took that tier 2 mid and took the enemy outpost very early in the game.
It's wild. And with this Ags, like you're talking about, it's going to be an issue for Tundra. But we've seen them come back from this before. We haven't seen their answer to this TA, though. And, oh, are they really going to try and fight this right now? Moonlight Shadow, Saksa walking into this. They get that vision. Skitter looking for the jump now onto Sumail. Aegis still a minute left on it as they go into all of them. Tries to find this kill here on a No-Tail, going to get glimpsed. But he's not going back to the bottom side of the map. He's staying here. Do they realize it? Thompson going to get that roll off. Good static storm laid down, separating the rest of them. Able to pull back in here if they want to. Seb looking for that opening. Only 2 points up in vacuum. Catches onto Fada, but nothing else afterwards. And 9, he's the real target that they're trying to go on. Winner's Curse just to try and escape, but it's not going to happen. OG, they find the heroes that they need to, and now going into the tier 3 towers, they're looking high ground.
No, it's looking good for them. They even had that Abaddon illusion from the wall to get the Curse of Avernus onto the tower, so just doing a little bit more damage there. And that fight, there was no Ravage. 3-3, he was trying to get his Blink Dagger, maybe a little bit of communication, maybe a little bit of stress, but they were not all on the same page and ready to fight there. You know, in that fight, it started a little bit of king-on-king violence as, like, Sumail, he shows how strong he is. He 3-shot snaking, and then he just killed everyone in that fight. Just constantly outputting DPS, and it doesn't look like Tundra really have an answer for him right now.
A 4,000 gold lead right now for OG. And again, as Tundra, you come into this one, you go up 2-1 in the series, feeling like it's just going to be able to get cleaned up. And 2 games in a row, this Sumail TA is leading the way. Top net worth, making the plays that they need him to. And the rest of OG playing flawlessly to boot. Can they pull out another come-from-behind victory?
To be honest, a bit confused by Tundra's reaction to TA. I feel like this game, if I look at the heroes, this might be a later pick on TA. Maybe the Wyvern counters it or something. But Sumail, he looked like he had such a nice lane, and he's just like chunking through the heroes. There's not any real like refraction breakers that he's scared of. And with this Aghanim's build, he's going to be able to join his Nyx onto kills basically anywhere. Look at top. Saxa just sets up. Oh, 9 flies away.
Heads up play by 9.
This is one of the combos that they use in SA. They have Nyx Assassin roaming, and then some random trap, and TA would just come in for the extra oomph to get the kill.
Well, it's definitely deadly. Skitter trying to get towards that BKB still needs a little while before it comes up and online. But you can see that Tundra, they're dodging away from these fights, but every little minute that passes by, it feels like OG is gaining a little bit on that net worth lead. At some point, they're going to need to take a fight around those timings. And now they've got the Darkseer Aghanims. This is such a huge moment for them. 300 bonus HP. The charges last 20 seconds longer.
I love how...
Hypothetically, it's crazy.
I love how Seb has Tundra's voice lines just so he can spam it at them. It's an extra level of mind games. I mean, the voice line usage has definitely been the best from OG in the past few years, right? Like, they've used it to the highest potential. And even next level now with your enemies' voices being added to the game so you can spam them at themselves.
I mean, let's be real. That's just for the audience. All these players have Seb muted. All these players have everybody muted. There's no way you're going to let them get in your heads like that, most likely. But yeah, it is the way to go. It is the next level play, as the saying goes. But BKB now, how close are we to Aghanims on 9? And then also for Disruptor trying to get in towards a 4-staff. Man, if they can get these like defensive items too on OG, it's going to be so impossibly hard to stay on a target. Nyx Assassin almost has Aghanim Scepter going towards Diffusal Blade for Pango. This one is looking so good for OG in this Game 5 Grand Finals.
Yeah, and you know, Winter Wyvern, it looked completely broken in the last game. But looking at the draft, like we're really seeing that OG theory crafted how to deal with this annoying bird, right? You have the Darkseer, both the Vacuum and the Surge to counteract him. Last fight, he hit a Nyx with the Arctic Burn, and then he got stunned like 3 seconds later from a late Spike Carapace. And most importantly, I think the last pick Disruptor, it's really coming in clutch because anytime Tundra, they're a bit unorganized in their tower defense, the glimpse means they actually kill. Anytime Wyvern's trying to kite them, he glimpses them out of position, they kill him. Doesn't feel like the same as last game where they're just barely unable to kill this Winter Wyvern Abaddon combo.
Well, it is going to be now the unpause and any other timings that they're looking for. You can see Tidehunter, 3-3 is immediately queuing up the refresher. They know that if they want to win this game, it's got to be off of crazy outplays. And a scan bottom.
They picked up the blink. Sorry, the BKB on Skitter. Combined with the blink on Tidehunter, they want to go now. They see Seb.
This could be huge. Good vision. Arrow! That reveals their positioning. Looking for a jump. They got him. Ravage comes out. Oh, with the Psionic projection. TA gets out of there. They're going to find Seb, big back wall back, and actually, they got to be careful. Tundra need to back out.
They got nothing.
Skitter, BKB out, will kill No Tail, but that is a Pyrrhic victory at best. Body blocks now coming in from the illusions. All right, they have Winter's Curse. You got to be careful about this one. With all these illusions, they can rip them apart. Seb gets turned on now. Gets hit with that Winter's Curse, looking for the Splinter Blast, dead. Thompson trying to make a little bit of a comeback here, but look at Sumail, he jumps in and blows up the Ursa. He didn't stand a chance, and now 9 jumped on afterwards. 3 dead for the price of 2. And with that, OG take a more commanding lead. That was the timing for Tundra, and they missed it.
There's got to be some nerves or communication breakdown, because you're smoked up, you have Blink Ravage, you have vision of your opponents, and Snaking, he just sort of tosses out an arrow. That lets Sumail sort of use a Psionic Projection to get out. It makes Darkseer step back just a little bit. They don't have the arrow to fall upon the Ravage. He gets this huge 4-man vacuum wall, and the fight's lost. I mean, Snaking, he's looked phenomenal on his Mirana this entire qualifier, but sort of a rare misstep from him. I don't know really what caused this breakdown.
I mean, maybe it was somebody making a call, we need to get vision or something else, who knows? But that's one of those moments too where you think about all these smokes that we've seen where you like drop the ward as you walk in. That high ground, that's the perfect spot for it. You see all of that. But OG take advantage of the misstep, and they're the team that's playing a little bit more cool and calm and collected right now as they head into the Roche. Second round Roche, going to get even more of a net worth lead now. And the surge forward, they're looking for a catch for a kill. Snake King pulled back in. Oh, Disruptor, you can't leap out of that one. They find the King, bring him down. 21-15, and all of the outer towers taken. I mean, OG, are they just going to go high ground now?
I think they are. I think they're ready. They still have all the lanes pushed in just because of how fast that Roshan was. And, you know, Tundra, they're making some mistakes, but OG, they're just so on top of punishing them. I feel like versus a lot of other teams, you would have, you know, you can make these small mistakes, but OG, with how aggressive they are and how fast they are pushing forward onto the map, like, these small mistakes have just led to this huge lead, and again, they're just hitting high ground. What are they scared of right now?
Not a damn thing. 3-3 down there trying to farm up towards that eventual refresher that we know he wants to get towards Sumail, though. Comfortable standing here, taking down this tier 3 tower.
9 has Aghanims. He's gonna kill this wave, TP back, and sell his bottle for it. So a little bit of timing for Tundra, maybe a glimmer of hope, but it's looking very scary for them right now.
They glyph the wave so he can't get he can't get it. All right, now he's gonna get it as he comes on back home. And oh my god, Sumail just hits so hard. The Aghanims is done. Snake King gets caught, he gets killed. Oh, every timing just gets interrupted. These misplays from Tundra. They drop another one.
It's just so hard to play the style of Dota that Tundra's been playing, moving OG around the map against Notel's Disruptor. Usually, picking your 5 position last is seen as sort of a drafting mistake, but OG, they're showing what's up here. Like, they're destroying, and I think a lot of it is on Notel's Disruptor here.
A really good choice. A hero that hasn't been seen much through the qualifiers, but making its presence known here in both the lower bracket finals earlier and also grand finals now. Looking at quite strong. And I mean, we might be in for some real shenanigans here in a moment. We've got Vacuum AoE on Darkseer. He can go in with that Aeon Disc now. Saksa has the Aghanim Scepter. I mean, you've got to stay so spread out right now as Tundra. The Burrow looking to try and take a second set of racks. They don't even have the Ursa in with them. He needs to get towards that Blink Dagger. A couple hundred away. This creep wave will give it to him. But afterwards, no buyback. It's going to be an all-in play that they have to make. Can they bring down Sumail twice with BKB, with the whole team behind him, with the Surge? OG, they just back away. They recognize that this was a timing for Tundra, and they're not going to give them the fight that they want.
The thing is, this game, how Dota works is the team with more lane shove generally gets more information. It's like a sentiment I keep saying because I think it's really important. Right now, OG has more heroes that shove lanes already in the Darkseer and TA. If they take these racks, fight.
Jumps back in, finds him. Muted, silent, dead. They take him down. Godlike Sumail now trying to pull back in Fada. They've got control over Skitter, who's just going to jump back and away. But that is BKB down from Sumail, but no more buyback on this Wyvern. And Fada trying to get out of there. The ulti's going to be popped, but they're going to run him down. The stuns, the kills. It's all feeling like it's coming up OG here in this game number 5. As they walk up high ground again, take this second set of racks. They have buyback on the Abba, but no buyback on the Wyvern, and they can't fight without the Wyvern. It's so much of their damage.
No, they absolutely can't. And Sumail there, just was a psionic projection, teleporting behind the Wyvern, coming from this unexpected angle. They combo that with No-Tail's clutch Zag Storm, and they just burst him down.
Ooh.
They do have a ward here, though. This is the fight Tundra are looking for. They have the vision.
Is this the person you want to go on? They jump for No-Tail, but he gets the Force Staff away. He's living. Now he got it in an awkward position. Vacuum back, catches. Skinner gonna pop that in range, but all of the right clicks coming in from Sumail after the fact with that Hurricane Pike. He tries to get out of there. Buyback comes from Disruptor. They didn't use Ravage. Tundra holding on. It's just so difficult though. I don't even see what the play is here.
Yeah, it has to be some amazing Winter's Curse into a big Ravage, right? They do still have the team fight spells to bring it back, but it does look really hard. I mean, Sumail, he's just so farmed here. Is this... How much GPM does he have right now? It has to be something insane. He's only at 800. It looks more than it is. But that's because there's been so much fighting. The thing about this game that's impressive from Sumail is how much gold he's taking away from his opponents while farming this much, I think.
It's been very oppressive, is the feel from OG. who have come up with answers for this stuff. And I mean, you look at him when he has that Ion Shell on, it's what, now up to 3,200 HP on the TA, and Thompson ready to jump. They got the Sonic projection afterwards, catches the Ursa. Where's the help? Cold Embrace is out. Now, afterwards, the Winner's Curse, only catching onto one, and they turn onto Skitter and Rage out, trying to run away. He hasn't been able to do anything on this Ursa. The chase down comes to Mail, finds that kill. That is what they needed. They bring down 1 by 9, but the rundown continues. There's no buyback on this Ursa. OG, they're so close they can taste it. They want to look for this finish here as they move up and try and take down this tier 3 tower. The big Ravage comes out, but the roll up from Thompson, able to live through it. The turn vacuum wall jump in from Thompson, finding that kill yet again. They're going to buy back now onto Snake King. Thompson keeps on running in. The right clicks. 3-3, no Ravage left, nowhere left to go, really. They're trying to buy time for this Ursa to come back in, and there is no more Aegis. As they chase down, but Thompson jumps in, still living through it, trying to get all of that regen back. Tundra, they're holding on to their high ground. It's a 20,000 gold lead at 30 minutes, but they won't give up yet. Again, TI hopes this is what it all comes down to here for them. Unreal. Tundra, after looking so good, they just don't have an answer for this TA Aghanim Scepter in the safe lane. And a bunch of bounty runes left over for Sumail, just to further increase that net worth lead.
And Sumail, he almost has his Daedalus. And the thing about that fight was Sumail got ravaged, he got full arrowed, and they still just couldn't bring him down. The damage from Tundra, it might be there if you have all your heroes hitting, but a lot of it is mitigated by the fact that Noto, he went for this 4-staff. You have Surge, and they're catching 3-3 here. No Blink Dagger.
Chasing down. Uses the headband, tries to get away, but the Glimpse pulls him back in. Thompson goes the whole length of that peninsula, trying to get the roll-up as they will run down and kill 3-3, finding themselves another. Fada goes down to boot. They have buyback on the Tidehunter, but you're using all of your expenses. And another tip, dude, you're about to knock them out of qualification for TI. Soxa just no mercy. No mercy at all, as they're ready to run up high ground and try and take this down. Skitter looking for an opening now. Get the meld out. 9, Winner's Curse, hoping to do something. The buyback comes from the Tidehunter. Arrow afterwards, but the BKB didn't get it out in time. Skitter, BKB runs forward, tries to bring down this Nyx Assassin. It is not going to happen. Jump forward. There's the stun that they need. They take down Skitter. He buys back now. They keep on chasing it on this one. Thompson trying to find 9. He gets him. It's a godlike spree. They can't get anything. As one by one, all of Tundra falls. OG doesn't even die. And GG is called. OG are going back to TI to defend their title.
It's just an amazing game coming out from OG here, and they're showing that they deserve this. You know, sort of echoing sentiments from, I think, for TI8, they also barely managed to qualify. I think it was against Wind and Rain back then. Who was on it? Like, Brio... I don't remember who was on that team. But they won 3-2 there. And again, here, winning 3-2 to go defend their TI title.
Yeah.
OG,
impressive showing.
They're good. They're a good team. Just I don't know what to say about it. Sumail 14-0 that game, just dumpstering, you know. He proved he's the real king between him and Snake King, and yeah.
We did see their last little shout out coming out from Snake King at the end of it to a bunch of people that I'm sure have influenced them throughout the years. But for Tundra, they're going to have to wait another year. And for OG, they're going back again. And we also are going to go back again to the panel to let them break down all the action one last time as we get ready to close out these last round of the TI10 qualifiers. See you on the other side of the break.
they did it again. OG will go to TI to defend their title. What a game, what a series, what a day. Here with Trent and PPD, we're going to break down not just Game 5, but also, of course, the entire day, and hopefully get a fast hold of one of the winners as well, because, Peter, this was... I want to start at the beginning, because it looked like, at some point, like Tundra had this.
Yeah, the things did kind of get off to a decent start, but Aoi was sort of talking about it. The Darkseer, the Surge, like that mid game from OG was just way too strong. This was a really great series, but to me, like everything just like the wheels just started falling off towards the end for Tundra, and I think OG was the better team today, no doubt.
Yeah, Trent, the wheels falling off is probably the right analogy there.
Things just really clicked, I think, too, as well for OG. Like, definitely maybe like Tundra seemed to lose a little bit of power as the series kept going for sure as well. But I mean, that's also partially like, you know, whenever you play bad, you can't just be like, oh man, like I played so bad today. It's like part of that is your opponent, of course, right? They're starting to make things harder for you as the series goes on, and they're learning all about you. And OG here, to me, just excellent execution when it came to the use of that Roche too. I think Tundra tried to go for it with the Ursa pick. That was probably the main reasoning, but once that Aegis was secured, the way that OG abused this vision from the psionic projection and the traps between, like, I've got traps all over the map because I can move all over the map, and then securing that top tier 2 tower with a great fight coming out. Like, the fact that Tundra still played so well and so level-headed against some of those disruptor plays, right? They were, like, waiting in the tree so they didn't get glimpsed back, you know what I mean? Usually someone gets glimpsed back in one of those fights because it's just so chaotic and everything, and even with the patience that they showed, OG were just so ahead, and Sumail really making this TA look like a very strong pick when you can dance your way through the fights like that.
Yeah, that hero, I mean, twice in a row, the last game before that, of course, as well, Sumail doing it with the Templar Assassin. If TI was right around the corner, then maybe we would have seen that a little nerfed, perhaps. He definitely made it look very good, but so did No-Till on this Disruptor. That Disruptor we saw for the second time here, it seemed to be the counter towards this Winter Wyvern, Peter.
Also very good against the Tidehunter. I think it was a bit of a mistake from Tundra not to give that hero a ban, provided they had seen this same look from OG previously. I think their response to this TA Disruptor lane was just not very good. They obviously went with their comfort heroes in the Tidehunter and the Mirana, but I wouldn't say either one of those heroes is particularly great versus TA in the game or even in the lane.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's rough, right? Because there's so much on the line, and Tundra has showed us such amazing Dota, but that's it, Trent. That's the end of the road. Like, first of all, there's nothing for 3 months regardless.
And then there'll be something. All right, come on. I know TI. Surely something will pop up where they'll get to play some Dota. Okay,
you'd hope so.
Yes, I guess that's true. I have to just hope. But don't abandon this team yet, fans. Don't abandon this team, players. I think they showed a lot of promise. You definitely can't be too hard on yourselves going undefeated into the grand final and then going a full Game 5 versus a team like OG. It's always tough discussions after something like that, but such an incredible run from the team through that upper bracket.
Yeah, also brings to mind that this squad, this Tundra squad, with these 2 DPC seasons, they did okay. They stayed in the upper bracket, but they never really made it to a major. It makes you wonder that if there was a 3rd season, this is a very fresh squad. If there was a 3rd season of DPC, what could they have done then? Like, how much more would they have improved? Because we definitely have seen their improvement throughout the seasons and also here in these qualifiers. But in the end, you're still gonna have to play against OG, also a team that, by the way, hasn't played up against, hasn't played in any majors. They didn't need to. All they needed to do was qualify for TI, and my God, they did that again, Trent. Like, how is this team doing that time and time again?
I mean, they did it for the storylines, They did it so we wouldn't have to have a TI with the defending champs of the 2-time defending champs. It would be a shame not to see that happen, even if it's not the full roster trying to go for the 3-peat. It is still a big one for the org. And of course, they did it in a pretty stylish fashion, bringing on like Sumail, of course, who had been much like OG. He hadn't really been attending majors in that same sense of like on the stable team. He's popping in for some sand and stuff. Seemed like he was a little bit lost of where he was going to go as a player. And at least for this bracket run, he definitely looked like the perfect kind of player to slot in here to complement these hero picks that Thompson likes to go for.
I think he also brought in a lot of fresh ideas from the major, especially with this TA. I know I was coaching Alliance and we had scrimmed Liquid a bunch of times, and it seemed like, I mean, you even saw it at the major. They just love this TA for Sumail almost every single game. And he really showed how strong it is here. I really think that Ag Scepter build is just so oppressive. And if you're get behind versus this hero, it's just really hard to get back into the game.
Yeah, I think also one thing that I find very impressive from the whole day of OG playing basically 8 games, in terms of drafts, they have a very versatile hero pool. It's not like you can ban out a certain player and be safe against it, which did sometimes feel the case for Tundra, of course, Trent. I think that OG is just a very versatile team when it comes to that.
Yeah, they get labeled as having cheesy drafts in a sense because when they go for certain drafts, it's almost like an entire strategy, right? Like, whereas a team like Tundra, I feel like most of the time they play the same game, they just move around on their heroes, but overall, they're still doing a lot of the same things, right? You expect Skeeter to have a certain game on the carries that he plays. Same thing for 3-3. You know that he wants to farm up a little bit more as we've kind of gone over through the series. But for OG, like, there might be an Alchemist. It's a very different game for Seb than when he's playing on his Axe, right? And so it gets labeled cheesy, but in reality, it's showing not only a very deep hero pool, but also a very deep strategy in their playbook of like how you're going to play this game different than you played your last one.
Yeah, I think that's also very important, Peter, when it comes to getting to TI. That's step one. That's great, but that's where it begins, right? If you want to play up against all these different teams, all these different regions, you need to be able to play all these different styles.
That's true and not true. Everybody will define a couple styles. You just need to have, everybody needs to have 3 or 4 heroes, right? You get the 2 first bans, and obviously the first pick. Those are your 3 that you can't play. When we saw Tundra really going with that first pick of Baden, I don't think Baden's a very good first pick, but it's his pool, right? So they go for it anyways.
Yeah.
You do need to have some differences in your style, and the more styles you can play, the more advantages it gives you. But I think OG just proves time and time again, like they're just going to run at you mid, and they're going to find a way to make it work.
Yeah, that is OG in a nutshell. That is what we saw indeed multiple times today. Also being able to pull it out like 8 games in a row, and all these games going back and forth and being close and being clutch. It was definitely it was a good day to be a generic Dota fan, because we definitely also had to say goodbyes to some very loved faces, Trent.
Yeah, this was a long one. Radiant finally get their first win, right, of the grand final as well.
Yep.
As
Second pick.
We broke the first pick curse, or I guess
I
the
told
glory
you.
of the first
I
pick.
told you.
I know. Yeah,
You never listen.
What? I said OG. You're the one who took Tundra. Don't back off
But
now.
I had that thing where I said like it's a unique moment for us, and like anything could
That's
happen
true,
in the last
okay.
game.
That's all right.
That's true. That is true. Very true.
I bought into the hype. I bought into the underdog hype. I really did. I should have known better.
I don't
like
blame
Sumail
you.
TA is just too good.
You saw
He
that
is
wyvern, and
too
you're just like,
good. And speak of the devil, he's joining us right now as well. Sumail, congratulations, first of all, on making it to TI. How are you doing?
Thank you. First off, thank you, and then just grateful for now. Actually, so relieved.
Relieved. Not necessarily happy,
Yes.
but relieved, or both?
Oh, I mean both. More relief for sure. It was rough, but yeah, just glad to be playing TI again.
It was an absolute roller coaster, like the entire day, right? We have played 8 games in a row, and all those 8 games were close and clutch and back and forth. How do you experience that? How do you deal with that?
I don't know. I could have played 20 more in a row. I was just ready for the games. Keep them coming. I didn't mind at all.
Time to hop on the pubs in a second, or what?
No. Need a breather for now.
he
Too
means
much
real
like
Dota.
energy.
Oh,
I need to lay down after this a bit.
Well, I want to ask you a couple of questions still. We will let you go and celebrate with your team, of course, very soon. You're gonna have a 3-month break before TI, and I'm curious to hear from you what the plans are and if you would like to see a patch. before TI?
I think even if I don't like the patch, it's bound to come. 3 months is a long period, and I hope there's a patch. This patch, whatever, it's kind of getting too still. So yeah, just relax for a bit. Not really thinking for now. Actually, it's gonna be a while till we play TI. So yeah, just taking whatever the qualifiers in for now.
Yeah, and we see the relief and happiness on your face. Is that the same for all your teammates at the moment as well? Like, if you're looking to the side, are they there? Like, are they doing the same? Basically, you know.
Yeah, for sure. I think everybody's more happy than we ever have been. To be honest, I've never felt this good ever before. So yeah, I think everybody's on the same page.
Who needs winning TI when qualifying for TI is just gets the same high?
I mean, there's something about these qualifiers that's like more hype than the actual LAN, especially for TI, at least.
All right, I'm here with Trent and PPD as well, and they would also like to ask you some questions and congratulate you, of course.
All right, I'll go first. Congrats on the series. Thanks for the awesome games. You have been on the road for quite a while now, being at the major and then kind of going directly into the boot camp with OG. Obviously, it worked out. I guess how relieved are you to finally just be qualified to TI, and how much are you looking forward to maybe taking a little time off?
I don't know if I necessarily looking to take time off for maybe a week for sure, relax a bit. And yeah, I don't know, man. Weird year overall. And then
are you
insane
planning to
roller
stay in
coaster.
Europe? Are you planning to stay in Europe?
No, I'm gonna go back. Gonna go back to home after maybe in a day or two.
Nice. Enjoy the time off.
Thanks, man.
All right. Well, hi, Smail. Congratulations again on qualifying
Thank you.
there. You've obviously been jumping around a little bit in terms of like helping out teams from stand-in perspective and everything. And now that you're back with OG, could you tell us a little bit about like what are some of the differences between playing with some of the Liquid guys versus now coming in playing with OG? If you feel like there's like maybe different expectations from you inside the dynamic of the team.
No, I think it's more of I don't know. I think their Liquid is a super skilled team. It all came down to like mindset at the end of the day, the gameplay, and I think it's more relaxing actually in OG, I guess, in that regard. That I know everybody's comfortable, confident all the time. That's one of the differences that I noticed.
Right. You just feel like everyone's kind of maybe a little more like in the game, I guess you mean, like players feel more confident, it's a little bit more relaxed while you're playing.
Yeah, there's like no pressure. We don't really take any pressure, and I think that's one of the bigger strengths we have. So that's what wins you these series. It doesn't matter how good you are, what kind of strats you have. If you're not comfortable, confident, it's gonna bite you. So yeah, I think that's a huge difference.
Okay, thank you.
I had one more question. You reminded me of it. How important do you think it is for players to be playing like comfort heroes in these final games, or would you rather like play something brand new? We saw like first pick Terrorblade come out just because people have been winning with it.
I think it's a huge part because first off, it all starts with the laning phase. If you know the hero, you have practiced it enough, you're gonna lane better, you're gonna move better, and everything. So I think it's always the best way to like go towards the comfort heroes, which we ended up doing, and then yeah, it paid off.
All right, so Mel, it's been an intense 4 days of qualifiers. There's been tens of thousands of people cheering you guys on, and if there's anything you want to say to them or just in general, just hereby, floor is yours.
Thank you for watching, everybody. Hope we provided great games, and yeah, just glad to be playing Dota again, to be honest. Yeah.
All right, it was great watching you play Dota again as well, and congratulations once again to you and the entire team you have around you, not just the players, but of course also the support staff that we saw in some of the pictures coming past social media. Congratulations once again, and yes, see you in Bucharest.
Thank you. See you.
OG qualifying for TI, having a chance to defend that title, and having a chance of, well, for Sumail, a 2-time championship, But for the rest of the guys, and for Saxa, first-time championship, but for the rest of the guys, there could be a 3-time TI champion. That has never happened before in the history of Dota.
No way, Sheever. They can't win a third.
That's how it starts, Peter. You've been pretty good in the caster curse this final day. So you know.
I've really everybody I picked to win just lost. So I apologize anybody if you're superstitious out there. I didn't really mean to, hex anyone or anything like that.
But could they do it again? We don't know, because we have not seen them this entire year play up against international opponents, Trent. They have just not they've just not played at any majors.
They're always a bit of a mysterious team, I think. They're always a team that can bring any game back from the brink of what looks like impossible. And there's also going to be a big mystery when we, hopefully slam some big old button in terms of what Dota looks like coming into TI. And of course, they are a team who are well known for adapting, bringing their own strategies, trying to find those very niche mechanics to try and make their own. So all those teams that are qualified ahead of them, obviously you have to respect them just as much, because they qualify the old-fashioned way, at least for now, to TI. But OG, you never know. I'm sure that they definitely have what it takes to do it again.
I think there's also going to be a lot of teams that might be a little worried, because that mental game, Peter, that's strong.
Yeah, I don't think anybody at TI already is happy of this result.
They were so mad.
Definitely cheering for Tundra in that 5th and final game. OG just, you just can't count them out. They just seem to, TI time is their time. So they're definitely going to have a target on their backs walking in there.
Oh, I would imagine so. It's been an absolute ride, though. I want to also close the chapter on Tundra and just in general in these qualifiers. Tundra has had a great time here. Obviously not as great as they would have liked, but still being able to take in the series to a 5th game. Trent, you mentioned it earlier. It is an incredible feat for this team to do that. Unfortunately, it will not be Fada's 8th TI. It will not be the first TI for Skeeter and 9. And Snaking 33 also having to pass this year. Yeah,
I mean, it's tough. They all looked so good on in their respective roles, and so I'm sure there will be, the great TI shuffle may not be kind to a stack like this. I mean, depending on what you're hoping for as the players there, it can be very tough to make those decisions of, are we staying? Are we going? There's a lot of mystery surrounding what the next DPC league's even going to look like, with TI being delayed again. So there's a lot of uncertainty. You go from being the undefeated upper bracket team, and then you lose one series, and now your entire makeup and roster is fully uncertain, with the giant breakup moment 3 months away. So it's been a very roller coaster.
Nothing to do but sit back and relax, take some time off, recharge your batteries, and just enjoy watching TI. It's a fantastic event, even for the viewer. Obviously, they would love to be playing. I would love to be playing as well. It just doesn't always work out like that. That's part of the competition. That's part of what makes games like this as exciting as they are. And if everybody could go, it wouldn't be what it is.
That's absolutely true. It's a competition after all. I mean, if it was a wholesome ordeal, everybody can be winners. No, that's just not the way it goes. And there can be only one champion. It was winner takes all for this Western European TI10 qualifier, and the winner is OG. So congratulations once again to them. And Trent and PPD, thank you so much for joining me on the panel. Had an amazing time. Peter, you have any final thoughts on the qualifiers as a whole?
I had a lot of fun. Thank you, BTS, for including me, and thank you, everybody, for watching, for putting up with me. And I apologize to any teams I may have cursed in the process of these qualifiers. So, yeah, I'll see you guys around.
All right, Trent, how about you?
Yeah, same. Likewise. Thank you, everyone. This is what Dota makes, or what makes Dota so wonderful, right? Is all you guys, the viewers. That's why this exists. So thank you for playing Dota. Thank you for watching Dota. Thank you to all our panelists. Milan hopping on too late after being eliminated was awesome to have. It's always good to get the current player perspective, because they obviously have a lot of insight from the scrims. And Peter, I guess he was like a coach or something, so he was pretty smart too. So very much appreciated to bring us as much insight as possible.
Yeah, it has been fantastic qualifiers. I want to also say thank you to Mate for making this show possible. Definitely has been a treat to be here. Thank you to BTS for including all of us, indeed. And most of all, though, thank you to all of you at home for supporting us and watching these qualifiers. I know it's been an absolute roller coaster, and I hope that even if your favorite team didn't win, you'll still find a new team to cheer on at TI, because there's a lot of teams out there that could really use your support. So make sure to do your research and find yourself a team that you like and cheer for them in Bucharest. But for the qualifiers, the entire TI10 qualifiers, they're done. They're over. We now know the teams that will be playing in Romania, in Bucharest in October, and it's just hoping for maybe a little bit of a patch to change things up and shake things up, and then it's TI10 in October already. So have a good one. Have a great summer. We'll see you in Bucharest.
It's over.
Dad!
Hey.
Thank you for having us.
Dust, that probably mean I don't know if he'll go the Yules. Maybe there's like the Sanj and Kaya build where you get nice and tanky with the Sanj with the status resist. BKB has to come out this game. But I think, yeah, to me, BKB really seems like a really good kind of mid-game build to have. Maybe following the Yule Scepter. But he needs to tank up as much as possible because he doesn't have that enabling hero you're talking about.
Oh, you were highlighting that elephant, the stellar offlane with FY and Yang. Do you feel like they have kind of the duo right now with these heroes to outlane the Spectre and the Hoodwink?
Yep. Definitely put a lot of pressure in this lane. The Cinderbrew really scales well. We've seen this 5 position Brewmaster coming out from Red Panda where he just kind of maxes out the spell. So we'll see if that's where Yang goes. At the same time, I think Shylock's gotten better and better. He was kind of, you know, we highlight Dust a lot, but he played a super solid, great carry yesterday. So on a Spectre, I don't think the expectation is you win your lane. You're just trying to get as much farm as possible before rotating back into the jungle.
And down bot, we were highlighting that the Mars and the Jakiro could be a lane that is going to be very aggressive and up in the face of Elephant. We see at the moment they're actually already trying to play for pulls. What do you think the reasoning is for this instead of going head-to-head?
I think for Elephant this lane, maybe they're feeling it's a bit tough. Fighting Jakiro especially early on can be tricky, but I'm going to put some pressure on TZY.
See the extra level advantage. I know Mian's still only level 1 at the moment, and also they had a bit of a window where the Jakiro pretty slow. I mean, 290 movement speed, so if you're away from the Mars, they can get aggressive here.
The stun comes in. They're getting a lot of damage on this Jakiro with another stun. That level 2 advantage you're talking about.
Does have the Orb Corrosion queued up though for TZY, so if you can get a nice couple of extra waves here, maybe that Orb Corrosion can come out at a fast timing where these slows just might be overwhelming, and then Elephant have to really be on point with their positioning.
Yeah, when he's had a really good start to his lane, he's sometimes gone it before the phase boot, but I think if the lane is going even, or, you know, if they're getting pressured, we may see the more kind of safe standard items come out first. So we'll see how things kind of progress there for him. But so far, yeah, these lanes going mostly as expected. There is that edge going the way of Elephant up top, Spectre being pressured quite a lot. Only the 9 last hits and constantly getting harassed.
Is this a bit worrying? Because it never really feels like Brew is quite the strongest position 3 laner.
I think it's okay. I think it's just, you know, it's tough. You're Spectre again. I mean, that's the thing with Brew's, I think, not the strongest offlaner, but when you're against a Spectre, suddenly it's like, oh, I'm actually a good laner suddenly, because Spectre is just theoretically the weakest laning carry that's currently in the meta, I think. Like, even TB and stuff has the reflection and metamorph to play around in the lane. Spectre just has almost nothing.
We saw yesterday when we were actually casting that RNG vs Asta series that they were prioritizing a lot for D-Stones as leaner, and well, D-Stones wasn't getting too active on the map with the early Yule Scepter. Do you think this could be a little bit different here for Somnus, in particular with just how active he's looking to get?
Yeah, I could see him going for some early rotations. A lot probably depends on these power runes. But with Brewmaster, you know, hitting that fast level 6 as a core hero, that's obviously a great lane for Lina to rotate to. I think the key thing is rotating to your off lane. Like, you don't need to play around Eurus on the Wraith King at all. Just let him fall back to the jungle once he can't play in his lane anymore. He's a Wraith King, you know. Play around your strongest core, which is going to be Brew.
Once these level 6s get picked up, we might even see the support rotations, but I mean, Magma with a Hoodwink and Jakiro could be a bit difficult for them to get involved at the mid lane and help out with that exorcism.
As Bailey gets away from a clap that probably would have killed him there, but he's got 1 charges and a salve. Brewmaster already with this urn. You do not want to be giving him urn charges this early on, so they've got to be careful not to die in this top lane, I feel. Nice job by Kaz to deny the pull.
Yeah, this is where, like, maybe that Lina coming with the level 6 just getting an urn charge, and then this lane could actually start to snowball out of control if you start to focus down Kaz's Hoodwink. Where do we feel like, though, we are going to see First Blood? We're still 5 minutes in, and either team just a knife's edge, it feels like, right now in this game 1.
I feel like First Blood's going to happen, like, around a rune fight or something. Like, both teams are going to rotate, like, 2 supports mid or contest a rune, and we'll see maybe a support die at a rune. like a Laguna Blade or Exorcism kill on a support. That would be my guess. Because I don't think it's going to be as simple as Lina just rotates top with a Laguna. Maybe it is. Could be wrong. But both teams know how important these power runes are. Death Prophet, if you get like a haste rune. I mean, either of these heroes have invis haste. There's so many different plays they can make here.
See, they are starting to make these rotations mid as the Radiant Observer Ward scouts out Mian. So Super's positioning. This is the awareness. You have this Exorcism available. Even a Catapult for Somnus, which can start to put a little bit of chip damage onto the T1 tower early with how you're able to shove out the lane and have a decent amount of attack speed. And it feels like this is just how it's going to play. Like maybe around the Death Prophet, around the Lina, and if you can't really set up on these kills mid, then we're going to have to see those heroes rotate as we're seeing right now. So I'm just looking for a kill up top.
Yeah, this is just the, okay, we didn't get power room, but let's just make the basic move up top with Laguna Blade. Elo gets caught. First blood.
So close. If Kaz actually just caught Lina with the bushwhack, it was almost enabled to keep the Spectre alive, but unfortunately first blood picked up. Somnus with the Laguna Blade. Nice pickoff.
It was just a straightforward rotation. I was a bit surprised by Elephant not really contesting the power runes. I think FY, I mean, we talk about Somnus not looking as dominant as maybe as in the past, but plays like that, like very tiny micro plays, are maybe partly why. Like FY playing a bit maybe greedy, doesn't go and secure the rune for Somnus up top. Magma were camping both runes. But the end result is still obviously great. Elephant, instead Somnus says, okay, my supports aren't going to enable me, let's go enable the rest of my team by making that move there. So Somnus playing very selflessly. The problem is by leaving this mid lane, a lot of damage comes out with the Exorcism. Plus that Liquid Fire, even just the 1 point, allowing this T1 mid tower to get down to like almost a quarter health.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe Magma actually even prioritize a aggressive glyph for them just to keep the creep wave alive and allow Dust not to have to tank up the tower, but looks like he's pretty happy with that, honestly. Like about third health remaining on the T1 mid. He can fall back with the Exo. Like I think it was a triple or actually quad stack way at the hard camp, and now it's going to give them a couple neutral items to play with early on.
Yeah, always great to farm those Saxes after the 7-minute mark because you want to get those, all 4 neutral items as fast as possible. Tier 1 neutral items to me are like most kind of OP considering the timing you get them. There's not really, there's a few which you don't feel good about, but all in all, very important to get these nice and early on.
And you were bringing up that potentially Magma, this mid lane, could be where they have an advantage with how strong Dust has been looking, but right now with the net worth, Somnus, he's 4,100. He's got that early first blood. He's been freely farming up on the Lina. He's working into that early boots of travel, and this is where the Death Prophet, if you can have a stellar performance on this hero, it really comes into play with getting early Exorcism towers. So my eyes is going to be on where they use this second ultimate here for Dust.
Yeah, I think dream scenario for Magma is they want to take this bottom tier 1 tower without having to commit Exorcism. Wyvern is rotating in to try and defend it. They don't have that minus armor for the tower, so it's not going to be something they can bring down all that easily. Mars going for a very defensive build. The Ring of Health and now Phase Boots coming out, so I think this build is totally fine, and he's got a lot of kill threat on the map, so he's the hero that needs to get active on the Magma side now.
You take a look at how both teams are playing around the T1 towers to defend them. I mean, Super just down bot, 3-point Splinter Blast. He's able to solo defend the tower, whereas Dire, they actually have to give up their safe lane. They've got a Hoodwink and a Jakiro. These heroes at the moment aren't able to defend that early T1, so this could definitely come into play here with already Elephant taking an early advantage on the map.
They zone Wyvern away from this bottom tier 1 tower, so they should be able to bring it down, but yeah, Elephant are just quicker and more decisive. The Somnus rotation up top takes the tower, and they're still defending mid. The Wraith King, who you'd expect to find in the jungle, actually kind of put his body on the line in mid lane to defend the tower, and considering his reincarnation, they can't really commit on him because TPs will come in if you get too aggressive in that mid lane on the Wraith King. That mid tier 1 tower is the important one. Magma needs to get that as soon as possible so they can start pressuring and farming this Elephant jungle because they are a little bit behind on gold.
But here come the rotations. Elephant continuing with a lot of emphasis to protect the tower. Karina's going to get dropped. Instantly answered from Yang's own ultimate with the Primal Split. They'll cycling up the Jakiro. Magma, they've got the numbers in advantage now, especially with the Exorcism along with the Horn. They're able to get on top of the Lina. First one to fall here for Elephant. Now they'll turn their attention to Super as the Winter Wyvern will not be able to escape. A pinpoint spear drags back Yang and Magma. 0 casualties for them. A great use of the exorcism as Dust gets involved and takes that tier 1 tower.
That was just, I mean, it wasn't like there was any like amazing sick spell usage, but it was just like the heads up play. The TPing in Lina, Ice Path, it's instantly. Mian Mian didn't panic and use the Ice Path. Any of the other heroes knew that Lina was the problem hero. If she gets her spells off, that's where all the damage is coming from. So Somnus gets Ice Path, speared into an arena, has to be Cold Embrace to be kept alive. Everything was used to basically go in the Somnus Lina. It was just a perfectly executed fight.
Mid lane, another brawl breaking out. Elephant, well aware that Magma's ultimates are on cooldown, said they're looking for an engagement. Eurus, sharpshooter on point, along with the creep swarm, will deal with the reincarnation, but it looks like Eurus is well away back to safety on his own side of the river. But Magma, even though they lose the Mars, they do successfully defend their tier 1 tower.
Yeah, defending it, taking out reincarnation, I think that's kind of an even trade in the end. And what you're, I mean, obviously you don't want Mars to die there if possible, but it's worth throwing away his life to stop your tower taking any more damage and to, you know, exchange your reincarnation. That's a long cooldown. He's now got 200 seconds where he has to play a lot more cautiously because of that. So puts Magna in a position where they can perhaps make a play on this mid tower themselves. You can't just use that Wraith King as that frontline bait where he just dangles his life because he won't have the reincarnation to fall back on.
And do you like the itemization that Eurus is going for here with this early armlet? Do you feel like he could have gone a bit more greedier with the Radiance Rush, considering, you know, the enemy team has a Spectre who's very passive and needs a lot more items to come online?
I think he could have, but from what I've seen from all the Wraith Kings, I haven't seen any Radiance builds. I think maybe it's just not considered viable. It's too slow paced. Mid lane to Jakiro. Oh, he's going to go down, but he went one last, you know, he's like, I'm going to defend this creep wave. Whoa! Curse on the creep. I think that was intentional to try and save him.
Yeah, that was a cute curse from Super there. Hold back 2, and I guess it puts it on cooldown, but you keep your friendly foes alive.
I guess he could have also cursed the hero, I think, but maybe the creep was a little bit closer cast range, maybe?
It's just a cuter play. What do you mean? He's gone for style points. It's all style points right now.
It looks really cool.
Yeah.
Like you say. Here we go. Magma's smoked up though. They have curse on cooldown. They've got a double damage. I'm like, are they going? They could theoretically Roche with maybe a bit of DD but they want kills. They want
great positioning. FY pops the smoke. I mean, he's a very farm lion actually. 3,200 net worth is pretty close to the 8th ones with already the arcane booster, but I guess even though they get the pick off on the support, they just needed one pick off to lead them into this tier 1 tower. So as long as they get an objective out of it, they're more than happy with that.
Yeah, and it's still the problem with Wraith King not having his ultimate. That's where that Mars dying and trading his life for reincarnation was totally okay for Magma, because maybe Eurus could TP in there and just put his body in front of that tower to defend it. Not the case. Magma get the tower. And they have that kind of really good objective-taking lineup where we can see them go for that Roche with maybe a level 2 Exorcism. They can teamfight whenever they've got the Haunt back up. Shylock is farming well. Yeah, he's 5th in the net worth, but 5.5k net worth on Spectre, has Blade Mail plus Chip Vest. He was, you know, blessed by Gaben, got the Chip Vest, and can farm Ancients easily. This game's looking pretty good for him, I'd say.
Do you feel like Elephant going to look to play a little bit more fast-paced, knowing that the Shylock Spectre needs a couple more items?
Yeah, I think that's where this Wraith King build has become more popular, because it just comes online a little bit sooner. You can fight even with just Armlet. The Armlet toggling is obviously really strong. The build synergizes well with your lifesteal. And when you're thinking like, okay, can we beat a Spectre late game? You need your Wraith King to have very single target damage focus, like the Radiance with the spread damage. And it's just not as much single target damage output as an Armlet Deso. Probably see like a Blink BKB type build after that. That's just a much better way to itemize against Spectre.
Well, Magma, they do have this advantage at the moment with this tier 1 tower mid-claimed, and we see just the extra little space this is able to provide them, although Elephant, they still look pretty happy. Somnus top of the net worth. He's going to scout out that this Ancients is blocked, so Magma have done a very good job at controlling around the triangle. They've also placed his Observe Ward around the top side of the map near that tier 1 tower secret shop area, so we'll see Magma if they're going to look to kind of smoke up in that vicinity and use the water if it's mainly just to scout out the farming patterns of the Wraith King.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's the hero you want to play aggressive on. I feel like that's knowing where he's on the map is nice because it means you can take a fight elsewhere. I think that's a big part of having that deep vision. Like if you see Wraith King one area, you can maybe take a fight elsewhere. They're gonna try and go in on top. Super reveals himself by attacking.
Oh no!
Bit of a mistake.
Poor Super. He just makes it down though.
Ground. Yeah. He was searching. He was just trying to see if there was an observer up there, and I don't even know if he meant to attack Dust or not. It's like a bit of an accidental auto attack. Yeah.
Well, this could be big here for Magma.
Yeah. Not like
DD
a
on
dream
Dust.
DD hero. It's different to like the TA Morphling games where it felt like if he gets a power rune, it's like crazy good. I mean, it's DP. There are some, like the Arcane rune, I think is the big one for Death Prophet at this stage. Haste is also solid, but the Arcane rune's the big one that can really win you a team fight.
Yeah, I think the item and level timings are big for Magma though. Dust just gets that second point in the Exorcism. TZY as well just picked up the Blink Dagger. He's having a solid game so far on his Mars. In the midst of the net worth, Blink Hood didn't go for that Orb of Corrosion build, but we're also seeing for Elephant. Their items are starting to accumulate here as FY completes the Aether Lens, and we also just saw a BKB completed for Somnus, so another big skirmish might break out soon.
Yeah, Somnus has just been quietly farming away. Top of the net worth. Yeah, just based on how this game's been going, the pace and things, I wouldn't expect him to be the most farmed hero, but with the Boots of Travel build, a bit on the greedier side. But this is how we're seeing this Lina get played, as basically a
Give me Exo. Yang, can he get the split off? They need the control. Where's the extra round of the lockdown? It's there. Dust with the silence used. FY tried to protect him on the backline with the Lion, but wasn't able to do so successfully. However, that was the Exorcism along with the Arena committed. Do they want to think about walking to Roshan? Oh, 100%. Deso just picked up. It's a big timing for Elephant here. And they also see all of Magma down bot, so they're well aware this should be for free.
Yeah, I think a bit of a mistake from Magma, and maybe they're gonna realize this Rosh is going on. I don't even think they can or should contest it. They should probably just try to take this bottom tier 2 tower, but you never feel good about that kind of trade. They're probably saying like, oh, we gotta come and stop this. Yeah.
Rosh's fall pretty low here. The break. Lina's actually going to claim the Aegis, but with that being said, couple spells chucked out, but they know they're not in a position to contest it.
Yeah. Not a good Exorcism in hindsight, and definitely where the bit of surprise came in that they committed. They were maybe expecting a bigger team fight to happen, but well, give Elephant a bit of an advantage here going into this mid-game stage, having an Aegis in their hands. They're hitting those item timings with the Lina BKB Crystallis up soon as well, so a lot of right-click damage going to be coming into play. There's a primal split mid. They want Kaz.
Just a solo split from Yang. Is the Hoodwinks been a bit slippery?
Yeah.
Finger of Death even used Kaz. Is he gonna die? Please! Oh, that would be so painful if he escaped like that.
He may have lived if that Boulder Toss didn't come out right at the end of the split. I'm not sure. They had a slow coming in from the Cinder Brew, but lane now. Hero.
Another pick off.
Yeah. That's a nice pick off too. Jakiro is this hero where you want to always try and defend your towers. Like, you can throw out a Macro Pyre, an Ice Path, but you've got to find a way to jump in if you're Elephant, and that's without a Blink Dagger. So Eurus has got a Blink Dagger queued up. He's got the Imp Claw now to go with his Deso Armlet. His single target damage is scary. And that's something Magma are going to maybe have some problems with. They're really trying to get that kind of Manta Skadi timing on Spectre. That's where I feel like they're going to be able to suddenly fight again. Like, Manta Sal is going to be a nice little boost in this Spectre strength. Like, it's not like they have to avoid fights if they can find a good one with Haunt, but Skadi is where it feels like they're going to be on an even playing field again.
He's still going to need a little bit of time, Shylock, to get these items. It feels like you...
Yeah.
Actually, do you feel like Magma have to dodge the Aegis, or can they take the fight with all their ultimates?
It's probably better to dodge, I think, because it's not just the Aegis, it's, the BKB factor. It feels like Elephant have hit their item timings with Armlet Deso and Lina's BKB Crystallis, whereas...
They're going to smoke. Magma.
Okay.
Into Elephant smoke as well.
Yeah, they back off. They're looking for pickoffs, it feels like. And they make...
I don't know if you can bring it down.
Nice
Instant Hex before the spear. Now with the DD. Mars is gonna get obliterated, and Somnus is chasing forward for more. Crystallis completed, the right clicks are too much for them to deal with, but they buy back on TZY, but where's the control? His blinks up and available, jumps in, Arena controlling the Lion. A lot of emphasis put to deal with FY. But that is a lot wasted as well. Exorcism, buyback on TZY and his Arena. Elephant, they can reset and go back down the mid or top to take an objective now.
I think the idea from Magma was that the Brew split was on cooldown, so they felt maybe like they could go for a smoke play, at least try and find a big high priority pickoff. But as soon as they ran into Elephant and saw, oh, they're all here, they were like, okay, we can't take this fight. And I think that was the right call, but Mars going in, looking, kind of got baited to go on the Lina because of the ice path. It wasn't like, you know, Jakiro made a misplay. It was just throwing out an ice path, which caught the Lina, and then Mars is like, oh, Blink Spear, push Lina out of position. Maybe we can kill Lina twice. But very quick fingers from FY. The insta-hex making all the difference.
Oh, they missed a spear. Now Somnus can turn. Yang. He's got the primal split. They are close to the tier 1 tower, so maybe there's some rotations for Magma. But no, the sacrificial lamb is the Jakiro. Even Eurus was swinging over. They had a great ward on the high ground. Oh, they caught out the Hoodwink. Kaz is going to end up falling too, so the duo support on Magma getting punished. And, I mean, they're looking for pickoffs, but you've got to be a little bit more fast-paced than that. You can't miss abilities in a game like this. Elephant will look to punish you then.
Elephants, yeah, like you say, they're ready for it. They're punishing the missed skills. Even if he lands that spear, I think, you know, Lina's got this Aegis, which is expiring in a minute. They're just using this to get map control and farm, so it was a pickoff that was never going to probably end well.
Oh, Shylock now up top. The double O's back FY. He gets the Mars too. He'll get crit down a couple of times, and that's a dieback. Elephant all of a sudden,
oh boy,
7,000 advantage here, and the Observe Ward on the high ground scouted out Mars Inspector, trying to connect top to get a pick off on FY, and Elephant instantly read this. They TP Eurus, they TP Somnus, and dangle the Lion for a nice double pick off.
I love the way Somnus is playing. Just using this Boots of Travel not just as this greedy farming item, but he's been involved in 10 of these 11 kills. Really putting his name on this game and willing to use himself as bait bottom lane and then make the rotation top to help out his teammate as well. Just being a great team player, and you know, we kind of talked about he hasn't looked like the 2016, 2017 Somnus or maybe, but this game he is showing that he's still got it and he can still have these flashy games.
And honestly, silently for Yang, take a look at his farm. Aghanim's completed, he's very close to the Spectre, and this is the Midas build as well for the Brew, so this kind of slow, passive game that we've had in this game 1 is really starting to showcase here. As Eurus, a blink reveal mid, it's a big kill getting the Jakiro. I mean, that's 409 gold as well for Eurus. They are just getting so much out of the map, and it feels like Magma now on the back seat.
You get a decent chunk of change for these solo kills, and Blink, Armlet, Deso, Wraith King, about to hit level 3 ultimate, is forced to be reckoned with. I just feel like Magma have taken a few too many ill-advised fights and well and truly in the back foot. And I mentioned this Spectre Scotty being the key item coming from them. The problem's going to be, it feels like they're going to be down, potentially 15k gold plus, maybe second Roshan before that Scotty even comes online now because of these bad fight selections. And I think they realize they can't just wait for this Scotty. They've got to make a play now with their ultimates. We haven't seen that good Exorcism Mars Arena teamfight yet. They've used it a few times, gotten a pick off, killed a Brewmaster, but it's never been a 5-on-5 where the ultimates came out. And Radiant, they scanned this smoke. They know it's coming their way.
Oh, so on point, Elephant. This game 1, and use highlight. Yeah, these big team fights aren't showing for Magma if they're wasting their ultimates, and Elephant are punishing it. And this is scary. Like, you don't have supports that are able to make plays. They don't have stuns as well. So unless you get a big arena from TZY, Elephant just reset away from the Exo. And as soon as you commit that, you just lose so much map pressure. And I wonder if this just comes back to the support choice, honestly, with you take a look at Radiance. They can make a lot more plays than what Dyers can.
Yeah. Mr. Jakiro had that one moment of brilliance in the bottom lane when they won that early tier 1 tower fight, killing the Lina. But yeah, since then, this is, it's a very immobile hero. You mentioned the movement speed factor. And it just feels like it's not that big playmaker that you kind of maybe need on the Magma side. They can make up for that with Mars. I don't think this is just purely a draft problem for Magma. I think they're just being outplayed. cannot afford to die.
They're gonna find
It's gonna be
Jakiro though.
the Jakiro again. It's the I'm gonna go push out a wave. Oh, I'm dead. 1, 6, and 2 for Mien.
Are they still looking to defend the T2 tower here? Magma, they are set up, but Elephant can just swarm around Magma before they drop their ultimates, and with their burst, it's very worrying. Like, Magma have to survive through the initial onslaught of the damage, and if they can't, maybe they can burst through the Brewmaster. The Blink Forward is gonna try and disrupt the backline, but the silence and the control's there. They'll kill off Yang, but now with the X isn't committed, they need to get more out of this for Magma, but there's no control. So yes, you kill Brew, but you lose your tier 2, and now Elephant can reset and go again in a minute.
Yeah. And in a minute, that means when Roche is up. So we probably just see a free uncontested Roche 2, which means Aghanim Shard. Curious to see where that one ends up. I don't really feel like they have a amazing Shard hero, maybe.
Eurus is a bit disconnected from the team. Exism's gonna expire, so they won't have this, but they've got 4 heroes surrounding the Wraith King right now. Radiant, they're swinging on over. Super's got the ultimate. They're gonna be careful they group up. The Macropie, Ice Path, great silence. Dust controls up the Winter Wyvern, so they won't have the curse to stop the onslaught of Magma, but a BKB TP out the damage, it's not there! He just makes it away! Eurus back to safety. They lose Wyvern, they don't care. They're happy with that.
Yeah, that was a bit sloppy from Elephant. They just won the big engagement mid by forcing an Exorcism, and I think Eurus is just like, oh, I can just walk up to the enemy Ancients and farm them, you know, there's no Exorcism, they can't kill me twice. But yeah, I mean, if he's up there alone, dies once to the chain stun, comes out, has to BKB and just TP out, and barely escapes the Spectre with that Manta Desolate damage doing a lot. So something he definitely has to respect. But this is what I expect from Elephant. Just back off, Exorcism down, back off, take Roshan. They just went about it in the, you know, slightly unconventional, slightly less optimal way. But they're still getting there. They're still taking the objectives.
Look how fast that Roche just spawned. Sorry, died. That was...
Wow. Orb of Destruction on the
evaporated.
Wraith King. Yeah, they've... The dream items for it. Daedalus Lina with Dragonlance now. Yeah, they are...
Oh.
They're looking scary.
I mean, FY with the Aghanim Shard, Aegis on Lina, Cheese on Wraith King. These big advantages against the teamfight lineup that Magma have could spell disaster for them. Like, if they need a long drawn out fight, but that's really difficult now with all these extra lives here. Like, it could just be too drawn out where the ultimates then expire.
Yeah, it's tough, I think. We're going to see if TZY, what the plan's going to be. Magma, yeah, I'm about to say, are they going to take a fight or just blink the hell out of there? And it looks like the plan is to just run.
Oh, Somnus, he's going to catch out the retreat though. TZY won't be able to TP back to safety. Kaz will make it. I mean, it does get them away from objectives, but this is real silver lining things right now. Losing a position 3 Mars for that.
It's a tough one. Magma needs to probably just stall out this Aegis. Even when they've got their big ultimates up, I don't think they want to fight. Mars needs a BKB, Spectre needs Scotty, and they want Aegis out of the picture before they take another team fight.
They are giving a lot of farm to the Jakiro here, close to the Aghanims. Do you feel like this could be something that could help out with like a high ground defense? As we see Eurus, FY, the tag team duo just... Goodbye, Kaz. Another pick-off on the support.
Yeah, I think the Jakiro Ags is, you know, probably the right choice just to delay the game. The increased distance duration just means he's going to be able to clear this way.
Exo for this. Top lane, BKB used as well. Can he even kill the line? He's got a TP out. The BKB's about to expire! Dust!
Oh no.
He's been the staple player for Magma in their entire run through the lower bracket, but his death profit this game, it's not what we've seen so far from him.
That's his first death, surprisingly. He's had a solid game in some ways, but yeah, some bad exorcisms, perhaps. I don't mind the idea of going for it, because they're not looking at team fight. I guess the problem is committing exorcism means maybe the Elephant just go high ground, and oh, Shylock he cannot afford to die. But he is going to. I don't think there's
They are just getting outmaneuvered, outpaced. Elephant, the experience is coming into play. 5 TI players are just running rampant in this game 1 here. Another core down without any retaliation from Team Magma, and now their high ground's going to be under siege shortly.
They're just being a bit outclassed here, and I think feeling like they're forced to make those plays. Like Dust is like, yeah, this game's falling apart. I'll start mid. Let's try and make a solo kill on it, even if it's on the support. Poor Eurus, no mercy to this poor Jakiro. This Lina hero may be something that just has to be addressed going into game 2, or taken away by Magma themselves. Because first pick Lina, they're just first picking your mid, and it feels like there's no easy answer. The hero just farms, gets boot to travel, BKB, and then you can go for whatever you want after that. And it's something Dust himself plays because it feels like it's just so safe and reliable.
Somnus, BKB, that jump from Mars. Gonna net them nothing here as it's another pick off. He's got a buyback, but his top set of racks getting decimated as Elephant are able to siege so fast. They even got the primal split as well. Yang with the Aghanims can use his charges willy-nilly.
2 lanes of racks, they can back off. Well executed 5 for them. They've still got Aegis for another 4 minutes, so I'm not sure they can get that 3rd lane of racks, but at this point, it's like that monumental gold lead where I think Magma have one last Hail Mary team fight left in the bag, and not sure there's an easy way for it to go well for them. They probably have to wait for this Aegis to expire and try and jump and kill Somnus, because he is the crazy big damage dealer in these fights. The Wraith King as well doing a lot of damage with his item build, but with the 2 lives, you have to prioritize this Lina.
How much do you feel this was just an outdraft, or just Elephant the experience really coming into fruition in a game like this?
I think it's not, I would say more experience in play. There's probably some discussion about tweaks they could make in the draft. Like, we've only seen 3 games of Jakiro in the entire TI10 qualifiers. I think 2 of them were Spider Pigs over in Europe. So it's not a common meta hero. So definitely, I think you see the draft and you're like, oh, Magma picked Jakiro. Surely if they're doing that, their draft is worse. But I think we saw in the lanes, things looked okay for them. They came out of the lanes, took a good fight at the bottom tier 1 tower. More than anything, I think the play, Elephant's just been a few steps ahead. And draft-wise, I'd say that's maybe only 10 to 20% of the problem.
Well, they're going to make an attempt here. One desperation smoke, but Elephant prime position with the smoke getting popped, getting instant ice path. They're trying to bring down the Brewmaster, but he's got the Aeon Disc. He's able to get the ultimate off. It just got delivered to him. And Dusk, they're targeting down Somnus. Great prioritization for the Spectre, but Somnus just turns, pops the Satanic with the BKB, and that is all she wrote for game 1. As Magma gets steamrolled by Elephant here in our semi-finals.
That was the best team fight they've had, but it's also because Elephant gave them the team fight. But that's what they need to do. Prioritize the Lina. Killing Brew before his split comes off also good, but he just had the backpack Aeon Disc, so he assembles it, guarantees the primal split coming off. And then, Magma were just fully outgunned, outclassed in the end there, and just couldn't find that fight. They never had that 5v5 team fight with Exorcism, it felt like, until the very end.
Yeah, like you said, outgunned, outclassed here in game 1 for Magma. Elephant trying to get that rematch in the grand finals versus eHome. They are 1 game away here, but can they take the second game, or are Magma going to force a game 3? We'll find out after this break.
They already know what the matchup is that they're going into, so it's not like they're going to have some kind of surprise factor to it where, oh, we get to counter your mid pick. Elephant say from their very first pick, we're running mid Lina, what are you going to pick? And Magma say, we don't know, let's figure that out later. That to me is this Magma draft. We'll figure it out later how to address this Lina.
Okay. Yeah, it is a bit shocking that they kind of know that this Lina is going to be coming, but they don't prioritize trying to shut her down earlier in their draft, because now you've got a whole bunch of bans that are going to come out that are essentially going to be trying to protect this Lina, and they're going to be left with a smaller pool than if they had picked a counter in the second phase. But Hoodwink, Luna, Mars, Elder Titan on the side of Magma, and Elephant getting the Luna, Lina, Earth Spirit, and Darkseer. God, Darkseer and Earth Spirit.
Good lane. This is a lane definitely to watch. Darkseer Earthspirit versus Luna Hoodwink. As you mentioned, the double range lane, you can get overrun. At the same time, I think having a ranged hero with the Luna can work. They may be flexing ET with the Luna, so this could be actually 4 position Hoodwink. I'm probably just talking crap here and have no idea what I'm saying. So forget everything I just said. It does look like we might be seeing ET, I guess, with Luna. I'm not really sure.
Hey, look, that's me all the time, just talking whatever I want to say.
Aries, save me. Say something smart.
Save. All right, I'm looking for the Eurus here. That's what I'm looking for. Let's see.
Yeah, I was like-
let's see what smart hero. I like the
Yeah.
bans though from Magma. They get rid of the lifesteal, get rid of the joke. We've seen Darks here. You want to pair that up with like a melee position 1. So these are 2 of the better heroes as well versus the Mars. The kind of AoE big crowd control in the arena is a lot of the time countered by the Rage or the Blade Fury. Also kind of the mass amount of magical damage that Magma have. I feel like Terrorblades against Luna feels pretty nice, but then you're against ET with their natural order, so I don't know if they can go down that route. Thinking, actually Medusa's gone as well, so a lot of heroes that Eurus would like to play is not available, so... Trying to see, could they Axe? Is Axe available?
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Axe quite a lot here. I don't think you've got a Lina who can kind of scale well to go with the Axe, so you're not worried about that kind of single target right click burst damage. I mean, Axe just provides pure damage, so Magnus.
What?
Is this Magnus Harry?
Okay,
Is this
it's
something
that
that's
Eurus
in?
has ran.
Okay, I was gonna say, is this something that's in the pool of Elephant? Is it something they've done before?
Previously, I have seen Eurus play the Magnus a while ago when it was like stupidly broken. I'm almost certain OG just played it recently, or someone in Europe where they had a bonky draft and a Mag 1. So it's hit or miss. They don't have another core to really use the Empower though. So I'm intrigued on the timing they're going for here for Elephant. It's a lot of AoE magic damage though, my lord.
Do you like Magma's side with a little bit more lockdown though? Do you like that setup more? Because you said that was something that they had to improve on Ares. You think it just doesn't even matter in this game? Like,
I don't know, like
what they're into?
you take a look at their supports, it's again a Hoodwink and an ET. That's not an easy way to get stuns off. So in that regard, no, maybe Dust can be on a bit more of a playmaker, which I think he needs to be. But again, they haven't answered the Lina when it was in the first phase. They've got this Ultra last pick, like... And the issue is as well is that I feel like you can't pick Morphling. Look at the lineup you're against. Laguna Burst, Lion, first phase, which feels like you counter out a lot of these really hard carry heroes that instant hex into the burst. I don't think you can pull it out. Maybe Magma just go for it though, even though it's not the greatest game. Maybe it's like, okay, Dust has carried us on the Morphling. Why not see if he can do it again?
It could be, this could potentially be that last game. It's at what point do you go put him on something that he might not be comfortable with, but it pairs up okay-ish, or put him on something he is extremely comfortable with. He's won games on it before, even though it's not going to be a great matchup. Yeah,
I'm on the Morphling train. I don't think it's the best pick, but I think it's the pick that makes sense. You're Magma, you're down a game, you're facing elimination. Just say, you're versing Elephant, you're versing one of the favorites to win this qualifier. Just pick a Morphling, hope for the best. It's greedy with Morphling plus Luna, but I don't know. We'll see what else. Yeah, exactly. They've gone for that greedy duo. I don't think there's anything else that stands out as like an amazing pick, but maybe I'll have some idea.
They are just going to go that Morph.
Love it.
It's greedy.
Same time,
It is
yeah, it's greedy. I'm happy they did it, but I think this game is an uphill battle, and we are going to see a carry Magnus. Elephants only played one Magnus game ever. It was 7 months ago. It was not in the carry role, so we'll see how this goes.
Wow. I'm excited. Hopefully it's one of those pocket picks that they've been practicing without anyone really knowing for quite some time, and they're like, all right, we're ready to run it. Let's do it. Looking at these drafts, where do you guys sit on... I feel like both of you are going to go for Elephant.
I'm all Magma. Let's go, baby. Game 3. I want it so bad. I am all in on Game 3, Magma. I believe in you. Get me a Game 3, please.
Okay.
You were saying it during the break. Yeah, you believed. I honestly think their draft is probably better too. I do not know what carry Magnus does. I think it's a tough Morphling game. You're playing against Lion Hex, you're playing against Selena mid, but Dust's Morphling is freaking amazing. Yeah, screw it. Let's go Magma.
Yeah?
Let's go.
I don't want to do like, the caster curse, how if all three of us go in on
Okay,
Magma,
yeah,
then they end up losing. So I'm
I
going to go for
respect that.
Elephant here. I'm going to go for Elephant. I like Lion. We've seen it. I'm just a big support person, right? I focus a lot on the supports, but I really like the Lion. The Lina as well. They've obviously proven that they can win with that duo. I have faith in Elephant coming through with the 2-0. But boys, please take it away, Gods and Aries, for game number 2.
Thank you, Nat. Oh, we've got a quick pause as we get situated with our second game here. I know we're both on the Magma train. Are we 100% in, or are we kind of just forcing ourselves to hope for a game 3 here, or do we actually truly believe maybe they have a better lineup?
That's a good question. There's definitely an element of, I think, wishful thinking, but not entirely. If I step back and think just my brain, I'd probably lean Elephant based on the players on their team, based on what we saw in game 1, where they were just so good at avoiding those bad fights. And I think the key winning hero is going to be probably this Morphling, where I think Morphling has a tough time playing against Somnus's Lina. Earth Spirit Lion, 2 heroes that can be tough to play against. So, I do think perhaps this is going to be a 2-0. But we'll see. I think the side lanes can go well for Magma. I think that's where things need to look good for them. This Luna lane, Luna's just very strong laner. And Darkseer, Earth Spirit, maybe they play too aggressive. Maybe they make some dives. FY's Earth Spirit, he plays the hero, but I wouldn't say it's one of his best heroes.
Which is crazy to say, because FY's Earth Spirit is still incredibly strong, but is... Oh, man, this player on any position for you is a treat to watch. As we actually might see a brawl break out. Is Magma gonna pop? Just shy. Either team get their placement on the wards, and Magma have control on the die side's triangle. So let's see if we see a battle.
Yeah, both teams, they're swapping sides. It's like it's halftime. We swap sides, right?
Early Ancient block too, so the recognition that Elephant are going to put a lot of emphasis on stacking for Eurus.
Oh yeah.
Look at this setup. Look at this setup. The pincer from Dire. They will scout them out though, so they see FY and Super. The pings are coming through. Is Super, are you going to brave that high ground? I was going to say, I don't know. I think you're... I don't know if you want to do that. I actually think they're aware also of the positioning.
And they get a bushwhack here. Super needs to be careful. Gets caught in the trees.
Super beams out.
Give it a kill here.
It's going to take a long time.
Luna's fast. Yeah, and it's worth it. It's a first blood. So we'll see if they can give it to Morphling. No, he's going to go back for his creeps, and Luna, Shylock taking it also. Oh, no. Whoa. Mien. I don't think he realized his bushwhack would do that much damage. Takes the kill.
I did like what you were bringing up before, though, with the lanes here from Magma. A Luna ET, really strong lane. We're going to see a Mars Hoodwink as well. Previously, Mian hasn't really been the one playing the Hoodwink. It's more been Kaz on the position 5. But with this Mars lane, they could get, pretty aggressive on Super's line. A double stun, so got to be very careful with his positioning. But I'm a little bit more worried about how the rotations are going to fare to the mid lane, as Radiant, you don't really have supports that can make these maneuvers, whereas a Lion and Earth Spirit, more in particular the Earth Spirit. So this setup for Somnus to bring down Dust could be very devastating here for Magma's kind of win condition.
Yeah, and I feel like that's tough because Morphling playing a tough matchup often needs those rotations. You're playing Morph in the lane. I think with a rotation he could actually come out on top, but doesn't have the best heroes to make those moves, so see if there's going to be any easy options for him. But already Lina bullying. 7 last hits, 3 denies, Morphling 4-0, trying to adaptive strike creep. Somnus understanding this matchup really well and just putting on constant pressure.
Yeah, this is the early advantage that a lot of other mid laners have versus the Morphling, or even in the lane in particular. Like, his laning stage did get a little bit better with that change in the attribute shift, but still, level 3 is a big spike for him to at least be able to last it and have some potential to stay in the lane. As already you see, Somnus, he's, like you said, so aware of how he needs to play this matchup mid, and he's doing it to perfection.
Good news is, oh, bad news maybe. He's going gone on mid. Damage, Dust. Is he just throwing away his body? No, he's going to go more strength. He got like 3 or 4 last hits under the tower, a couple with Adaptive Strike, and that allowed him to actually finish his bottle. If he didn't get those last hits, this lane would be lost right now, but luckily, just getting those last hits on the tower means his bottle's coming out, so while things look bad for him, he's just kind of pushing the limits, and he's actually in an okay spot here because Somnus is out of mana.
You see Somnus, he has already used all his bottle sips and has got some water runes, so we'll see how they're looking to play here for the Lina. But to our bottom lane, it's Kaz and Shylock. Doing pretty well at the moment here for the Luna. 15 last hits compared to the 9 on Yang. Do you feel like this lane is going to continue to be in Shylock's favor?
Yeah, at some point they may just start cutting these waves behind the tower and forcing Shylock to last hit under the tower with a creep wave on him. Opens up potential for like an Iron Shelled Earth Spirit to roll in, stun him up, and go for a kill. So I think for Magma, they need to go for this max Lucent Beam. Shylock needs to be ready to fight. He cannot go for any kind of a greedy Blessings plus Moonglaves build. They need to just zone these heroes away and make sure that Elephant don't find themselves in a position to tower dive.
And up top, our last lane here with TZY and Mian. Yeah. She's having a decent time at the moment. 14 last hits. The Mars is sitting pretty comfortable there.
And there's no real room to go for these stacks. Oh, mid lane, very close to getting killed Morphling. Still the Fairy Fire, so I think he's just baiting still. And again, Lena's down to 0 mana, so even though it looks like Lena's pressuring him, oh wow. He actually got the Earth Spirit on the high ground. Nice Boulder Smash. A nice move from Somnus, going in to steal this bounty rune. I think Dust was trying to save that one for later.
Yang, they've got the beam up. Don't even need it. A right click. Okay, Shylock. You love to see it for Magma fans. Getting up their second kill of the game here on Yang's Darkseid down bot. And another little win for them as Dust steals the water rune away from Somnus's Lina at the top side. It's still going to continue to get difficult because Morphling, he doesn't have any supports to enable him to find the rune refills here, which is a bit worrying.
That was fine to watch. They were just like holding hands walking back from the rune. They were like literally standing next to each other, not attacking. It was just very, very cute sight from Dust and Somnus. But yeah, Lina makes a really nice play stealing the bounty rune, denying Dust from another bottle refill, but definitely liking how Somnus is playing this lane 25-11 to the 14-2. At the same time, I think Dust is doing this lane pretty impressively, but he's losing. That's just how bad this matchup is for Morphling. Even when it's played well, you just still lose this lane.
And this is even without FY rotating with the Iron Shell, and when do we feel like FY is going to start to get active across the map?
I don't think there's any need to get active on the mid lane. I think Somnus is winning this lane and maybe even communicating like, yeah, try and secure me the 6-minute power room, but I don't think he needs a gank necessarily. We may see a rotation towards top as they are looking for a kill here on the Hoodwing. Nice spear.
Should find it.
Wow.
Oh, nice spear from TZY. Last right click, he can. Okay. And he's still actually trying to man fight here, TZY. Got a God's Rebuke up in a couple of seconds and a lot of one charges. So spear up in the nick of time. Is it enough damage? Oh, he doesn't get the stun actually. So Super survives on a slither of HP. He's going to try and deny himself, but meanwhile down bot, Shylock and Kaz pop off here for 2 kills.
2 kills, yeah. Wow. This, and I mentioned, this is the lane, the side lanes for Magma, the ones that need to go well. This bottom lane is crushing it. This is why Luna, I think, had a 10-1 win rate. It's just like the hero is so good in lane. You can, if you have an easy lane, you can go greedy, get the farming tools. If you have a tough lane like this one, you go for the fighting, max Lucent Beam, and just win your lane. The problem, I think, for Magma right now is not that Morphling's getting bullied and losing mid lane, it's that this top lane's not going better. I think they needed this Mars Hoodwink to go even or even win their lane, because they need to make up for the fact that Dust is not having a good time.
Yeah, the issue is that you've got a Luna who's going to be able to flash farm, but Morphling needs catch up, and if you don't have someone to make the space for these two very greedy heroes, then Elephant are just going to be able to continue to put pressure on the map. So, like you said, the fact that Mars' lane is not going incredibly well could be a bit of a worrying sign here. He needs to pop off and be that playmaker.
Nation's mid now, Earth Spirit coming in for a D-ward. They don't probably expect to be able to easily kill Dust here. He's got the raindrops. He just instantly loses like all of his raindrops. He's down to 1 charge already. I feel like this item only came out a couple minutes ago. Yeah, maybe we see early moves from Shylock's Luna. Has the point in Eclipse so that teamfight potential in the early game is somewhat there for the Luna.
If they get too aggressive with the dive, you could see that turnaround as already Shylock has done very well for himself in the lane. For kill involvement for himself. He's going to be careful if he oversteps the mark here, as they'll TP through Somnus, and he will get punished. And well, the lane was going well. Fortunately, now with that kill on the Luna, they're getting nothing out of the map too.
That's a big kill. That was just well executed, well played. I think Luna maybe just had to kind of predict that play. At the same time, it's hard. You can't just... You want to keep winning and contesting your lane if you go back to the jungle, and at some point, yeah, that Lina is going to make the move.
See a lot of movements to the mid lane.
Yeah.
Roll in, nice sidestep.
Nice. Yeah. Morph strength and everything, so even if it landed, he would have been fine, I think. And they get the sleep. This is a DD morph lane.
Great use of the wall. It's double illusion, but with the Eclipse drop, a big kill on Somnus.
Yeah.
That's going to give them influx of gold. They find a rebuttal on the Mian Hoodwink here, but meanwhile it's also enabling TZY to be able to have a free lane here. They've actually shoved out Eurus to the jungle. Not that he's too upset about it, because he can farm incredibly fast.
It was just a great play from Dust there. Once the sleep lands, he using this morph early aggressively to turn into a Lina. So with a double damage, he has an LSA Dragon Slave into a some right clicks that just destroy the Lina. I don't think they even needed the Eclipse to get the kill in the end, but I do like that Shylock understands he needs to maybe get involved and fight early with this Eclipse. So it was overkill, but it was like the kind of mentality that shows that Magma understand how to get back into this game. I say get back in this game, they're actually pretty even on gold, and Luna's still top net worth. Dust is even with Lina now in farm after that kill, so this game is in a okay position for Magma. If they can make another couple of good rotations, things will really start to look good for them.
Where do we feel like these rotations are going to come from, though? Is it kind of the Mars where we have to pay attention to? He hasn't got that early blinkers. They're actually setting up on super top. Yarn to scout out, and it's level 7 on TZY, so the damage is through the roof at the moment, and unfortunately FY a bit too late. Meanwhile, down bot, Yang. Oh, nice Echo Stomp. That's all of the surge duration, so Yang should just be dead here. Free pick off once again for the side of Magma, even a courier. Why not just feed that one away? That was the Arcane booster.
Yeah, that's a big find. Magma getting some huge kills in both side lanes here. The top one was just a support, but I think the big thing about it is they didn't commit the arena. They did a really good job just chain stunning, using their spells to maximize damage up. But this time around, we see TZY with the Aura of Corrosion. I always like to see this. It's just a more aggressive way of playing. And yeah, the kill plus courier down bottom. This is suddenly starting to look pretty damn good for Magma. We kind of, we half-jokingly predicted them to maybe force a game 3, but when we saw the drafts, we're like, this draft can work. And we're seeing it.
Well, do we feel like Elephant are going to be able to make a movement pretty shortly, or are they okay with this? Because you do have a Mag who's a bit more of a slower orientated core.
Yeah, I like the idea of playing aggressive with Earth Spirit Lion. Perhaps they want that level 6 on Super first, but not sure whether him or FY is getting that experience tome. It looks like maybe it's already being used, because yeah, neither support level 6 yet on this Elephant side. I think once Finger of Death is online, they should be making smoke plays, finding these pickoffs on either Luna or Morphling ideally. They can't just sit back and expect to be able to win a farm war against a Morphling plus Luna. That's a bad idea. This is Luna with Mask of Madness. This Luna's now, said, okay, I've done my part, I've won my lane, I've made a rotation mid, I'm going to go secure our late game.
I'm just intrigued to see how Magma are going to divvy up the farm in the jungle, because both Luna and Morphling like to take a lot more of the defensive farm, so it could be a little bit telling for where they're farming and make it easier for Elephant to make these aggressive rotations. But it's actually Magma that are looking to take an early tier 1 tower in the mid lane, and an Elephant, they're offering no defense, so another tower is going to get claimed here for the boys on Radiant.
Good scouting with the Spirit. They know it's safe. There's nobody waiting in the trees. Like the Earth Spirit FY was considering it, but had to run away, not get scouted. And Elephant just don't seem ready to fight. I think Eurus is realizing he's going to have to be an initiator, has a Blink Dagger queued up. This draft is not looking all that potent on the Elephant side. FY, it's like all the pressure's on him to make these plays, but he doesn't really have a good hero to play around. The way this mid Lina is played is this greedy boots of travel BKB way, which, you know, I think it's fine that Somnus didn't go to Yule Scepter. He's got a safe lane Magnus on his team. He's probably thinking, okay, I got to do this BKB Daedalus build once again, but downside is they can't fight right now.
They'll get a freebie with Kaz just running up the high ground. Finger of Death used from Super, so he'll get his first charge. I do think their plays are going to get at least a little bit easier now with this tier 1 tower claimed down bot. It'll open up the map. It can maybe drop a deep observer board for them with the boots of travel completed as well from Somnus. So you can be in lane to lane and playing soon with FY's Earth Spirit if they scout out a deep player on Magma. As they're actually looking to take a fight up top, FY. A deep roll in. Finds TZY, but they haven't successfully controlled him at the start, so they're going to think twice about continuing on forward.
Both sides kind of making their own attempted plays slash baits. Mars goes in thinking the Lina is maybe a kill, sees two supports like, oh, I gotta get out of here. An Elephant could have maybe chased, but they were worried that Mars had more backup, but it was just a hoodwink. Now playing on their high ground, but Radiant Ward is scouting them out here, so they see FY.
Why? Gonna roll in, still a little bit shy on the connection here. Got a great ward in the backline that scouts out the Mars. The Earth Spike instantly as the arenas drop. The Hex as well. They need to get the Spear. They're not even going to provide that at the moment. The Eclipse used, Eurus. Taking the full round of the beams on the higher ground. That is a couple of ultimates forced from Magma just to get the kill on Super. Now they need to be careful with their positioning because an instant smoke. An Elephant looking to make a play here. Pushing on forward. Might be in a position to pop the smoke as TZY is the target. Got the vision with the roll in, and this time they will be able to catch out the Mars. They even dropped the RP for this. Maybe, I guess why not use it? Eurus is still gonna look to play the jungle, so, use the RP, get the kill, keep farming.
Great play from FY to use that roll from out of the smoke pop range. 1,000 range for the smoke to pop, and he's making sure that he is out of range, considering he knew there's a Radiant Observer Wood up there, or at least has an idea that if that smoke pops, that Mars is going to get out of there. And he was just about to finish his blink, so really good time to kill the Mars. Bit of a small little misplay from Magma where they committed the Eclipse and there wasn't really a fight happening. It's kind of reminiscent of last game with the Exorcism a few times where they throw it out, but I think the good news is it's an Eclipse, which is less of an important spell compared to what the Exorcism was in game 1. When Magma wastes an ulti like Eclipse, they're like, okay, let's just back off and keep farming. So, good decision and response to maybe a wasted ultimate, even though the Mars does get picked off there.
How do we like the item build this game for Yang? He's opted for the mechanism. We see often that the Darkseer is going for this early Aghanims as...
Yeah. I'm a bit surprised. I feel like every game I've seen Darkseer, this is just rush Aghs. It's so good, this Aghs Scepter. But they want the utility items, the mech maybe, they want to fight earlier, perhaps is the idea. Mech's just a cheaper item. That's kind of what I get out of this.
They do have an exceptional teamfight lineup as well, so maybe they're looking to group up a little bit earlier with this mech, but the Aghs, like you said, slower, but can also kind of provide that. I'm intrigued to see, though, if he opts for like a pipe next item, because there is a stupid amount of magical damage that Magma have. Both their win condition cores, in a way, the Lunar and the Morphling offer a hybrid damage with the physical and magic here, so pipe could be on the cards.
Yeah. I imagine the team comms...
Dust. Oh, sidesteps the roll and just gets the strength morph off. And now they're actually going to turn, because it picks up the E-Blade, use of the Surge, but it means that Yang now won't have this in his arsenal to get back to safety. Somnus stuck around as well, and they get the connection on the roll. Dust just a bit shy here, but still the slow is all they need to have the follow-up. They're even going to lay it down the Earth Splitter, but he gets the sidestep still. The connection's there as Dust will fall. He gets a double, in fact. Beautiful play there from Magma.
Dust hitting the boulder smash, finally catches up to him with the rolling boulder as well. Just that slow, that was perfect morph usage. His morphling is to be feared. And this game is looking rough for Elephant. I think the team comms is probably them saying, like, you know, we can't just afford to go into a farm battle with these guys when they have Luna Morph. That's why they probably get this mech, but Dust is team fighting with his E-Blading.
Yeah, careful. Eurus.
Nice
They need to pop the blink. No, he just gets in front, but the BKB, but the ARP is out. Where's the fall damage? ET blocks the roll, but now Mag, he's got no backup. He has to do it solo by himself, but the Roche is still about to fall, but the Aegis claim. Shylock picks it up. FY, a roll-in finger, claims the Aegis, and now Radiant, they don't have the numbers advantage right now after the respawn. It's all up to Shylock, but he's going to get controlled and brought down as Elephant. An incredible fight around the Roche pit. Eurus starting it off with a multi-man RP.
Yeah, it was such a good blink in. He just knew he had to get in there as soon as possible. The RP, they don't actually kill him on the RP, but it just slows down the Roche and buys time for the Darkseer to get a perfect wall off. That wall in the pit ruined them. And the ET had the right idea. Kaz was like, okay, I gotta block this potential smoke in. Unfortunately, when he saw the Mag, he just didn't
jump in, instant burst. Nice play, Magma. They hit back here with a quick kill on Somnus as Lina.
Yep. That was such an intense Roche fight. Kaz couldn't stop the Magnus blink. Morphling didn't have mana for his full combos. But it's still Magma. Like, I still like where things stand for them, even though that Roche fight doesn't go according to plan.
And if it did go according to plan, it could have been really worrying for Elephant, because with the lineup that Magma have, this is a really greedy Morph Luna draft, and if you get away with the first 20 minutes with being able to get your items, then you're going to be feeling pretty confident to make it to that late game where you should feel favored with the greedy draft they've got.
You can see, you know, every time I watch this here, I'm like, okay, I can see why people pick this. It's like Treant Protector meets Muranos.
Oh, Odwin? He's got Dust. Is the burst enough though? Magnus is so incredibly tanky. They just missed the skewer though, and it's going to cost them the kill, I believe, on Eurus. Another swash. They find him here. Great use of the control here for the Hoodwink, and it's enough. Is it? No. How did Magnus keep his life? He just gets away. The blink back to safety. Now they're chasing forward. The Hoodwink. The Treant-esque Marana will get caught out in the tree line.
So close that guy. I think Dust wasn't full agi when he first went in for the E-Blade combo, so it didn't do as much damage as I expected on the Magnus. Able to tank through it all, and at least Magma only lose their support Hoodwink in the end, but what an annoying hero for Elephant to be dealing with, just always playing in these trees, just constant nuisance for them. They do finally bring her down.
See Dire look to make a play here. Super's got a smoke, and they are pretty close to a BKB on Eurus, so do you feel like they might actually wait for that as Magma? They're not waiting. Smoke up, Charlotte.
Got the night vision.
Jump on Eurus. There's the night vision coming into play with the burst. They even use the Eclipse Sharpshooter on point there to burst through the Magnus, down for 50 seconds, slowing down his rate of farm.
We're seeing how tanky this Magnus can be when he survived last time, so that was almost just like a, let's make sure this guy doesn't pull something out of the hat, throw out an Eclipse, guarantee the kill, and make sure that nobody wants to like roll in to save him, because you'll be, you know, coming into an Eclipse. So Magma happy to throw big ultimates just for these single kills and then go back to farming, and with Luna Morphling, you know, how can you blame them? On paper, it's like they have the late game carries. They have the two best late game carries maybe in this game, although, you know, Lena may have something to say about that. Somnus, though, unlike last game, not topping the net worth charts. He's number 4, having to share that jungle farm with the Magnus and just not being able to keep up with Luna or Morphling.
Yeah, I guess that is something to bring up with the late game prowess that Alina can have. We've seen this build really start to switch over to the physical damage. She's got the Crystallis looking to be built next, but you're going to keep in mind with that empowered damage as well. I mean, it is definitely going to help out Somnus in this late game damage output.
Yep. Seeing if Dusk can turn that maybe empower around. Last fight he stole the Magnus form and was empowering himself. Can always chuck it on the Luna as well, but there are some nifty heroes. We've seen the Earth Spirit, we've seen the Lina just for the stuns and the nuke combo, so us showing that he knows fully well how to use that morph in these team fights.
Is there any play eventually, like if he gets super farm, that we could see him look to prioritize for his own team with the morph?
I think the Ag Scepter this game is probably not on the cards. I think unless you have like the Earthshaker or Dark Willow, the two big ones. Dark Willow's been the, at least from what I've seen, maybe in some of the other regions, the more popular morph combo as of late. But yeah, I think he's just going to be morphing enemies and probably not any kind of Ag Scepter this game. If they get like a Roche with Ags, it's probably going to like the Luna. I think that Clips is absolutely nuts in late game scenarios.
Yeah, and head up with the E-Blade as well. That could be very difficult for Elephant to deal with their backline. Like Lion might just get bursted. Eclipse from afar with an E-Blade shotgun. It could be too much damage for them to deal with. As Yang, it does look like he's going for the pipe here. I'm trying to check what he's got on the courier, because he's got the Ring of Health queued up. Yeah, he's almost got the pipe completed. Okay, so this is going to negate a decent amount of the magical damage that Magma have.
No. Oh, here goes smoke rotation. What can they find? They're ready to go again. They've got all their big ultimates online. Mars still no BKB, but feeling like he can be that frontliner. He's going to find Yang here.
Going to drop the arena. The DD in the arsenal from Dust. I don't know if Elephant want to think about taking this fight. Starks here will get bursted down. Another smoke play where we see Magma looking to angle their lineup to infiltrate around the triangle camp, recognizing this is often where one of Elephant's players are going to be positioning. Often the Magnus likes that area too.
Yeah. Between Magnus and Lena, it feels like someone's almost always there. This time they get Darks here, but they instantly make their way up top. Lena, actually, yeah, he's very close to being gone home. Maybe forced to be at BKB. Yeah.
Gotta get out. They'll eat the LSA, Laguna Blade as well, TZY. Might be the sacrificial lamb, but are they going to be able to turn? As it stuns off the marker, they need to close the backline as the sharpshooter with the E-Blades enough damage. They'll clean off the Luna, but here come the TP rotations. Morph's got to be careful. Dust, can he get the attribute shift off fast enough? The Spirit Vessel not going to enable that, but he's back to safety. Now with the RPUs, Eurus only finds one, but it's on Shylock. That's an incredible target to prioritize. As they'll get the kill on Luna, and at least they even up the trade here.
Great find there. Yang is doing really good with these walls, just making sure he catches like a Luna illusion in these fights is really problematic. This Darkseer is probably going to become one of the top priorities for Magma to go on just because of this wall. Those replicas doing nearly full damage, 100% damage, and I imagine at level 15 he gets that wall of replica illusion damage talent as well, so definitely a problem. Shylock getting caught out there, but Lena also going down, so kind of even trade. Maybe I would say slightly better for Elephant considering how things have been going. Both teams probably going to be looking to posture and set up for this next Roshan, which could respawn as soon as 30 seconds from now.
Is there a team where you feel like they would have better Roshan control in this game? Because it does look like either team, their AoE abilities are through the roof.
Yeah, ET's really good. I think the big thing when both teams have pretty good team fight around Roche is going to be Vision, which is wards as well as spells. So ET Spirit really good just for figuring out where your enemies are. And Dire don't really have that great scouting unless they want to get an Aghanim Shard on FY's Earth Spirit, which I'd like to see eventually. Probably after the BKB would be a good time to pick it up.
Smoke up, Eurus. Off the smoke. Great positioning from him with their ward on the high ground.
They saw the ward, yeah. They know they're there because they saw the ward.
They found Super though. Yeah, jump in, another instant Hex stops the spear combined up with the arena, but it's not gonna matter.
Lion not having a blink is definitely a bit questionable. Like that's this kind of scenario where it's like, yeah, you're 5 position, not the 4, but he's farmed with Aether Lens. Like, it's just so good in these games when you have the vision by a cliff or you pop a smoke to be able to just instant blink away.
It's got BKB. This is a difficult. Okay, they forced the BKB. They're happy with that, but you got to get out now. It's Eurus, he's hunting. Surge, skewered, they'll sidestep it, but now we committed, and the BKB is about to expire, but it's got 2,800 HP to go through. There's a back drag back onto the wall with 2, but Dust is going to look to turn, but the Replicate out, pairing up with the Magnus. They use a lot of abilities with the BKB Force too, but I feel like Radiant are pretty happy with that.
Forcing out the BKB, almost killing his Magnus. This Fan Brace I feel like is saving his life. The bonus strength plus 10% magic resistance. That is a lot. He survives on like 400 health there, which with 15 strength and magic resistance, I think is basically the difference maker.
Yamian.
Hook up.
Solid positioning.
Yeah, he pops super smoke. good. I love watching Mian Mian do his hoodwink. It's been so fun to watch this game.
Top tower is under attack.
His positioning so far, and again popping another smoke. It might cost him his life here as the rest of the team are a bit disconnected from the hoodwink, and they actually even commit the finger of death. Super, he's had enough of the little squirrel. It's going to take him out of the game for 50 seconds, but Magma, very good wards still around this top side as they're going to look to try and take the tier 2, which will give them outpost control. But Dire, they don't want to let them have this advantage. The blink in, Eurus is hunting. Unfortunately for TZY, he's unable to get the BKB off as they've got the burst to go through the help of the Mars. He's still going to turn a BKB Arena use. Can he get back to safety? It's going to be a difficult task. Blinks up in a couple seconds, but the last right clicks there. Morphling fell up top. Somnus.
Was that Shadow Blade? Oh, he got the Shadow Blade. I saw he had this queued up. This is such a good item to hunt like that low health Morphling. He's going to have to play on much higher strength now that that was probably the reveal. I don't know. He's very farmed. I think maybe this Lena's had it for a while, but...
Oh, Roche is up.
And Roche is up. The Mars there, that was just... He popped the smoke. He had Blink and BKB. They didn't actually go on him for like a full second or even 2 seconds, and he just didn't blink away. I thought, okay, pop the smoke, blink away. But he didn't. He just stood there.
Oh, there's a DD in front of the pit too. It's disastrous for Magma. I think they just have to give it up.
Lost it, yeah.
A big opportunity for them is now giving away the second Roche. Could be disastrous as Aghanim shot is on the cards here. A scout out, but a blink in. TZY is going to get caught. And they haven't found a jump. Elephant find everything from that second Roche, and oh, this is a scary Magnus surged up. Look at that catch potential. He's zooming on forward.
Well, Roshan being claimed. Where did the Ag shard end up? Lena's holding onto it, so... see if Lena's going to be the one to...
Could you give it to Darkseid with the punch for the illusion? Just another illusion against the Luna?
Not bad, I would say. I'm not sure how easily Darkseid is going to get to right-click people. I would rather most likely like to see on FY, but right now Somnus is not even using it. So I think FY is the best shard they have. I have no idea how good this Magnus Horn Toss is, honestly. I feel like I've even seen it before. But FY is the one that stands out to me.
Yeah, they do have very good heroes with it. And often we see like a Lion even sometimes prioritized. I don't think this game they will, but yeah, you're right. There is I mean, what do you get from it? +4 Stone Remnants, 375 Ground Vision. Like, it is a crazy shard for the Earth Spirit.
He puts it back at base. Is it going to go? Yeah, it does. You're right. Normal punch. We're getting more illusions. He's got a blink, so he's going to have a way to get on top of some of these heroes. Here we go. You know, these poor supports never getting any love.
It's a Quals game.
Yep. So, with a normal punch, you know, you hit somebody, you knock that illusion out of them.
It's also an MKB timing. So what you could do previously with the Lena on Somnus, and they're even going to be able to get a pick off down bot as Mian just doing squirrel things, trying to be this nuisance and cutting the wave, but will cost him his life here, unfortunately. His Elephant got a double smoke up. They got to be careful. Dust.
He expects them.
He's got TZY coming over. Dust. He doesn't have a lot of strength and evaporates. Laguna, finger of death. Goodbye. You can't play so far pushed away from your team, but they're going to try and counter. TZY. This is a solo BKB arena used for just Super.
You can see there why you need a blink on Lion. They kill on Morphling, but let's say he stayed at his tower. They can kill him at the tower if Lion has a blink. He has to like Glimmer Cape Invis in to try and get that insta Hex off. I think without having a blink is super questionable. He realizes it himself. He's got it queued up as his next item, but I feel like having a blink and then the Aeon Disc is how he needs to be playing this game. It still worked. They still got the Morph kill. He also could have escaped maybe with a Blink Dagger. But yeah, I think Super, probably his teammates will have some things to say about his item build after this game.
He's closing in on it though, and I guess the Philosopher's Stone helping out a lot. He's really farmed, in fact. 8,000 net worth, so at least shortly he'll have that blink. And often though we do see the Lion has been one of the best ways to deal with the Morphling, just that instant hex through a lot of previous games. Not seeing it so far, but like you're saying, it might have some questions to answer here afterwards.
We'll see. Oh, by the way, Aghanim Scepter Luna, they're going all in on this big Eclipse team fight. A lot of magic for a second camp from that. There is BKBs on 2 of these heroes, plus Darkseid with a pipe. This is a good way to blow up some of these supports, although FY himself about to finish a BKB as well for a 3rd one.
He's got the 20 talent on Shylock, so yeah, that magical damage will be at a level that maybe Elephant are unable to deal with, unless they can burst through Magma through this BKB duration, which is going to be something we have to keep tabs on.
They're playing around this mid lane. They want this Tier 2 tower. Already taking the bottom one, so if they want to go for that outpost control, they can, but I don't think they're that interested in playing around that bottom part of the map right now.
See how difficult it is for them to get out of the map against the Elephant lineup. Like, the pickoffs that they've shown now is going to get even difficult. Supers, Blinks completed, you got FY to hunt, Shadow Blade on Lina. So you have to be so careful on how you want to split push these side lanes. And in fact, Eurus jump in, TZY, he gets a spear connection, but he might have to BKB as Somnus is also hunting. Can he find the LSA connection? Kaz is probably the easier target. Unable to sidestep. Gonna try and play around with the Bulwark, but that's not enough to change the attacks. Now Yang is in a bit of trouble here with the turn back. Wall dropped up here as well. The ultimates coming through from Element are on point as they rip through 3. It cost the Darkseid his life, but it doesn't matter as Yang picks up a double.
Yeah, he's even picking up kills from the grave there. Those wall illusions just doing all kinds of work. I'm surprised he didn't go for the illusion damage, but even the vacuum AoE is fantastic as well.
Oh,
with
he's
the
so
surge.
lucky he had Surge. He's so lucky.
Yeah. I think Lion realized maybe at the time could have gone for a blink or a spike instead of the hex. But things looking rough for Magma in these team fights when Darkseid can get these combos off. He's going to have an Aghanim Scepter queued up now, so have that ability to just keep these lanes pushed out by chucking Iron Shells on creeps. Bonus health for any of your teammates you're putting it on. But the biggest problem I feel like is going to be this Somnus Lina in some of these team fights. Again, it's same story as last game where they had to commit everything to kill a Lina. This is now a level 25 Lina. He's about to finish a Skadi to go with this Shadow Blade MKB.
And it's just worrying that it feels like Elephant, they have a much easier time to be able to execute these fights. Like, the stuns, you're gonna get a vac wall on 1 if 2 people. You're gonna get an RP on 1 or 2 people again. Lion can jump. Earth Spirit's gonna get the connection. You see the involvement of the heroes on Elephant, but it's Radiant. Like, the support's control in the fights is very, very difficult to get multiple people, and it's coming into fruition in these fights. Just Elephant, it's just so much easier to execute, whereas Magma, they really have to rely on getting this burst before the BKBs.
Yeah. Perhaps some of the saving grace could come from this Mars Bulwark. We've seen the Lina's damage output being somewhat mitigated by it. It's definitely an area where TZY needs to tank up and position himself as much as possible. But it does feel like they're kind of not even gone for this late game right click Luna. The Ags now refresh it queued up. They need to blow heroes up during stuns or just kite the BKBs and then dish out all their spells. I mean, it is a 6-second BKB on Magnus. Imagine Lina is also pretty low, 7 seconds on Lina, so these BKBs are on the shorter end.
Smoke up. Elephant as 5. Looking to try and find Magma out of position, but they are grouped up around their own high ground. Have the greatest vision around the area, and also Bot has a gigantic wave getting shoved in, so shortly Elephant are going to be aware that no one's defending Bot, so they have to be outside the base. So now with these towers under siege, how are they going to look to angle for this fight?
The teams know it's Roshan in 5 seconds, plus or minus 3 minutes. Well, in the plus 3 minutes, but yes. Roshan is going to respawn in 50. There we go. That's what I was trying to say. So both these teams will be posturing around that pit. We'll see whether or not it's going to be a Refresher Shard or Aghanim Scepter. Definitely a lot of really good refresher heroes on the Dire and Radiant side with the Luna. And then, of course, there's a few good tags in play as well that could come out.
Definitely be nice for Elephant if you can give that over to the Darks here. I mean, he's already completed the point booster. Not really much he can go in. Maybe Octarine, I guess, with it, but...
Yeah, maybe you give it to either Lina for the Spell Immunity Piercing, or the Earth Spirit gives him the Enchant Remnant so he can use it as a save.
Yeah, that'd be nice, yeah.
Or just a, you know, repositioning tool for enemies where you can force them out of position.
Are there any tier 4 neutral items that might be able to help out Magma here?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too. I feel like tier 4s, I mean, always talk about one is the Flicker. Not sure, they don't really have that the traditional carry that can like abuse it as much. They get the leveler on the Luna, so more right click damage coming out of her. I think it's, you know, this Mask of Madness is probably feeling a bit odd now with the self-silence when you're going for this kind of magic damage oriented build with the Ag Scepter. Probably see that Mask of Madness maybe even be replaced at some point. But I don't really see any game-changing tier 4 neutral items myself.
This Roshan, third one of the game. Aghanim's Blessing available here as either team recognizing the importance of the pit. This could turn this game on its head as they get the jump. Morphling, nice stop. They blocked the roll, but still with the skill drag back into the LSA. Morphling's gonna get bursted down. There's no defensive capabilities from Magma coming through, but now with the buyback, Morphling is gonna look to reach on the 5. They bring down Eurus. No Magnus to rejoin that, but the damage, they'll still kill off the ET and the Mars.
Somnus's Lina just dishing it out, 3.5k damage. Meanwhile, the Luna Eclipse did 6k plus damage. With the buybacks, they want to force this Roche.
Elephant. Great ward on the high ground, but Roche is falling. Magma have this advantage in numbers right now. TZY though, still gotta be careful. That doesn't get up on the high ground, but the attack range for stuff. If that was an aggressive one, he's in such a peculiar position. They'll even punch him down, but it's space for Roche and he's still not dead. Great use of the Echo Stomp allows Magma to reset after claiming Roshan.
That is big for them. They get the Aghanim Scepter as well. We'll see where that ends up. Dust is holding on to it. I'm not sure if he's gonna use it himself. It's like he's such a good morph that I feel like even just having that, like, you know, the extra cast range could be kind of crazy good on him, but we'll see. He's holding on to it for now.
Yeah, they don't have the greatest heroes for it actually, because Luna's already got it, Hoodwink's already got it. Maybe you give it to Luna.
Yeah, it could allow her to sell her. You could sell her Ag Scepter to buy a refresher if you give it to her. I think that's a viable option.
Another play is, like you said, giving it to Morphling and then maybe actually playing with the ET, because you do get that BKB spell immunity. So that could be pretty important here in these fights. There's a lot of magical damage from Elephant. I know it is starting to transition into some right-click physical because of the Lina build.
Give it to Mars. So this is one I'm not very familiar with. The little invulnerable soldiers. Yeah, you can read. Viewers can read about it as I am as well.
It's incredible if you scale. If you've got damage, which you see instantly, he goes Deso into Satanic. So going late game, he's going to deal a crazy amount of damage. It's going to increase his farm as well, but we're 40 minutes in. How much is that going to be a factor, of course, is the question.
Immediately buys a Deso. So he's like, okay, I got this Ag, so let's get some damage output. He had Satanic queued up earlier.
RP back onto 2, instantly Morphling obliterated! Somnus as well, he's ripping apart the Mars, they don't have buybacks, they need to try and get out of here, Magma, but they're looking to fight. As Dust, he waveforms in aggressively, he's only got 2 heroes in the backline, and an Elephant, they've got the numbers advantage, another blink forward skewer, Morphling's in no man's land, drag back, he's down! 120 seconds on the deck, they find Luna, another catch from FY, it's rolling Magma! Oh, what a disastrous fight for them!
Disaster indeed. It can't get much worse than that. Luckily, the Luna has buyback. Perhaps it could have been a tiny bit worse for them, but all these heroes get annihilated by a perfect RP, and they split their spells well there. The Lion goes in, stopping the Mars from getting any arena out, or even, I don't think he even toggled the Bulwark on because he got Blink Hex by Supra's Lion while the RP came out, so the Mars got taken out of the fight while the 2-man RP absolutely destroyed them, and they're just going for the GG. Elephant.
Come back.
Yeah, no Eclipse. I don't think they've got anything to defend this.
This is game.
Yep.
Elephant. They might just be able to get a rematch here. Another back on 2. Earthpike as well. It's Elephant. The rematch is there. They will 2-0 Magma in our semi-finals. And they're now going to face eHope in the grand finals for 1 slot to make it to TI10.
Well, a grand finals we're perhaps not too surprised by, but the way we got there, Magma, what a lower bracket run these guys made, and what a showing here in game number 2. Game number 1, they kind of got outclassed. This time around, yeah, in the end, Elephant showing that their experience counts for something that perhaps is just lacking on the Magma side, but Magma played so well this game. Definitely a team to look out for in the future. Love watching them, and yeah, unfortunately, just not quite enough against such an experienced veteran team. But Elephant, perhaps maybe feeling a bit shaky that this series was not more convincing.
Maybe, or it could be some momentum heading into the grand finals. This is
Absolutely.
definitely a team that is hit or miss, but taking a 2-0 like this, even though, like you said, it wasn't as convincing as maybe some people were thinking, still, it's also going to be a lot for eHome to look at as well, giving them some information for our best of 5 that is to come shortly. However, we'll send this to a break. When we come back, we'll try and break down our semi-finals.
But I do believe we are jumping into draft. And we are going to see a Nyx and a Doom as the first 2 bans. Really makes sense in my eyes. I'm sure these 2 teams will be, I guess, really going for the Lion pick. I don't see Lion being banned out by either of these 2 because they'll definitely want it.
Yeah, Lion is a great hero. I mean, I don't even know what to say about Lion anymore. Hero is just too good. And obviously there's 4 bans. They prioritize over Lion, but I think Lion deserves to be in the top 4 as well.
Yeah.
I think so too. Lion definitely deserves to be banned, but it's also one of those things that if you have the ability to pick it up, why would you not go for it?
Yeah.
I know I've asked Gods this before, and he absolutely loves Lion. I've also asked Ares as well. They're 2 big fans of it. But do you think there is another support that's kind of on the same level or caliber or can counter and match up well against Lion?
It's a tough one. Like, nobody really does what Lion does right now, which is like instant initiation plus huge amount of burst damage. Maybe something that's really good against him and that isn't picked up a lot lately is Abaddon as well as Grimstroke, because both of them have like a Heartless spell, which is really good against the Hex and Earth Spike that he has. But like the biggest problem is just they don't offer the same instant initiation, which is what's so scary. You're a 6-slotted carry, you have a BKB, he jumps you with instant Hex, you're like, I'm dead. And you can do about
it's
it.
that quick. Yeah. I'm
and
a
Lena
little
first
surprised
pick.
Shadow Shaman has fallen out of favor, because Shadow Shaman was very popular in the Chinese region. That hero was getting picked up all the time, and now we see Puck Lion. Like, yeah, Lion's there. He's ready to go. They banned the TA on Elephant. They're following the right steps right now. Lena doesn't necessarily need to be mid. We've seen Lena in the 4 position feel pretty good, and I think it's definitely open for eHome to interpret how they want to play this Lena, as it's only their first pick anyway.
And Lion to accompany the Puck, just because it's a hard counter to Puck, so it makes sense to pick it together, because Lion Puck is really good together as well.
Do you like the Lena getting more priority over the Lion from eHome? I mean, they had first pick. They could have picked up that Lion.
It's because it's very versatile. Like, it can go mid, and we have seen mid Lena just do so much work in the last series, and the entire qualifier. Really, it's probably one of the most busted mid heroes right now. Her stat gain is insane. Like, the way she scales into the mid-late game is insane. Her laning is really good too. There's almost no hero that beats Lena in lane. It's a strong hero. Like, originally you would pick Puck to beat Lena in lane, like 2 years ago, but Lena received so many buffs that now Lena actually beats Puck in lane.
Is that another thing you'll be sending off to Ice Frog? You'll be telling him nerf Lena and put in the token system?
It's my MMR hero. Like, I pick it all the time. Easy MMR. But it's really good. But eHome is also really low on time.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I am really surprised that we still haven't seen a pick come out from them. I thought we'd be moving on to the next phase bans, but there you go. There's the Abaddon that you said wasn't really in favor at the moment, but it's coming out here in the grand final.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense against Lion and Puck. If you both get caught, you can just run out, and break the coil yourself and then shield the other person that might be coiled with you. And we spoke about how good it is against Lion in theory. But if you get hexed and they just stun the other guy, then you can't really do much about it either.
Definitely not. I'm going to assume they didn't use all of that time just to thinking about an abandoned hit.
Yeah.
I'm
Hey
sure
guys,
they're trying to
abandoned.
figure out. I'm sure they're trying to figure out, you know, some pairings to go with it. So what do you guys think they will try and put in the same lane as this abandoned, or I guess team fight cohesion wise?
I think they're waiting for Black to say it because he's so far called this draft pretty much perfectly. So I think they're just watching the stream. They're just like, all right, what is he going to say next? What's the
And
pairing,
they're
Black?
just sitting quietly and they just use all the bonus time, random hero. Why isn't he saying anything?
Say something, please, Black. Oh, come on.
Guys, we're gonna pick. He's not saying anything.
Because that was just actually, you were just like, hey, Abaddon works, and then they waited all this time, 2 minutes, and then all of a sudden Abaddon came out. And I was just like, yep, all right.
Best drafting
It's not
way.
coincidence.
Listen to the analysts. No, but generally, what you want to pair with a Abaddon in the safe lane is a hero that has problems staying by himself, but usually high damage, like Morphling, like Terrorblade. Heroes that can farm very well if they're full health all the time. And heroes that get bullied easily. But then you have this Abaddon there and suddenly you can't bully them out anymore. And Terrorblade has not been touched yet. It's not a hard counter to anything, but I mean TB first 2 wins a lot, so I wouldn't be surprised if EOM just goes TB or something crazy like that.
It's a lot of range
Not even
coming
crazy,
your way.
But it's definitely not. You know, if TB does make it through this ban phase, again, another hero that I'd be very surprised if it doesn't get picked up. It normally is banned out during this phase, though. Yep. Along with the Medusa is another hero we see banned out a lot during this phase.
Especially eHome, they love their Medusa. Elephant, probably not as much after their first game yesterday against eHome.
Wow, Void Spirit ban.
Void Spirit.
I'm a little surprised that hero's just not getting picked that much, but it's one of those heroes that's on my mind if I'm thinking XM. Yeah, but it's like it's definitely one of the. It's XM giving mobility. Like he works with it so well.
Yeah, but Lion, but Void Spirit into the Lion and Puck. That is very
for
scary
trouble.
to do. Yeah. The Elephant respecting XM a lot, obviously, but I think it's just going to be an XM Lina, to be honest.
Definitely could be. I wouldn't be surprised if Fade ends up on that Lina, considering they banned like the Hoodwink. I think like Fade's really loving that hero right now.
Yeah.
It's just like, all right, well, I can't have my Hoodwink. I'll at least take the Lina. Maybe
all
XM
of China,
can
really, right? It's either Lion or Hoodwink for the +4s. Go for Luna, okay.
Yeah, TB banned, so not going to be possible for eHome to pick up.
Yeah.
Luna coming out.
Ban TB, pick Luna, because TB is the bigger Luna answer usually. There's still a couple more in the pool. Like, I wouldn't mind Medusa at all. Medusa's very good. Ursa Warrior could work. Together with an Abaddon, not a weak lane.
Yeah, the Ursa.
I haven't seen a lot of Ancient Apparition, really, in this 5 position. I feel like that
It was like first pick for the longest time, but...
Yeah, and he's just been completely ignored.
Yeah, I feel like for so long it was Wyvern, AA, and Lion were like those, and Nyx, right? It was those 4 supports that.
Wow, quickly into the Tide after that Mars pick. And then quickly into the Medusa.
And then there's the Medusa. Yeah.
Well, they did use all of their reserve time. And then, you know, now that you gotta throw out these heroes.
Yeah, when they spend so long on the Abaddon, you've got to know that they're thinking more about what can come. There's no way you spend over a minute just for an Abaddon pick. But they also answer immediately. They pick the Tide on the side of Elephant. Obviously a little bit of that front liner.
I mean, Elephant know what to do though. Like they played this exact matchup pretty much yesterday, the Medusa against Luna, and Medusa will come out ahead if you don't start pressuring somewhat early. Because Luna is gonna hit a much earlier timing than Medusa, and you really gotta make good use of that timing, which Elephant so far in this qualifier overall have been struggling with.
When is that window, Black?
It's usually after 1-2 items. Like you can go into the Dragonlance, fast Manta, you're gonna be very strong. Some people go Dragonlance Yasha into BKB just to get that really strong power spike in the mid game. And I think you're probably gonna focus on trying to be a little bit more active a little bit earlier this game. Like he's not gonna go full greed.
Radiant team ban.
Ban the ancient apparition. There you go.
And AA.
You talk about that it wasn't really being looked at, and they looked at it.
Yeah. So they're still
then
banning out mid heroes.
Predictions for final picks out of these two teams.
Well, so I'm expecting Lina middle. What's a 4
Yeah.
Fade likes to play? I feel like Rubik this game, it's not a good hero, but Fade's
a
Rubik
lot
this
to
game could be doing a
steal.
lot of work.
Yeah, there's a lot
yeah.
there on the menu. When you look at this game like a Rubik, you're just like, oh yeah, come on, yeah, use Eclipse, use Ravage. I'm good, I got this.
It's probably gonna be a
Earth
Dark
Spirit.
Willow if it's a
Okay.
4.
Yeah, Dark Willow, Earth
Oh,
Spirit.
okay.
Yeah.
Definitely see that.
Like Fade strikes me as a Dark Willow guy.
Yeah, it was banned in the last series we watched them play against him, right? It was like that
Yeah.
final ban of the Dark Willow, and I think they're banning mids on Elephant to make sure. Like, I think they want XM on that Lina. Like
I
they're
really want that though.
planning to
He's
play-
so scary on
Yeah,
it.
which is pretty scary. And then it's the mindset is probably just what, like, we think we can beat the Lina, and we're just gonna continue to
Yeah.
ban mids. So they feel like they have to play the Lina mid.
Okay, right now though,
Imagine
Lina
Thomas
looks
is
really
top
good
five.
in those core matchups. Like Puck, Luna, Tide aren't that good against Lina, especially within the bat and backing up the Lina. Like it's not gonna be easy.
Well, maybe they're trying to force it mid, and then they counter it with. I'm trying to formulate a thought here, and I have one, but
Yeah,
I
go
can't
on,
put it
go
into
on.
words right now. I'm trying to go along the lines that they're forcing this Lina into mid because they know how to deal with it late game.
But that means they would
lane
have to
phase.
put Puck on like a +5 position, which would make the lanes very weak. They ban one mid and one 4, so they're not at all sure actually
Oh.
what's happening.
Wow, and it's
Yeah,
the
the Shaman
shaman
ban
too.
is very interesting. That's
They're
true
like-
that you pulled up the Shaman and the AA that end up getting last banned.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like Dark Willow here is really strong for the lane and for the game overall. Like their team fight, Mars, Medusa, Dark Willow, is pretty disgusting. Like there's
Terrorizing
almost no
inside the
chance to fight
arena.
into that.
Feels awful to play into.
You can dodge the whole Eclipse as well. Like she has a lot of good things going for her.
Yeah, I mean they've only got 14 seconds, but hopefully they come out with the Dark Willow.
Yeah, tune into the draft really quick. What did he say?
I'm surprised, you know, obviously they can't pick anti-mage, but I'm surprised that wasn't a talk for you guys. Oh, the Rubik is gonna come out
That is the
instead.
Rubik. Okay.
I'm not too shocked at
We have the
that.
same thought. Buffet menu for the Rubik.
Yeah. Tuning into the stream again. What Rubik never picked? Oh, why did he say that? Okay.
Prove him wrong. Prove him wrong. Pick it. Pick it. Pick it.
Guys, Rubik, fast. 5 seconds.
We only have 5 seconds.
Yeah, last pick for Elephant then. It's also gonna be a 4 or 5.
Seconds
It's
remaining.
usually super on the line, so I'm expecting some FY hero. Earth Spirit,
Would
he
be
could be
his kinda
okay.
hero. Does he play the
Kinda
Mirana
weak, though.
again?
Mirana could work. What about Dark Willow for them with the Puck combination, maybe?
I was about to
Yeah.
ask that. The Dark Willow for them.
As if I
They're
really
also
play that
running
hero a
out of
lot
time.
though. Yeah.
And not
It's a tough
really.
pick
not,
for
he's not
FY.
like a big Dark Willow guy.
Yeah.
He played that Mirana a lot. And Grimstroke. Okay, I like that.
Ooh.
Okay, Grimstroke.
Yeah.
They have good Grimstroke heroes. Double Gush, double Loosen Beam, all the Lion spells, of course. But this Rubik is like he can steal from everybody this game. This is
yeah.
the perfect Rubik game. Like one of the best ones
So-
we've seen in a long time.
Having seen the drops
Seriously.
completed now, Black, where are you going to put your prediction for this game? Which team do you like the look of?
I think I really like eHome's draft. Like their front line is very strong, and they don't have good heroes to cut into the back line on Elephant. They have a Puck, but he doesn't deal enough damage to deal with the Abaddon. And BKB is coming out from the eHome side.
Okay, so you'll be sitting with eHome, B-Cup.
I kind of agree with the choice of eHome. I'm not putting my career on the line on this one. I'm just
course
gonna.
not. Never do
Yeah,
that.
when you go 0 for 1 in that kind of prediction bet, it's very scary to put that back on the line. But
Yeah,
I'm
I can
kind of
imagine.
for Elephant at least. I think it's game 1 of a BO5. It's Somnus on the puck, and I think that's a hero that he has a lot of confidence with, and that's something that I think Elephant are trying to build early on in the series, and that's going to be very important. This is one of his best heroes. So if he has a really good game here, I think that's going to be indicative of what we see for the rest of the series. But if Somnus struggles on this puck, I could see eHome kind of getting into like a 2-3-0 territory. But I want to go eHome with this one, but I'm going to go and even up the panel. I'll go Elephant.
All right, I like the look of eHome. I like the Rubik. I like the Medusa. And again, maybe Elephant are just trying to settle in, see how eHome are performing today before they get any further on in this best of 5. But I will let you guys take it away for game number 1.
You die.
Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Danke.
Dankeschön, ja. Arigatou gozaimasu.
That's all I got. I'm repeating what you said yesterday.
I know you repeat everything I said yesterday. But yeah, just looking over all the lanes, like Medusa should be free farming against TI10. It's a pretty easy lane. And then getting out some deep wards with a smoke. I don't know if they saw the Lina ward. I believe they did because they put the ward much earlier, so they should get dewarded momentarily. But this Rubik is gonna be the big make or break factor for this eHome side. Like he has so many good spells to steal. They last picked it for a reason. They obviously have a lot of faith rather, in this Rubik pick. And in Fade, there's a lot of Fs here right now, which confused me a little bit. But like he can literally just win them the game if he gets some good steals, some clutch steals.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see, like, in the best Rubik game, is Rubik still like
bad?
Is Rubik still the pick to be? Yeah, that's because we talked about that. I think there was one game in the DPC that was really like this, where Rubik really had a menu worth of things to get. And so does the question become, is Rubik just that bad of a hero, or not a hero that really keeps up anymore, even if he's got this buffet of abilities to go for?
Yeah, it's definitely an important question to answer, not just for this game in particular, but maybe the entire series, because Rubik is a very special hero where you can either be like hero or zero, right? Like you get this really clutch steal, like a Ravage, you own super hard, or you get an Anchor Smash and suddenly you do nothing because your hero basically lacks an ultimate.
Yeah.
It's a very Feast of Feminine hero. Feminine hero. Why are there so weird sayings in English, man? Like your language needs some makeover.
Yeah, you know, we can make it a little bit easier, that's for sure.
Yeah. What was the word yesterday? Discombobulated?
Discombobulated?
Yeah. It's a great word.
Yeah.
What was the other word you just said? Echelon?
Yeah. Echelon's a good one too.
What are these words, man? Like, why are they so complicated? Like, how do you even spell echelon? ECH?
I want to tell you I know the answer to that, but I don't. It's a lot of, we have the SAT here in the United States, and like my mom and dad used to be like, that's a good SAT word, hon. And like you'd always remember these ridiculous words, and you'd have to like define them during the test, and so you hang on to these words for so long, and now you finally have a chance to use them.
But you don't actually know how to spell them.
I don't know how to spell them, but you know, like erroneous is a good one too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not important, you know, as long as you know that the word exists and you can say it properly. You don't need to spell it. We're in 2021.
Yeah. Exactly. Look that up.
Ask you to spell that other than me.
Use Google.
Google, tell me how to spell echelon. Getting back into this game. How's Sumner's doing? Very well.
7-0 right now. He's having a perfect lane, and this is why I like the Puck pick. I thought that this is a hero that he can certainly gain confidence on.
And I think he needs that too, because as we said, he's been losing lanes against XM a lot this qualifier. Yep.
I think that's one of the biggest things that you alluded to in terms of like where this series can go, especially with Somnus losing to XM so often. So if you can get yourself a bit of confidence going right now, that would be big.
Who's that?
Yeah, he's gonna die here. He'll be the first blood going to Fade. Unfortunate here for Elephant giving up that first blood in the bottom lane, and it is the Rubik who gets it. An early, you know, quick kill with telekinesis, which is, I think, very rare with telekinesis level 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically, it's just like a mini stun, basically. It has the same duration as a Lucent Beam, which is kind of sad. But they do end up getting the kill. Like, Rubik is a pretty decent laner, though. Like, his Fate Bolt makes you trade very well against heroes like Lion, especially. Super again.
Yeah, he's in trouble. The spear lands, the telekinesis pulling him back. Earth Spike still kind of walks into Chalice. They've got the God's Rebuke. The Hex comes out. He's going over towards his courier, maybe to make sure that that doesn't die as he runs away.
Yeah, and they get a big free pull off, denying pretty much the entire wave. Will Luna be able to steal that creep though? Yeah, Luna gets it. Well played by Eurus. It's basically a free camp for him, a free big camp for him. Another bonus 100 gold. He says thank you.
What was the Luna build we saw that was very different? I think it was like the first day we were covering this region. It was like what, 0 points into the Lunar Blessing or 1 point into the Lunar Blessing and going max everything else?
I think it was the glaives. Like he had one level glaives at like 404, and it was with a TA also. Just because you already have a greedy TA, you can't really afford to go max into the glaives.
Right.
But this time around, he should have a pretty good time. Like they have a puck middle who's not greedy at all. Going very low though.
Now Puck's sitting really low, but they're going over bottom for a second onto Eurus. He's got that stick to heal up.
Yeah. Luna, a very strong laner, of course. How's
Now
top lane
Rubik
looking? Tidehunter's
taking
getting
some
owned.
damage. He's only
Not a Spear
he's
Super.
14-0. It's not terrible. Super's gonna die here. Spear God's Rebuke with the Fade Bolt. Fade getting himself another kill, now 2-0.
They're getting
It's that level 2
owned down
Fade Bolt.
here. At least Luna is still farming well. That is the biggest priority of theirs, of course. But one more kill like that, Fade suddenly has mana boots, and then Mars has infinite mana to spam. Can get very scary very soon.
Looking over at Somnus to see if he's still struggling, you know, at all. But he's right there with XM.
Yeah. His net worth is actually quite a bit higher than XM's, so even though he struggled with HP for a little while, he's doing very well. A little bit worried about Yang, perhaps. He does have his ring, but every time he comes close, he just eats the snake and takes a lot of damage from it.
So if you're Somnus, do you hit level 6 and alleviate the pressure over top by rotating there?
It's a tough kill, and Fade is middle.
If you can. Yeah, they're gonna go over telekinesis
Oh, he
into the
didn't
LSA.
finish it.
They've got the Fade Bolt, and now the Illusory Orb is gonna take him far enough away. Dragon Slave. Oh gosh, that was close. Fade still wants to stay. He's got Fade Bolt in 6. If Somnus gets greedy, we'll see if Fade wants to go for it, and he'll actually just back off.
Probably would have lived regardless, cause he had raindrops, but a lot of pressure coming out from all of these lanes. How do you kill his Medusa now is the question. His mana shield and 11 wand charges, power threats already completed. Even if the puck rotates, it's not going to be an easy kill. Because you have a Grimstroke there, which isn't the greatest +4 for killing a
Super
Medusa.
in trouble again, but Fade, he's actually the one who will fall. They try to set up onto this Lion, and it doesn't work out for them. That's a good kill to get to really open up a bit more for Eurus here, and Eurus is having a pretty good time. Or Spike, Chalice, forced back with some heavy right clicks out from this Luna.
Yeah, no Hex available, otherwise there would have been another kill. But of course the level 1 cooldown is very high. So Somnus defeat back middle, that means no rotation from him. Same as XM
Or
really.
Spike again. They want this. They want to get this kill. They've got the Ink Swell. They brought the Grimstroke over. It'll pop right on the Chalice, and they will take out this Mars. This lane is starting to turn very much in the favor of Elephant. They brought the Grimstroke in, I think, kind of knowing that Tide is just going to have to deal with this Medusa.
It makes you wonder where the Abaddon is throughout all of this, though. He could have saved the Mars down there, and he hasn't really been able to do a whole lot. He tried to D-ward middle, didn't find a ward, though. And now he's on the way back top. Oh, those are big stacks.
And he's going to spot them.
Yeah, Lina might
So the
want to
question
rotate
is, can
there.
they take him away?
They're gonna fight into a Ravage soon, if they don't do it ASAP.
Yeah, Yang halfway towards level 6. Now getting body blocked. Kraken Shell, it procs, but Yang is able to squirt through where X-Nova gave him a little bit of space. I'm a little surprised he didn't go 1 level into the Curse of Avernus, but goes 2-2-0.
Yeah, usually, especially in an easier lane like this, there's at least a level, as you said. Interesting. There's 10% slow on first level already. Could have maybe even gotten them the kill there.
It feels good early. I'm a big fan of level 1 Curse of Avernus.
Same. How is Mars doing? Almost 6. So when Mars is 6, I'm expecting Lina to rotate there. Oh, he spotted Super. That's an arcane room for Puck. It's a big one. Probably the best rune he can ask for at this moment.
Yeah.
What is he gonna do with it?
Now
Baron
he
going
ends
in
level
deep
6.
again. Just to block the camp and get a deep ward out.
Xnova's here. If you're Elephant, I think at this point with the way Xnova positioned going towards Yang, you think do you assume that he backed off and went towards this?
Ooh,
they broke
he
the
breaks the
smoke.
smoke.
Now you definitely know that he knows, and getting this kill might force you into a spot where you move and take these stacks, and then they'll get the kill on a Super. It's XM with the Laguna Blade, but they'll take out Xnova in return.
I'm very surprised Super went up that hill alone after the rest of the team getting unsmoked and going for the Abaddon.
They killed it on the Abaddon. Yeah, I don't really understand why he would go the other way.
Yeah. We've seen those miscommunications from Elephant throughout the entire qualifier, though, which has been one of their biggest struggles so far, I'd say.
Good D-ward there by FY. Very aware of what Xnova was doing, and you have to assume it's Xnova. He's warding wherever he's coming from.
Yeah. And especially if you have stacks there. There's no way you don't want to put in deep vision. You just contest
Yours
that.
is cutting through mid, so he should be able to come over in a second, and maybe if you have Yang come down, split this farm, give some of it over to this, give the majority over to the Luna, right?
Yeah, I'd say so. He's sitting at the top of the network already, and he has a big ancient stack waiting for him as well. So he's a very happy Euros. And now with the Puck middle rather than the TA or some greedy hero, he's going full Lunar Blessing, full Glaives.
Yep.
Makes a ton of sense. Gonna get another stack? Yes.
Yes.
That camp is so good.
And now they'll
Much
know that
easier
this
to
other
stick in
camp's
the
blocked. They're taking this. They're trying to take this top tier 1. Sylar is only just able to watch. Fade coming over. Fade's level 6. So if Yang uses Ravage in the wrong positioning and just gives it up, they could turn this fight around, and yeah, Elephant are forced to leave. I think very aware of what Fade's able to offer, and the 4 heroes that were up towards top will put the pressure on to make them back off.
Yeah, X entered Pete though and didn't really manage to do anything, even with using the Laguna. And Titus is gonna heal back up.
Lands. They brought Somnus down towards bottom. They have the Dream Coil. The Hex was there. Waning Rift, Silence, and the Finger from Super to get a kill. Good rotation from Somnus. They had FY down here as well. Good movements from Elephant so far. I think the only movement that really made me wonder and put my hands on my head was Super going up onto that high ground. But right now, Elephant look very clean. And I don't think eHome look bad in any way. I think their reactions, though, have not garnered them any results.
Yeah, I'd agree. And they're just always a little bit slow. XM though, he has Invis Rune.
Yeah, they want to go for Eurus. Pops the Mask of Madness, and now look at the LSA. They should be able to get the kill easily. And with Eurus off the board, do they maybe pressure getting this stack? They've got 4 heroes top.
It's pretty hard to fight into the Ravage still. And the Puck has Coil available on 20, so it's gonna be a tough team fight around there. Usa has an early level in Stone Gaze though. So potentially could work out, especially if Charles is in the neighborhood. They have Soulbind, however, so it's gonna be a tough fight all around, and they get another stack. It's like a 6 stack at this point.
Arena down, Spear hits on a Super, and the Stolen Earth Spike to get the kill there, and Chalice will get credit for it.
A double bounty room for Puck. Just comes in and snatches it.
Super's just been cannon fodder right now, but I think
kind of like a feeding
that's
bag.
fine. Casual, you know, tactical feeding.
Yeah, you guys want some food? Yeah, I'm gonna distribute some. And the problem is with Lion against Rubik, in a way, a Rubik can be a better Lion if you give him the wrong spells. Like, you want to try to make sure that you give him the mana drain if possible, but right now he's running around with level 3 Impale, which of course you get bonus cast range from your passive, and once that Ether Lens comes out, which it does now, there's going to be a very, very long stun. Same with the Hex. If you ever steal Hex, it can be like a full screen Hex.
You're gonna go up onto the high ground. X-Nova here to break
just
the
reached
smoke.
6 too.
Inkswell, silence, borrowed time gets popped. They'll throw the Phantom's Embrace on him. He'll right-click it down and get some gold, but he'll still die. 10 gold. Feels good, but still dead.
Yeah, but that's opening up the bot tower for the Dire side. I don't think they can defend that. Or can Eom defend the mid tower, which is pretty damn important for them. Medusa, maybe? Manta Star is completed. She's pretty tanky. And Chalice says, I don't want to give up this tower. Yeah, that's the power of Lina, of course. You get this very strong damage talent at level 10. You can take those towers down, no problem.
I think Ehome are going to look to fight because they just picked up the Blink Dagger on Chalice. It's getting delivered right now, so they'll throw down the Sentry Ward, I assume smoke, and look to get a pick off if they can with this Blink.
Yeah, they're probably not looking to team fight right away because they want to have the BKB on Lina. But a pick off or two would be very beneficial to their cause. They still have the Earth Spike as well on Rubik. And they're sort of just walking around. Looking a little unsure. Actually, now they smoke up, they're looking for the Luna. Do they have enough damage to kill him? I'd say no.
19 wand charges, ready to survive. 1900 health too.
Yeah, I think there's no chance. If you want to smoke up, you need to bring Alina as well. And it looks like a botched smoke, so far at least. Shouldn't be able to find anything. And Earthspike is also expiring momentarily.
Yeah, he's only got about 5 seconds left on it, so he won't have that to at least start the fight, it seems like. But maybe he could steal it again.
They saw the Mars under the ward. So, Blink Dagger is no longer a surprise.
Good map movement from Elephant, and they've got this Dire Ward that's spotting them moving around the Dire Triangle. So they know where they are now, but what will they do with this? They're going to try and take the tier 1 up towards top.
This kind of ward should not be allowed to be there. Like, Elephant need to be aware and try to deward it because it just gives way too much information, and now it's going to get dewarded. Well done, my super. And now Eom is kind of blind. They only have this one ward on the top lane, and they smoke right away, making their way to bottom. But again, Chalice and Fade alone, they don't have the damage. They need the Lina as well. Medusa is TPing in first, signaling
Showing
Elephant.
that TP just moves Elephant back.
Yeah, which is weird. Like, if you want to TP into the trees, because that just signals Elephant that they want to defend the tower.
Yeah, that was showing that TP, I think, just botched that whole movement.
Yeah, very interesting. Lina, though, is still farming very well. Almost has BKB, 200 away from it. And that's her strong timing. After that, there's nothing really that can touch her. Like, nothing. Now there's a Radiant smoke up top, but I think they're gonna miss the Lina just by an inch.
Lina actually doesn't have the mana to TP out, but he'll run
back.
backwards.
They might actually catch him because of this.
Pass.
10 seconds.
Do they scan for this? Yes, they do. They know where he is. Just not in time. The idea was there. It just, he got the mana to TP and left.
Yeah. Now Sylar, though, does he know? He's always playing such a dangerous game. Like, we've seen it yesterday as well. He's farming far away from his team, where all of the enemies are waiting for him. They don't want to go Roshan on Elephant, right? It's so risky. They have BKB on Luna, but
they're just going for it.
Yeah, Lina also has BKB. Question is, does Ehome know?
Well, you got to expect down the movements from top, right? So they dewarded, and then they got the scan. Yeah, so they assumed that they were going to be here, and they assumed correctly. Oh, Eurus. Recognizing that Roshan's an Ehome fan at the moment.
Classic.
No double damage this time. It's almost always exclusively
Wait,
right when they're going
it's
for Roche.
coming, bro.
They'll get the spear. It's all the way back, but it doesn't connect to a
Sabotage
tree.
Spear,
Massive. They've got the finger on a chalice. They'll get the kill, and now they're going to soulbind this Rubik over. Rubik throwing back an Eclipse. They've got the right-click damage coming in on Years with the BKB, and now he's trying to run. Ends up being a trade of offlaners.
Agency. Like, he gives Tide the free blink dagger into the back line, basically. He ravages the entire team.
He just didn't connect with anything that he would get stuck to.
But even if he does, he has Kraken Shell, which will just purge it off immediately. XM uses the BKB so it doesn't get ravaged, but the rest of the team, they don't have that luxury.
And still somehow Fade got Eclipse.
Yeah, which almost killed the puck. It kind of salvages their little misplay there, to be honest, because if puck doesn't get that low, maybe he gets a kill or two in the back line. But Fade with quick fingers, making sure teammates survive. But yeah, Chalice has to be careful. Like, if you provide someone a free blink like that, your entire team needs to be ready, because it didn't look like they were. You know, they all got ravaged right away. They looked pretty confused.
Philosopher's Stone for both sides. Supports on both sides are happy.
Oh, Fate! What nice reactions. Oh, he actually lifted him closer to himself. Okay. Use the Earth Spike.
Oh, he missed it. But now they've got the arena,
Nice arena,
on both
though.
supports. That was a quick Phantom's Embrace. The silence. That's well done. Super's still gonna die though. He's the cannon fodder.
Yeah.
FY
worth the spear.
004, and he's going into the Ags right after this Aether Lens. So he's got Aether Lens, Keen Optic, and going right into the Ags. This is similar to what we see on Nyx Assassin, where Ags is the game changer.
The thing though is that if Medusa is aware of this and he turns off Split Shot, the Phantoms or the Dark Portrait is not going to do a whole lot, because there's no Split Shot. Suddenly the Medusa illusion is not that scary. It's not like a Luna where you can't turn off the glaives.
Right.
Which Sylar will have to make sure that he is on point with its activation and deactivation of Split Shot, because Split Shot Medusa illusion can literally just destroy an entire team. There's so much damage coming out from it.
And then you finally get it. You use that Dark Portrait, and potentially Fade steals Dark Portrait and throws it onto the Luna. He can be popped by XM over bottom.
Why did he do that? There was no
Dream Coil
coil
used
even.
either. Top lane again. Telekinesis onto the Tide. They've got the Earth Spike as well as the Spear. Yang trying to run the Kraken Shell, almost helping him survive, but they've got the arena to lock him down. They aren't killing him just yet. And now the Ravage comes in, and it's immediately stolen. Somnus goes to the back lines. He's trying to stop this Ravage from coming out, and that's exactly what he's going to do, getting a kill on a Fade. And they never killed off Yang. Soulbind well placed, and now another Eclipse coming out from Eurus with the BKB pop. The Soulbind will connect the Medusa over to this Mars after killing off this Abaddon, and they're going to go and look for more. They smell blood in the water, and they really want to pounce on it. Chalice getting low, Illusory Orb over to this camp to the side, and not getting the kill onto the Mars, not sticking with Chalice.
Yeah, they need XM to be there to kill the Titan. He's the biggest damage they have right now. And they committed everything on the Tide, who has a Heaven's Halberd and a Hood and an Essence Ring. Very survivable. If Puck doesn't take out Rubik though, this fight goes completely different.
Yeah, because he would have had Ravage ready to go, but very aware by Somnus. Very aware.
And that's the problem of Rubik. He's just very squishy. Look at him, 980 health. He's looking for a blink, but he's gonna need an Aeon Disc relatively shortly after that. Double damage on XM though, and they're smoked.
Right by Roche.
They have enough damage to take this Roche though. They have no Ravage, I know this. So it should be a free one.
Do they still go for it though? No Dream Coil for 4 seconds. I don't think they're gonna get there in time, nor do I think that they're aware.
Like, they're slowly realizing, you know, but they weren't like fully aware. They're like, yeah, maybe they're Roshan, guys. Like the typical matchmaking thing. And then Roshan has fallen to the Dire. And you're like, yeah.
I was aware. I was right on that call.
Yeah, guys, I told you. You just didn't listen.
Yeah, your team doesn't listen to you, and yet there goes the Aegis.
And goes
Medusa
into the hands of Medusa.
with a bit of a different build, going Manta MKB.
He actually always does that now. Like that's like the Sylar special. Not sure why.
But other Medusas have been different than Sylar, right?
Very different. And even if you want to go damage, I feel like Daedalus is a better choice than MKB, just because. Sure, Tide has a halberd, but like the rest doesn't have any sort of evasion at all. And Daedalus is just a more efficient damage item. We'll see. At least Luna can't buy Butterfly like this. That's something.
Yeah, preemptively in front of a potential Butterfly, but yours is going into a Daedalus himself. And yeah, like you said, we've been seeing a lot of Daedaluses on the Medusas. Is this something that you said it was more a Sylar thing? Is it him specifically? Like, just him?
Yeah. It's pretty much just him. Like, other Medusas build it too if there's sources of evasion. Which...
Or Spike.
There's a fight
onto
again.
The Abaddon and borrowed time. We'll get the kill onto X-Nova. They started that with the arena, and I don't know if that arena was just to leave and they ended up catching the Abaddon. It was a little bit short from Chalice. From
he
what
wanted
it
to
seemed.
leave for sure. Because he didn't really catch anyone, he just kind of put it in a way where they can't chase. They're looking for Tidehunter potentially. They have to be careful. Ravage is up.
Spear, and they'll steal Anchor Smash. Yang, though, still very tanky and survivable. Anchor Smash comes out. Now he's got the Ink Swell. A lot of space for him to run. Fade Bolt comes through, and they still just can't kill this Tide. They've got the Hex onto the Medusa, which will send Ehome going the other way.
XM, though, coming from behind.
Can he get anything out of this? Laguna Blade comes down onto Super. Again, he's going to be the death there for Elephant. With BKB, that's BKB early from XM, but they've got the telekinesis. They'll slam Yang down, and they still cannot crack this watermelon.
XM is very trigger happy with those BKBs today. And he has to be very careful now. If he gets coiled,
Already down to 6 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, at least it is still 6 seconds, because in the older patch, would have been 5. Tide has Ravage, as we said. But Sylar is the big frontliner. They can't really kill him.
They've got this vision. They know exactly where they are. They want to make the move. They've got Euros coming in from the side. Oh, Sylar going by himself. Earth Spike misses. But they've got the silence. The Waning Rift is there. They have the control. The Manta comes out from Sylar. He's quite tanky. There's the Dream Coil. Telekinesis coming out from Fade. He's staying over to the side just in case the Ravage is thrown by Yang, and they haven't even gotten that out yet. So he doesn't look like he'll even throw it, at least before this first life is gone on the Medusa. Arena over to the side. It only catches FY, and now what will he steal? He'll steal the Ravage. He's going to get in there. They get the kill on a Sylar. They're going to look over. So Laguna Blade comes out onto Yang, and they still don't have the damage. Eclipse onto the ground, and they get the kill on X-Nova. There's the Ravage coming in, but do they have the damage? The right click's coming out from XM. He's got the BKB once again. They get the kill on the Years. They look over at Yang. Can they finally kill this Tide? Spear lands on the Somnus. The damage out of the Punk with the 2-man Earth Spike, and the finger on the XM. They get the kill on a Fade as well. They'll take out 4. They'll look for the full team wipe, but Chalice is on the run without mana, and Yang's right in front of him. There's the Anchor Smash. Inkswell looking for the stun, and they'll get it. Triple kill for FY. Full team wipe for Elephant. Despite the fact that Fade lands a very massive Ravage and gets the turnaround, but it goes the other way as it's a bigger Spike from Super, who's been the cannon fodder. 6 deaths to his name, but the 2-man Earth Spike is what turns the tides.
You really gotta, like, if you're Sylar, you gotta be more aware of your surroundings. This is not the first time that he gets caught up like this. Yesterday they almost lost the game because of the very same reason. This time he just wanders off to the left by himself. The entire team goes to the right. He dies once. He is not the Scardy Medusa we usually see. He's not that tanky. He dies once, gets ravaged, gets eclipsed. He has no defensive tool and just gets blown up. Without Dusa, you're not winning that fight. There's just no chance. XM, we spoke about his BKB being very low. He tries to kill the Puck before he dies, but that doesn't happen either. And now suddenly, Grimstroke has that Aghanim Scepter. So Sylar, once more, he has to be very on point with turning that off and on.
And this is a very, very early Ags for Grimstroke. He got that Philosopher's Stone, or as Lacoste would call it, the fillet.
Yeah, Philly sandwich.
Enchanted Quiver for the Medusa, as well as the Elven Tunic there for the Mars.
Yeah, so currently Medusa with split shot and the 50% bonus damage from the Dark Portrait is hitting for 300 on every target. So you have to absolutely make sure you turn it off because your team cannot tank this kind of damage. Like your Lina is just going to die.
Yeah.
He's going very heavy into the damage. Silver Edge even to just break the Tidehunter. Potentially burst him before he gets the ult out. Yeah,
especially with the fact that they weren't able to kill him that entire exchange. That was like crucial. Yang was just the big tank right in front, and he really had no fear.
I mean, he itemized all tank, right? And they still focus him. Now he has a Blink Dagger. He didn't have that previously. But if you focus a Tide with Essence Ring, Wand, Halberd, as well as Hood, I mean, even Soul Ring makes you more tanky. It's a very tough nut to crack. We're gonna have to see how the initiation goes next time. Because they are going to have that Silver Edge very soon. And then they have a way to kill the Tidehunter reliably. Like Silver Edge into a spear, he can die.
And FY getting the perfect neutral that he needs right now for this Dark Portrait, grabbing that Psychic Headband, getting that extra cast range, having that 16% intelligence. He got what he needed. He wanted the Ags. That's what he got. Drops off the Philae Stone, which I believe is now getting delivered over to Super, who's got his Blink Dagger.
There's a lot of key items coming out for Elephant. Medusa still needs about 2,000 for her Skadi. It's going to be very important as well.
Smoke.
Yeah.
We're heroes here for me home.
Rubik has his own Blink Dagger as well. Had that for a while. But we can kind of just see the
how he got that
Rubik
Ravage
impact.
in.
If he doesn't steal Ravage, is very limited compared to like a Grimstroke or Lion. Like he needs those perfect steals every time.
Ooh, Yang's smoke gets broken. So does FY's. Now they're going to blink in looking for the Dream Coil.
Oh, they got the Split Shot Dark Portrait.
Onto the Abaddon. They've got the Dark Portrait starting to right click with the BKB pop by Chalice to go over with the arena. They've got a good way to go to Yang, and Yang never got the Ravage out. He does have buyback. They don't have a tier 1 to go over to. Lucent Beam is stolen, and with that, I think they just disengage.
That's the Silver Edge we spoke about. He's stunned in the arena. Kraken Shell does not proc because he's broken. And he just gets taken out from 100 to 0. Lina deals a lot of damage right now.
Yep, and has that Silver Edge. Like that, it completely shows the difference on the last big fight to this one, what they're able to do to Yang. So now, noticing that he's got the Silver Edge, how does Yang have to position to get himself a good Ravage or be like as worthwhile in these fights?
Yeah. He's going into a Ghost Scepter straight away just to be able to mitigate the physical damage, because if you break Tide, it's not only that Kraken Shell doesn't proc, but you also don't get the 54 damage block per hit, which is a very big deal.
Dark Portrait off the illusion.
Yeah. Once that Skadi is completed, the Dark Portrait is going to be even scarier. Just look how much damage it deals. Ridiculous. But Medusa has damage to kill it. It's just usually you're going to get stunned by something while the Dark Portrait is hitting away. So I don't know if you have the time to destroy that one. 200 gold away from the Skadi. Gonna be a big power spike for him.
Ooh, Roshan back up in a minute.
Yeah. Gonna be a big fight over there. And both teams have potential to do it very quickly. Because Puck has a Desolator. And of course Daya has the Lina. Is Skadi done? It's quite a bit more tanky now.
Salmon is playing an aggressive build with his Puck, so he's certainly feeling confident on this hero.
Yeah, I mean, he did go back for the Aeon Disc, which is really good. Pretty much every Puck is doing that nowadays. It just makes a hero that's almost impossible to kill very much impossible to kill. Just no chance.
They're going to move up and have the Ink Slow, but X-Nova, he was the one who spotted this out. They get the Blink as well as the Ravage. Chalice is going to go in with the arena. The BKB is going to be popped by Eurus. They've got themselves the Eclipse down. And Fade, he's trying to do what he can from the sidelines. He's only got the Lucent Beam for now. They get the kill on Yang. They'll end up trading Chalice, but they look over at X-Nova. Already used the borrowed time. They'll buy back on this Mars, probably knowing that Roche is back up soon. Again, the offlaners trade, and they will back away.
Yeah, X-Nova, another sacrifice though. And you can just see this Medusa right now doesn't feel very strong at all. Like, you get stunned under the Dark Portrait. The Dark Portrait is almost taking him out by himself. Or by itself. It's an it, right?
Dark Portrait?
Yeah.
Taking it out by themselves.
Is it Dark Portal an it or her in this case? It's an it, right?
I'm not sure.
I mean, neither. Some this. He does have the
An
hand
illusion
disc,
specialist. Blink into the elusive beam. They land the spear, but as that Aeon disc and will get into the trees, TP out.
Yep, the classic Aeon disc puck. How do you ever kill him? But Roshan is... Oh, Tide is still dead. They might sneak this Roshan before they can react.
Yeah, 9
this
seconds
damage coming
until
out.
he's back up, and the damage is just too much. It's onto this Rosh. It's Aegis Cheese as well as the Ag Shard. And could suspect that Sylar is going to take this. And yeah, he's got the Aegis. He'll take the Shard, and he'll activate it. So
There
this
you
is Ehome making great movements towards Rosh.
Yeah.
Yes?
Good recognition. The Tide was still dead. No way he can make it in time. Next time you ask me how strong Lina is, just a reminder. That's how strong she is.
All right, I won't ask again.
Like, that Daedalus timing on Lina is kind of ridiculous. She's critting for 800, but she's hitting 3 times per second. And once the Satanic
And
is up...
This was the first pick. Do you Dark Portrait the Lina?
Now the thing is, Lina is only strong because of the Fiery Soul, and the illusions don't get it, unfortunately. So Duse will prime target. But just look at this tower fall. Like, Lina's damage output is insane.
This is one of the reasons it makes it a good 4 as well, because you can kind of transition as something that hits like this. Not as hard, not as, you know, not as farmed, but...
Yeah. It's overall a very strong hero. Lots of strong stats. Good stats gain. Massive range. Once she's level 25, she's gonna have how much range? A lot. 820.
A lot.
Okay, 820 range.
Ooh, bottom
is pretty...
lane.
The catch a puck.
Arena.
Oh, it's Aeon Disc.
Aeon Disc. Ooh,
They
but
got
with him. They got the catch. They have the telekinesis. They have the stolen waiting rift, which will silence up Somnus. The steal and the silence is not going to be enough to get the kill, though. He'll lose the reorb away.
Can you catch him? Blind
Random
spear.
spear. Oh my god. He wanted it so badly, and now over mid they're going to try and fight. Looks like Yang's forward on a Sylar, thinking about maybe moving in with the Ravage. He actually doesn't have the mana, but he does have a Soul Ring. Will not make the play just yet.
He hit him before the spear.
Yeah, I think he could have speared.
I think he wasn't aware that he was there. He was like really confused. He's actually here. What do you do? What do you do?
Panic, just to press every button.
Yeah. He's out. Classic. Dusa's going into the pike. Alright, some more mobility for him. I think the big carry, honestly, is just going to be XM. Like, Sylar will be there and present himself as food, while XM is going to be dishing out all the damage from the backline. Very close to 25 now, which is 1.5 levels. And who is going to reach him in the backline? Like, Puck is going to be 25 at some point, sure. But does he have enough damage to kill the Lina? I'd probably just say no.
We'll have to see how much this Ags is worth it for the Puck, how much a difference that's going to make. And then Yang, he's going into the Arcane Blink. Will the Quick Blink Ravage be enough?
Puck also needs shot, though.
First spike from a distance, but now the spear, that's actually going to stop Yang from going in. He wanted to blink and get that Ravage out. Well done and well aware by Chalice.
Look at those beams coming in with the shard. Of course, getting 2 auto attacks out every time he beams. Sylar is very low on mana already.
Inkswell jumping in, going to the back lines. That's going to stun up this Rubik. They get the kill on a fade, but they're going to drop down the arena with the BKBB pop by Chalice. They have the Dream Coil down onto Sylar. It's going to be enough, though, to make this fight go their way. They already got the kill on the Rubik. He's not going to buy back, but the damage on the FY blows him up. Inkswell not going to land on the Medusa, but now out of mana, potentially out of time. He does have the Aegis. They get the kill on the XM. The machine gun that is that Lina is gone. So Sylar very vulnerable in this fight. Chalice trying to help out in any way that he can, but he was focused for a second, and they've got themselves the silence to force step away. Sylar trying to run. He's been hexed up. Stunned once again. There's the Ravage coming out from Yang. They've got the Eclipse shot down on the Medusa. They take out Xnova. They'll take out Sylar. 4 heroes down on the side of Ehome. And that is a big victory here for Elephant. Can they get themselves the full team wipe once again? Chalice going into the pit, trying to run away. Yang spear back. That allows him to blink away. But the Illusory Orb and the jump over. He does not have Dream Coil. for another 25 seconds, so he's free to TP out.
How did XM get so low? Like, he
XM got
died to a
nothing
puck
off in
jump
that fight.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And no Medusa, no buyback for a full minute.
Yeah, that's a Luna on your high ground. It's gonna fall very fast.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I mean, we see once more why Rubik is just such a tough hero to pull off. I feel like only
And
Nigma
he's
does
done
it.
a lot.
He has.
Dire's middle tower.
But his Rex is gone. They're gonna go for another
Somnus
side.
7-0 and 9.
Safe. Oh, they still have both tier 2s actually, so can't go for another side. And now Spell Prism on Puck as well. That is disgusting.
Is that the best feeling? Like, what's the best neutral to hero feeling?
Maybe Ballista Sniper?
But that you don't get too often, right? Like you don't.
Sure.
That's I guess that's the best feeling because if you get there and you get that, that feels great. But like, what's the more?
It's probably Puck Invoker with Spell Prism, to be honest.
Okay.
Or maybe a Timeless Relic on Doom also feels really good.
Yeah.
What like a Spell Prism on Enigma when you have like Refresher Orb is also very juicy.
When the black hole's cooldown is just so low.
Yeah, like 100 seconds. Guys, we buy back and end the game. And black hole again. You're like, okay.
Got black hole again? What happened?
What? Cooldown 110 seconds? How?
Then you got the arcane blink.
An Arcane Rune. And Octarine
Oh,
Core.
God.
1 minute cooldown black hole. Guys, buy back. We gotta end this game.
Is that the sound of black hole?
Yeah. But yeah, Beacop.
Sounds like my
Medusa.
microwave. I just...
This Medusa's not looking so scary, Beacop.
No, and when they're able to kill XM like that, I think the team fight, or really the fight potential of eHome completely crumbles.
XM is really strong, but very squishy too. We spoke about glass cannons in the past. I still don't know where it originated from or why people ever wanted to have one, but he is truly the definition of such a thing, if it ever existed.
Luna about to be level 25.
She's not
There
a
it
glass
is.
cannon.
Going to the 30% lifesteal.
Yeah. Together with Satanic, that is more than 30% lifesteal.
Shivas for the Tide.
What is the Deuce gonna build next? Like, she's just... I just feel like he has no impact in this fight. He needs like a BKB.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Like, if you don't have Sanj Yasha on Dusa, and you don't want to itemize into BKB, like, games can look like this, where you just don't do anything. You're just permanently disabled, or halberded, or hexed, or ba. There's too many things to come out.
Ooh, Somnus getting deep behind enemy lines, and let's see if he can find anybody. Illusory Orb now looking over at Chalice potentially, but they've got the telekinesis. They have the stun coming through out onto Somnus. LSA, XM starting out with some damage, but the Fade Bolt is what pops this Aeon Disc. They'll find X Nova. He's got the borrowed time. That gets popped on the Lucent Beam, so his built-in save is popped for just a moment on cooldown for 50 seconds.
Mm-hmm. And I think Elephant is more than happy to just wait until the Aeon Disc is off cooldown again. Because once Puck's Aeon Disc is up, there's just no way of killing him. Ever. So obnoxious. It's a smoke though, and Aeon Disc is still down. If they catch him...
Down for 44. And
he
Roche
has no
is up in
buyback
mid
either.
50.
He would be dead for 100 seconds. That would be a massive kill.
What did he buy out on?
Daedalus recipe. Which I don't think is worth, but...
Yang caught, telekinesis coming through. They've got themselves a Silver Edge, but there's the Soulbind. LSA is going to come in, and they'll get the kill on a Yang. But are they going to look for this Super Hex from a distance? That's going to be the Hex on the Medusa, as well as the Abaddon. They've got themselves the Eclipse coming through from Eurus, and now Medusa in a lot of trouble. They're over to the side, use that Stone Gaze. They turn Somnus to stone!
one. Oh, he gets the face shift off. He's going to be able to survive. They get the kill next. Nova, though, finally take out Saurus on his side for the first time this game. He doesn't have buyback. He's there for 99 seconds. They'll drop on the arena with the BKB, but it runs out just as he's running through. Oh, the spear. It pushes him over to Fade as well as XM. They'll get the kill to Eurus. He's gone. That's 3 big kills. They bought back on Super. FY trying to run. He's got the ink, so maybe even looking over at Chalice. That's going to pop with the 2-man Earth Spike coming out from Super. 4 staff away, but now let's see what he can do. Spear out, doesn't hit Super over to the tree, but they've got themselves the Hex out onto Chalice. Chalice will chase. This will be a big team wipe for eHome, and there's the Earth Spike. They've got the Yules into the air. LSA, a couple of right clicks, and XM gets the kill. That is a massive fight for eHome to turn this one back in their favor.
Holy shit. That's exactly what we said would happen, though. Sylas presenting himself. Maybe he knows at this point he's just worthless, to be honest, compared to his XM Lina. Making a lot of good space in the team fight for Lina to just right-click like mad. Fade, steals Eclipse, steals a lot of really good spells. Massive impact in that fight. And we said it, Somnus can't die with Aeon Disc, but he gets caught with it on cooldown. That might honestly just be...
a bottom set.
It's gonna be 2 sides at least. Not Megas, because they have the mid tower still, but...
I don't know if it's 2 sides just because they have to go top from bottom.
Yeah, that's true. They still have 20 seconds, but that's not a whole lot of time. Roshan is up, so maybe they're just gonna go Roshan and secure themselves that. Which has to refresh a shot.
But that could have been really dangerous for Yang. Because if he gets caught, he's silver-edged and dead.
Are they gonna go Roche? They're going straight Roche.
There's no way for Elephant to stop this. And that means 3 for 3 for eHome on Roche.
Just look at the damage output now, again from Lina. She Roche is so fast.
He didn't catch
insane. Like, Radiant is aware. They might even smoke out, but they're too slow. It's already gone.
There's no way for them to get close enough, and there's going to be the Aegis into the hands of XM, and I think that's the proper choice. I think that would have been the proper choice in the previous one as well. Sylar picked up the Aegis, but like Lina's the one outputting the damage, level 26, and you've got your talents. You're getting into both sides of the talent tree, and it's just going to be stronger and stronger from here.
Sylar finally finished his BKB though, so he's going to be able to output a whole lot more damage. They need to make sure they kill the Dark Portrait though, because last fight again, it was a split-shot Dark Portrait that caused a lot of problems in the backline. Especially for XM and Fade. So they gotta focus that down no matter what. Refresh a shot on Rubik actually. Maybe looking for a good Eclipse.
Double Ravage.
Or Ravage, yeah.
If he steals
I'm hoping he's gonna go for Agon Scepter next on Rubik.
They're going to come out of the high ground. X-Nova, and now Somnus going in deep. He's got the silence into a couple of these heroes. They'll drop down the Dream Coil, and that's going to be, well, Rubik in a pretty bad spot. He gets low, but he's not dead. They get the Ravage off just before Yang ends up going down, and they look over at Eurus. Eurus doesn't have buyback. He's got drop down the Eclipse, but the telekinesis comes in. They get the kill into Eurus. They'll only be able to take out Fade. The arena through, as well as the spear that lands on the FY. The Aeon Disc will be procced. He'll try to TP, but there's just no chance. 3 heroes dead on the side of Elephant. And that is not a good fight for Elephant, and now a 6k lead for eHome. Super.
He's on cooldown.
Hex, God's Rebuke, Super, hit with the telekinesis. They'll steal the mana drain, and they will go after this Lion and get the kill eventually. The right clicks will be enough.
And Tightbot back, despite not having Ravage. They're feeling the heat right now. Puck still has an Aeon Disc available. A lot of right-click damage to his name, but it doesn't seem like it's enough. He doesn't have Revelation either, in case he catches XM. Doesn't clear the creep wave. It's gonna be a second side at least, maybe even Megas.
50 seconds as Eurus did not have buyback, and now he's looking to go for the Divine Rapier. He's 1,200 gold short from having buyback.
It's gonna be Mega Creeps.
XM never even lost the Aegis. They've got the arena though covered at FY once again. The spear comes through. He doesn't have the Aeon Disc, but he drops down the Soulbind that's going to leash up this Medusa over to the Mars. They've got telekinesis on it. Yang. Somnus trying to do all he can with the Dream Coil onto the back lines. They get the kill onto this Grimstroke, who's dead for 94, and they will get themselves Megas. Ooh, I say that preemptively? No. All right, we're good. They backed up for a second.
Yang?
Yang, he's very far. Ooh. He's still
They're looking for him still.
They've got the break, and now Chalice has the spear. He's just caught in a bad position. They land the LSA. They've got the damage to get this kill. I don't think he gets out of this one, but the right click coming out from XM, and yeah, Yang will be dead for 2 minutes. That's giving up something that you really can't afford to do so. And now they've got the telekinesis on it. Eurus, the
Eurus is gonna blown up.
one. He didn't have buyback. That's the game. eHome have just taken this one from Elephant. Oh my.
Woohoo! And Stomnus tried really hard. Stomnus tried really hard. He ended the game 10-1 and 9. But ultimately, he can't do it all by himself. eHome outplays Elephant as a whole. And just like yesterday, it looks like eHome is just overall the better team. Who'd have thought?
Yeah, and that
Coming
looked
to his qualifier,
really
it's the case.
good. Yeah. Like they were on the back foot for a lot of that. They were down 10,000 gold to Elephant. They take one really good fight, and I think the confidence from XM and just the damage output from him was too much to handle. They could not get to him.
I said it like in the draft. They had no real way of cutting the backline other than the puck, but the puck can't kill Alina alone. There's just no way. Ever since he got up to this mechanic, he's too survivable, and Luna can't fight. Like you can't fight into Medusa, and Lina is too much damage output. So sure, you ban the TA, but maybe Lina is a bigger problem than TA, to be honest, because she offers much more versatility than a TA. We'll see what they're doing.
And we'll have to see what they do in game 2. We'll break this one down a little bit more once we come back from break. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back in a second. Stay right there.
Thank you.
Really, really good.
Now it's your turn.
Well, yeah, now it's your turn. What about yours?
Ooh, I was thinking Ancient Apparition or Ogre Magi. But I guess I'll just go AA because it's my favorite hero. But Ice is nice. That's it. That's all I got.
You know what, but
I like that one.
So perfect and make really good voice lines like you. Nobody wants a B-Cup voice back. Everybody wants your voice back.
I want it to be a competition in Twitch chat, though, guys. I want you to get active in chat. If you liked Black's voice line impression better, put a 1 in chat. If you liked B-Cups better, put a 2 in chat. There you go. There's a little bit extra work for you mods out there. You can tally them up and give me the answers. So when we come back in game number 2, we can declare a winner here on the panel. But we are jumping into draft for game number 2. Look at you guys. On the side of eHome, it's a Dragon Knight ban, a Lina ban with the Lion and the Phoenix pickup. They're going to open with those 2 supports. On the side of Elephant, Doom ban, TA ban. So it's good to see the Lina ban come out, but it does let Terrorblade. Well, I guess Terrorblade normally gets banned in phase 2 anyway, but the Terrorblade's now going to be picked up first phase with that Nyx Assassin because they are banning the Lina instead of the Nyx.
And we've seen many first 2 TBs do very well, and so far Lion is a bit annoying, Phoenix can be a bit annoying until you get your BKB, but it's not like you're hard counted or anything, so I'm sure Euros is feeling confident still and very happy about the current state of the game. Honestly, if you're a carry player and you get Terrorblade, you're always going to be happy, because if you lose lane, you just go jungle, you still out-farm the enemy somehow.
Yeah, there's always that comeback mechanic.
Yeah, but there's still a couple of Phantom Lenses banned, which is always the go-to ban every time you pick Terrorblade. There's still Naga Siren that we haven't seen yet. Like, LGD, they owned every Terrorblade they played against with this Naga Siren. I don't know if Sylar plays it or not, but it's a very good answer. To Nyx Assassin as well.
It feels like a very solid hero.
Hopefully maybe they're listening in on the draft again this time and pick up that Naga Siren.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
But they're pretty locked in. Is the problem for eHome.
Yeah.
Like, they showed both supports, which means like Elephant kind of know what to expect in terms of what they need to ban. They ban carries and offlaners.
Yeah, seeing that Mars ban coming out, right? They know that neither of these 2 can really be flexed, so they definitely go all in for the Mars ban.
Okay.
Puck does get let through and is picked up by eHome. Then Nature's Prophet ban. I want to know why you guys think that one's come out.
I mean, Puck is just overall a very good hero together with Phoenix, because you coil and put a supernova on top. It's very hard to disengage from that. But Puck into a Nyx is always a little bit risky, sort of like a Lion, where if you're just unaware for a millisecond, even you get carapaced, you can die very quickly. But at the same time, we have seen Puck just go for these early Aeon discs, and then it's no longer a problem. It's a good hero.
Yeah.
Puck is a good hero.
I think getting rid of the Nature's Prophet also works well with the Nyx Assassin. Prophet is one of Yang's better heroes. He plays it pretty well in the off lane, and honestly I think Somnus has played it a couple times as well. You have that global presence. You go into the Vendetta, you set up, have Nature's Prophet TP into the trees, go Vendetta hit with the Impale, and you can kill just about anybody. So getting rid of that Nature's Prophet's a good call. I'm actually wondering, do they want XM on the puck, or would they be even willing to give this over to Chalice? I don't think we see much offlane puck anymore, but it's certainly just a thought in my mind, and I'm a crappy player. Maybe it's a thought in eHome's mind. I have no idea.
I mean, they are one game up in this best of fives. Maybe they're looking to try out new things, to take Elephant by a bit of surprise.
Yeah, I mean, it's always possible. We have seen some offlane pucks, especially in SEA, and they did quite well. But it's a little bit scary against Terrorblade because Lion puck, most of the damage will come from right clicks, and Terrorblade is, of course, the god when it comes to just absorbing right clicks. So they're probably just going to look for a pressure offlane.
Yeah, there's the axe. And then immediately enroll a Shrek. Wow.
They definitely knew that they wanted that ledge.
Alright, puck against Lash, one of the classic matchups. Axe Terrorblade is pretty damn rough for Terrorblade though, especially if it's a 5 Nyx. So I think you gotta put the Nyx in the offlane pretty much no matter what. Because Axe Lion, they will force Terrorblade into the jungle very, very quickly. And now, eHome, they need a winning condition. Like, they don't really have any tower hitter at all. Juggernaut is bad against TB. A lot of carries are bad against TB. That's the problem. That's why TB is so strong in this meta.
Right.
Carries that match up well against TB. There's Morphling, which is pretty risky against Nyx. There is... Juggernaut can work if you get really, really farmed. Drow Ranger can work.
Is there a possibility for a Jug to out-farm a TB though?
No.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Like, a lot of heroes are good against TB. If they have same farm, it's just you can't ever get the same farm because he farms so much faster than you.
10 seconds remaining.
Would they be looking at a different offlaner and putting the axe safe lane? I think it's got to be offlane axe, right? But is maybe the possibility there?
I mean, I just hate it. We spoke about it yesterday, right? It feels like whoever is on the clock just loses. Like last game, Elephant was on the clock, they lost. I don't think eHome wants to put themselves in a position where they can't fight back late game.
Yeah.
Maybe they're gonna fully go axe safe lane, puck off lane, and they're still got a mid to pick up. You know, maybe they're gonna go real wacky.
I like this
think
mindset.
so.
This is definitely this is what I'm thinking all the time. What if?
So what is FY's hero here? You're the FY
Earth
specialist.
Spirit.
Earth Spirit looks decent, for sure. But potentially the lane could suffer a bit. And then you have Earth Spirit Nyx Assassin as your support.
Not the best combo, yeah.
A little bit rough.
Mirana is still up there.
Yeah. Okay, Mirana, yeah. Let's see that.
What would the Mirana offer to this lineup?
Just a stronger lane. Yeah.
They gotta pick it.
It's a good lane, it's a good scaling support. And honestly, it's just a go-to for FY. I don't think you want to step out of the box in this grand final, probably. I think I would have liked the Dark
game
Willow
down.
more, probably, but yeah. Mirana is his go-to, it's an egg killer.
Yeah.
But what is
Sets up with the
Sylar
Nyx
gonna
pretty
pick?
well.
Like, they're last picking Sylar's hero. That's the first time I think they did this qualifier, and it's gotta be a big one.
And they go the Medusa.
It's gonna be the Medusa,
I think
yeah. I
the
did
last time
talk-
they did that, they picked the Clinks.
Yeah.
Last time they picked Sylar's hero.
They did too. The Clinks was really good as well. I do remember that. The Clinks worked really well for them.
Yeah, but into a Terrorblade is very risky. Because, of course,
Yeah, it would be
all physical
tough.
damage against Terrorblade, you're like, probably not. Scary.
That Medusa is going to be picked up on the side of eHome to give them all 5 of their heroes. And my normal question that I always like to ask you guys, which draft do you favor?
I'll do you one better. Why is Terrorblade so small next to Tidehunter? Look at him.
We can't see it.
Oh, you can't see it.
Well,
Sorry.
the people
No.
at home can't see it, but if you're, oh yeah, I guess you can't see it either. You're not in the lobby, but
Nope.
TB looks very tiny to this Tide.
But yeah,
Okay, we're going to see it. They're going to give it to us.
to answer your question,
Oh!
okay,
okay,
B
it's a
Cup
lot
can
tiny.
answer your question.
Okay, big
I'm gonna do the black route and say until TB loses, I'm
He
gonna
lost
continue to
yesterday.
pick it. Well, this is a new day, so
New
yeah,
day, new meta.
new day,
I think I'm gonna go
new
with the Terrorblade
day,
as well.
new record.
Okay.
Yeah.
Both on the side, Elephant. I'll do like a bit of a redemption story, maybe Elephant, but I think I'm actually gonna have to stick with eHome here. I just think maybe the mentality coming into this one, they know their win condition, right? They've played this before, they know their win condition. I think they can execute it pretty well again. Yeah, nothing more to say on that one. So I will let you guys take it away for game number 2 in this best of 5 Black and B Cup.
All right, Dankeschön. Taking it away right now. All right, I took it.
Thank you. Yeah, that's all I got. I don't.
That's all you got. Yep.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Yeah, that's the standard. Honestly, I also have a feeling eHome is gonna win this game, but I want to have a more competitive series, and Terrorblade is definitely in Eurus's ballpark.
Yeah. I think we're gonna feel a little bit more presence from Eurus this game. And you kind of alluded to FY not playing more of a comfort hero in this Bo5, and I think that's due to the fact because they're a game down, right? Like if they were a game up, I think he'd maybe try something a little bit more out of his wheelhouse.
I'd agree with that. It's just Mirana can be so hit or miss, especially if you don't really have a setup, which they don't until like Ravage. It's a very easy game to fall out of Elephant's grasp. Like the team fight is decent, but you're fighting into Supernova, Puck Coil, Stone Gaze, and Axe, which is not an easy task at all. Yeah, Terrorblade should be having a very, very hard lane.
Should take that reflection, or we'll see if he takes that reflection. They've got the stun, so they land the arrow. They got the stun and a chalice. Battle Hunger onto Eurus. He's holding that skill for right now.
3 bounties though. It's a good start for Elephant.
Yeah.
And they do have this Nyx Assassin to do some matchup, of course. Where the mana burn, we have seen it many times. It's gonna pose a big problem for Sylar. He's gotta go into an earlier BKB this game.
And goes meta level 1. Okay. I like this. We've talked about this a couple times. What is the go-to for a TB? Does he go to the reflection? Does he go into the meta? Sometimes you want to secure a little bit of that earlier farm if a lane's going to be a little bit difficult for you by going to that level 1 meta.
Yeah, just look at bot lane already though. They're so low, already used the healing salve and a couple of tangos. Playing Titan to double range is never pleasant.
We saw this in the last game, right? It was Yang going up against the difficult matchup, and he eventually, I think it was more so because Xnova left the lane, and he was Abaddon in the previous one. But it was a bad matchup for him, and eventually he sustained a little bit better.
Look at bot lane. Does the creep also have this like weird shimmering for you?
Do you have the battle pass on the shimmer?
No, it's not that battle pass shimmer. And the Radiant creeps don't have it. Do you see it? No?
I don't see it. I mean, on the op screen it was there, yeah.
Interesting.
But in my Dota client, I don't see it at the moment.
Maybe you're not the chosen one then.
Never was. FY leaps away and avoids that Earth Spike. He'll take away that sentry. And then he'll deny the sentry that he put down so he can unblock this camp.
And then Xnova puts down another sentry. That's usually how it goes.
Yeah, he's got another one ready to go. Whereas FY, he doesn't at the moment. Does he have one coming out again? No, he just has boots.
Yeah, so if he just reblocks that, it's going to be pretty annoying for FY. You also don't want to skill Reflection against Axe, by the way, because when that Reflection hits you, you can randomly start counter-helixing, and that could potentially do more harm than it does good for you. If you're the Terrorblade, of course.
Yeah. So do you think he skips it altogether? Or does he just take like a value point?
He's probably just going to go full Elu meta. Be able to go into the jungle a bit earlier too. Because the pressure should be mounting relatively soon. He's actually getting away with quite a bit already, I'd say. More than I thought he would. Level 2 meta. Also to be careful.
And he throws the Battle Hunger on, but that'll be taken off quickly after it's placed on him. Chalice is taking a lot of damage. He's not into the Ring of Health just yet. He's got nothing coming over on the courier. He's just setting up to get that Ring of Health.
Yeah. Sylar almost dying down here. Has 6 magic stick charges, but
is it going to be enough? He'll pop the salve, or X-Nova will pass over a salve to him. Gush will stop it, leap forward. Sylar getting chased. They've got the Hex. The arrow lands. Running out of mana, but they've got the Earth Spike. Yang now under the tower. Needs to be careful as the creeps finally do get cleared out completely.
Brune, Somnus gets it despite 2 healers being there. But XM should also be getting it no problem. You can already see Elephant having a 1k lead without any first blood or anything. Somnus doing very well mid lane. And Tide is actually 400 net worth ahead of Medusa, which is very interesting. Didn't expect that to happen.
Yeah.
I think they've just been misplaying, eating a little bit too many arrows. Every time you eat an arrow against Tidehunter, Mirana, you're gonna take so much damage with the follow-up Gush. And as I said, top lane also. Like, the Axe is actually losing to Terrorblade, whereas a Nyx has some support.
By a significant amount.
Yeah, that is never supposed to happen.
I think the thing too here for FY, and it's a little bit of a difference from the other Mirana games we've seen him on, his arrows have been more focused on getting heroes rather than getting big creeps.
Yeah, and he has connected with a lot of them. Another one coming through.
Arrow coming in. Range creep won't get hit. Neither will X-Nova. Now the Hex is out. Anchor smash on X-Nova. Sylar taking some damage. The mana drain on the Yang will turn on that mana shield. And, well, he's only got 1 tango to work with. X-Nova steps forward. Throws the Earth Spike out.
Arrow 1.
FY. He's got arrow available. Ooh. Was hoping. It's a creep, though.
Threw it into the creep wave. He's like, sorry, Tide. Okay, now Euro's feeling the pressure a little bit. Because Nyx Assassin went middle. Nice D-Watt from Super. And XM.
Ooh, Medusa taking a lot of damage. The arrow hit, and now they might be able to get the kill on a Sylar. He pops the wand, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Right click in from FY. He'll grab first blood, and now it's already a 2k lead for Elephant in the early goings of this game.
Yeah, that's the weakness of Dusa. You get gushed. You had like 200 movement speed. Like, you're a very slow, immobile hero. And they're making perfect use of that. And again, Terrorblade is top of the net worth, together with Leshrac. And bot lane is also losing. So basically, they're just losing every lane right now. There's got to be some puck rotations to make up for that relatively soon. But they have very good wards on the middle lane, so they will see most of the rotations. Like, losing all lanes and winning the game is very difficult on Dota.
Yeah. And what was the game that we really saw that as a prime example? It was, wasn't the Magma RNG one?
Yeah, that was yesterday. Magma RNG game 1. It's not quite as bad, of course, and XM is rotating in on Euros.
Now they're going to go for this TV
Sunder,
to get the Earth Spike, and can he get the Sunder off? No, the Hex is there. That's enough. With the Waning Rift, they've got the Silence. They'll get the kill on the Eurus.
It was close. He went into the Strength threats a little bit too late. Could have potentially gone off the Sunder, but... Oh, arrow on Chalice!
Oh, boy. Chalice on the run. Somnus chasing. Be okay.
Not enough damage. The tower took most of the Edict. Luckily for Chalice, but... Well, they still secure a tower, so they're not unhappy with that for sure.
Somnus is top of the net worth, and I think this is an extension of last game and how his confidence was boosted. Like, I know they lost game 1, but Somnus certainly played well enough to the level in a BO5 that confidence should be there. Bottom lane, Sylar, he's forward. Yang's got Ravage. Gush comes in. They land the stun. They're not even going to need it. Arrow flies through, but it's not in time because he's already dead. Somnus will take out Sylar, and they might even just take out this tower and put the pressure on.
Yeah, as you said, Somnus is looking way better than yesterday. Like, even today in the series against Magma, he didn't look that good. So whatever prep talk RTK did, must have been a scary one. Somnus, if you don't perform this time, I'm going to eat your hot pot.
Is that the scary thing, eating someone else's hot pot?
He loves his hot pot. Like, Somnus is a hot pot lover.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And yeah, you don't mess with the man's hot pot, apparently. Scary prospect.
Kind of want to go get hot pot.
Me too. Should have started talking about it.
Cliff used as Chalice tries to take the top tier 1, and the only one trying to defend here is Super.
Well,
But he won't be able to do anything.
Sit in the
Standing there.
trees and, yeah, hope he doesn't die. Syla is very poor this time around. Last game he was top of the net worth, and Elephant's just crushing it.
He was right there with the Luna, yeah, the last game. And then that big stack was taken by Eurus. He really bolstered his net worth. Sylar in some trouble. Sylar going to be dead. Somnus comes over. FY with the help. And this is why he's got the $2,000 mount, because he plays this Mirana so well.
There's a bit of a mistake from Syla too, though. No mana shield activated on him. Not entirely sure why, but they kill him again. And that's Mirana.
Are they going to Moonlight Shadow to try and play aggressive again?
Gonna kill Nova.
Yeah, they've got the stun, the arrow follow-up. No way to get out of this one. And they've got another kill. FY, he's sitting here 2-0-1. And his net worth is ahead of Sylar's. Like, that's how well this game is going for the side of Elephant.
Yep. And Summoners is sitting at 2-0-1 as well. And he's sitting at the top of the net worth right now. Gets the rune as well. This game is quickly falling away from eHome, unfortunately.
And this could be a mental breaker. You win a game, like, last game was a close game with good performances from the losing team. And I think a really good performance from eHome. Hopefully, if this game does spiral out of control and it's like a quick one, it doesn't break eHome's confidence. Because I think eHome played really well in game 1. And I'd like to see a 5-game series.
Yeah.
Snapping the coil. All right. And the arrow landing. That's now on to XM. And they're going to get this kill, taking out the puck. Supernova's committed. X-Nova's dead. And that is 2 more kills here for Elephant. Wow. FY again landing the perfect arrow.
Yeah, FY really wants to go to TI.
Oh, the arrow! Again on a Sylar. Somnus is here, and they will get the stun. He is dead to right. His mana shield is off. Oh my FY.
It's a lot of arrows.
In the words of you, he's a Giga Chad right now.
Oh, thank you. I'll take that. On the same level as FY.
No, I was saying you say the words Giga Chad.
Oh, no. I am a Giga Chad. Don't be like that, bro. Why you just ruined me like that?
No, you are.
Thank you. I don't believe you anymore, though. But
well, you know, I was kind of forced into saying it.
Yeah.
I was coerced.
But you shouldn't say that live on air. When I got the blink dagger on X. Almost this time.
Ooh, they'll come over. No, the Culling Blade didn't kill him. Battle Hunger. Now the stun coming in from Super. They've got the stun from Somnus. Ravage committed. And that'll get the kill on a Chalice, but they do end up losing the Leshrac. I don't think that really is awful for Elephant, considering Eurus is still continuing to farm and the pressure is being put on by Elephant continually.
Yeah, but it's a good kill nonetheless on the Leshrac. Tidehunter popped Ravage, so that maybe Lesh could live, but there was a creep wave on top of the axe for some reason hitting him, which is never gonna happen. But yeah, Eurus, very rich. Syla, not so rich.
No, he's not. He is right there with FY. Fade.
Yeah.
Icarus dive. Spike Carapace. That sends the Starstorm down and the arrow. FY with another one. 3-0-5. He is a part of 8 of the 9 kills that Elephant have at the moment.
Yep. Imagine not banning Nyx Assassin. What a hero. What a hero.
Smoke.
Imagine not banning FY's Mirana. Fools.
They have Finger. And they have the smoke. They're going to look for this. Oh, went the other way.
If they just walked up the hill, TB would have been dead.
They would have known, and man, that is unfortunate.
Nothing's going right for eHome this game, man.
It's a lot of pressure, and I think it's kind of making them crumble quite a bit.
Well, Yang is just stealing the Ancients away from Medusa by himself. Oh, that's gonna hurt as well. They're not giving him anything. Huck is getting chased down by Yang and Somnus. Yeah, you even see the isolation from XM. He's going into Desolator over Blink. He is realizing they have no damage right now.
XM needs to be careful. Oh, looking for the impale? No.
Oh,
he
hesitation is the feed super.
Yeah.
He would have gotten it the first time.
Yeah, but he fainted and stopped it.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Well, at least Chalice's game is still decent. It's just, how did they get this map back? Like, they have a constant illusions pushing in all the lanes. They have Lashak pushing in all the lanes. They have Tidehunter in the front. In this game, they don't have that Silver Edge to deal with him.
Nor do they have a Silver Edge carrier.
Yeah. It's not a draft you really want to fall behind with. The Radiant one.
Especially at this point, you're 7k behind. Like, this feels really bad.
Yeah, and of course, we said it many times throughout the qualifiers. eHome, a team plagued by inconsistencies. Much like Elephant, really. So, like, next game could literally be the same thing, but just the other way.
Dire are scanning.
I think the best thing for both these teams, whether or not they make it to TI, is the fact that it got pushed back. And they'll have such an opportunity to really hone it in.
Yeah. Like, whoever makes it to TI, for sure, is gonna have to make very good use of those, what, 3 months that we have now?
Yeah. Looks like eHome might potentially want to smoke. They've thrown down a sentry to maybe catch some vision. They'll take out the sentry over to the side. We'll see if that's the way they want to go about this. I would think if they want to smoke, it's got to be with Chalice and XM. Fuels up into the air. Blink call. That's on to 2. Well done. FY. He'll die. They've got the Dream Coil down. It won't be enough to kill Eurus just yet. They are rotating over the Lion, who could help out. And now they've got the Finger as well as the Air Spike. They'll get the kill. The Coiling Blade comes in, and Eurus ends up dead. Sylar over mid. He's getting chased and killed off by Yang. They made the play. The TPs just aren't in time. However, Somnus, good impale from Super to keep Somnus alive. The Battle Hunger and the Sunray, though, that will, in fact, burn out Somnus? No, he's surviving, at least for now. The Battle Hunger not looking like it's going to be enough. They've got the call. There's the Supernova. They don't have a way to kill off the egg, but they got the 2-man stun. They'll start to run on Yang. Hex running. Supernova doesn't land. Blinking forward, going after this Tidehunter, but they still don't have the damage to get the kill just yet. And now he'll move over to the side and use that Ravage. That lands on 3 of these heroes, and they'll bring back in Somnus. They've also got FY. They need to be careful on eHome. They'll take out Super. They'll trade X Nova, and now they'll lose Chalice. Despite the fact that he pops the Blade Mail, it's not enough to get the kill on any of these Elephant heroes. And now they leap forward. Yules, do they have the stun? They do. Somnus grabs it. There's the arrow. FY Revenge over on XM. And Elephant, they back Somnus out. They come back with reinforcements. Yang survives the entire skirmish and throws down a Ravage that ends up getting them the victory in the fight.
Yeah, Somnus surviving.
Sylar.
Oh, Sylar again.
He's going to be spotted by Yang. And now FY, can he line up the arrow? He's got it available, but won't even throw it just yet. Oh, arrow. Ooh, gosh. It's under the tier 2. I don't think he's dying anyway, but it's just such a... When you start to get hit by so many arrows, the mentality becomes a problem.
This is the team that we're looking for from Elephant. Like, he makes it out barely on Lash. FYTPs to the tier 1 mid. Refills his bottle. That makes sure Lashra can fight again. He gets a really good turnaround Ravage. And suddenly they win their team fight that they had no business winning. And Elephant is looking scary when they play like this. Just, we gotta see that more consistently. Like, all the time. If they play like this all the time, they're one of the scariest teams in the world, I'd say.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And that's, you know, what you're expecting.
And have been expecting for, like, I don't know, 6 months at this point. Arrow.
Not gonna land.
Yeah. I just want to highlight again how good that stun from Leshrac was on the puck. Like, it was perfect timing. He couldn't phase shift. It's like frame perfect.
The speedrunning phrase, frame perfect. They're gonna go for Roche, and of course they've got the double damage to go for this first Aegis.
Yep. It's also the power of Bottle, though. I think Bottle is gonna get nerfed in a way where power runes can only be stored for like 1 minute, not 2. They're looking to fight here potentially.
Spike Carapace, Icarus Knife, Supernova, they're gonna get the Aegis out on the Somnus. They'll blow up the egg, they go after Sylar, who uses that Stone Gaze, the Earth Spike, as well as the Finger. Can they get the kill here out onto the Terrorblade? He's silenced, and Eurus will die. They picked up the Aegis out onto the Leshrac, and now they're going to go and focus their attention on the Sylar, who popped the Manta, but they've got themselves the Ravage that hits on the Chalice, as well as Sylar. They'll get the kill onto the Medusa and take out this Axe. 3 heroes down on the side of Ehome. They did get the kill onto the TB. They don't even take the Aegis out of the hands of this Leshrac.
Yeah.
Big win there for Elephant
again. The decision, though, of giving it to the Lesh and not a Terrorblade. Because Lesh itemized very defensively. TB doesn't have that luxury just yet. And generally, you want to give TB the Aegis just to be able to farm up that next power item, which would be a Skadi. But either way, they still come out ahead in the team fight. Get a lot of good kills. Eurus is, you know, he's gonna have to suck it up. He's like, I'm mad, but it's okay. Hey guys, I go to my ancients. Don't worry, I'm not angry. That's what I always say. I'm not angry.
Don't worry, I'm not angry. Now I know you were angry at me that one time.
No, that's. I didn't say it's always like that. I said sometimes.
I don't even think there was a time you said that to me.
It's not a good sign.
Somnus running over, and X-Nova very dead with the help of Super. He stops walking.
Ooh, the I give up on life move. Hate that one.
Who's?
Got the
Philosopher Stone.
Who has the Philosopher Stone? There's no Philosopher Stone.
Okay, now it's coming out in the courier on Nyx Assassin.
Oh, Nyx is getting it, yeah.
And there's the other Philosopher Stone. Yeah, he's gonna want. Well, after that Yules, he can go to the Axe, right? And that's definitely gonna help him push forward towards getting it.
If the game doesn't end before that, honestly.
Yeah.
Because the pace Elephant is putting on right now. A little bit too much for Ehome. He has the Manta Staff finished on Dusa finally, but...
Sylar spotted by Super, and they're right on him with the Vendetta. Sylar might just be dead. He's going to follow him all the way through. Yep, and there's the Vendetta shot. They've got the Impale. Arrow! Ooh, not on the mark. Now they go to the Stone Gaze. But the Yules from FY, the leaping Yules stopping the TP just as it was started. So Sylar is in a lot of trouble. They're going to try and react to this by bringing over Chalice. Blink and Call on the 3. That's nice. Mystic Snake hits on all 3. They've got the mech being popped by FY, but Chalice taking a little bit of damage. The sun comes up from Somnus. They might have the damage. There's the Ravage. They get the kill to Chalice. Look over at Sylar. He's out of mana, and Sylar to fall. They'll get the kill. Eurus will get credit for that one. And still, even with a 3-man call, even with things kind of looking like they can turn around here for Ehome, Elephant are just too far ahead.
I had to fall! Ehome is not doing it. I wanted to say Elephant is doing it, but I jumbled up the teams and I ruined it. I still got one for later, don't worry.
It was a good reference I'm you know, that you caught on to. Happy about that.
Of course.
That's super. With only level 1 in this mana burn, it's just like
only gonna get
a
worse.
nuisance. Yeah.
They're stalking Fate, but Fate says no thank you. I'm out of here.
They're still stalking XM, and XM doesn't have a TP. Arrow to where he was, and now Somnus to where he is. Will miss the stun, pops the illusion. Purging off that spirit vessel.
Yeah. Terrorblade, how are we looking? Skadi is coming. 1k gold away. And this is the sort of game where the gold lead will never stop growing because of the heroes Elephant have. Like, they can just push out the lanes so easily. Retreat to the jungle, farm all of that. And Sylar has a Crystallis, but he's not survivable at all. this game. Like, he can't frontline at all. There's just nothing you can do. You get ravaged, TP hits you, you are dead. Another Mirana ult.
Chalice is over in the wing. He's waiting to make the jump in. They've got sentry that just ran out, and now they've got another sentry, so they spotted this Moonlight Shadow.
Who can you kill at this point? Tide? No. Somnus? Pretty difficult. Nyx and Mirana are the best bet, probably. Aegis is out, but he's still very survivable.
Hmm. 13k lead. Scotty finished off.
Yeah, Scotty Terrorblade, the big scary timing.
Dust out onto the Nyx Assassin. He's on the run. He does have his team nearby. Maybe they'll retaliate on this one. Avoids the Earth Spike. He's got Eagles up into the air, and now Chalice is in some trouble. They'll use the Supernova, but the Ravage onto the backlines. Yang, he hits 3 of these heroes. Chalice looking over as the Supernova's going to pop. They get the kill on the Super. They're going to look over at FY. They'll take out a second one as this Mirana gets taken out via the Spirit Vessel. Somnus moving in. He's got the Pulse Nova Siler. Not a lot of mana left on him, but the Earth Spike hits onto those tracks. They've got themselves the Blink Call onto 2. They look over at Siler's trying to TP out of this one. He'll successfully escape, but Chalice will not be so fortunate.
Ooh. That was so close.
Like, Chalice saving the day.
Yeah, this Lion would have almost died too. The arrow was already like touching his nose. Luckily, Lion's nose is pretty small, so it doesn't catch the arrow, but it's been a little bit worse. But as you said, at least Siler gets out and XM get out. The big cores of the Radiant. Well, I say big, Siler's not that big.
Oh, Yules again though, and the impale that's gonna land. Now they're in trouble. They don't have the Ravage this time, but Sylar, he's disarmed, so they'll push him back to hit the Spike Carapace out onto Fade. They'll get the kill onto the Phoenix. XM looking over at the side, and they don't have this Axe to jump in, so they won't make a move, and the Tier 2 tower will just be lost.
Yeah. X-Nova though, thanks to the Philosopher, is getting very close to the Blink, and that could potentially be a comeback avenue. Yang is getting spotted as they moonlight, so they're very well aware of what's happening. Still scary though, knowing that it's out there. XM is going into the enemy triangle. Gets spotted by a random Somnus courier though. And FY is TPing straight away. Like, he knows he wants to cut a creep wave.
Oh, FY. No.
Nope. Get the other way.
Ravage up in 30.
The Satanic next. Once that's up, he should be pretty much unkillable. Another DD top. Somnus already dropped the bottle as well. Roshan may respawn in 15, so with that bottle DD, maybe they can get another Roche.
The bottle was waiting for him right on the rune.
What do you think about my post change? 1 minute instead of 2 minutes? Oh, they call XM!
XM, but they got the Hex out onto Yang. Yang has this Ravage ready to go, so if he can keep up with them, he might be able to start a fight. And now they'll look over to the side. Somnus with the Spirit Vessel. The Battle Hunger on him as well. And Ehomer kind of forced to just sit on top of the steps.
Oh, what do you think about my proposed change?
Which change?
From 2 minutes to 1 minute on power runes in the bottle. Because the item is too good.
It would definitely force you to, yeah, it would force you to use them pretty quickly.
Yeah, like it's just way too good to be able to keep it for 2 minutes, I think.
I don't know if I would cut it in half to start, maybe a minute 30, and see if that changes the.
It's mostly because I hate power. I hate double damage runes in late game, to be honest. If you have the bottle, just change.
Ooh, they're coming over to the side. Oh my God, Yang! A 5-man Ravage! He was preemptively ready for that one. X-Nova goes down, and now they're going to use the Stone Gaze. They've got the Supernova. Is this going to go over the side of Ehome? It's not looking likely, but they might be able to get the kill on the Simon, so use the Coin Blade to get the kill. Supernova goes off. They look over at Yang. Eurus is going to join the fight. They got the disarm out of the Medusa. Icarus dive away. FY on this. They're going to lose the Medusa. Sylar did the rights on his screen already, and FY leaping forward, but on the other side of the fight, they've got the right clicks coming into Chalice. They get the kill onto the Axe, and FY continuing to move forward. He's got the Moonlight Shadow looking over at Fade. Can he get this kill? He does have the Yules. He's got to time it right.
He's all by himself, though.
Yeah, he has no help to go for this, and it looks like he won't even make the attempt, as over mid, they're losing their tier 3. The tier 3 goes down, and they're going after the set of racks. Yang blinking in and getting all 5 heroes right into them as they were setting up with that smoke.
I'm actually surprised that the fight went quote-unquote so poorly, because Slash died right after. It was just because they weren't quite ready. Like, it was a massive Ravage, but they weren't ready to converge right away. It was still a massive setup, and Terrorblade still clears out at the end. They do get a Rex off it. Very well played by Yang. There was under vision, right?
I believe that the Dire Ward that
there,
was up on the cliff caught that, and he knew exactly where they were going to be.
Yeah, absolutely massive.
The
And now
timing,
Terrorblade
the
suddenly
fact
got
that
a
they set up like that. Yeah.
How do you stop this guy? Every time we see a farm Terrorblade like this, same question. How do you stop him?
Wow.
Caught super on their sentry, but makes it out just in time. This game is very rough now for eHome. They're gonna have to sit on high ground, hope that Elephant overcommit, but Roshan is up. They wanna do that. Also, don't forget neutral item tokens.
Yeah.
That's the most important one, I think.
You just have to post it to Reddit, and then you'll be okay. You'll get the support that you need.
I mean, we have like 60k people watching. I'm sure somebody can do that for me. Nice blink outs.
Arrow coming in. Who's this gonna land on?
Hey.
It hits onto Fade.
No Ravage though.
They're gonna go into the Moonlight Shadow and potentially set up again. Yang has Ravage available.
Yeah, and he's a tanky boy too, with that plate mail. Heaven's Halberd, Pipe, even Cloak of Flames. Meta
This is
up,
the difference,
Ravage
though,
up.
right? Between Tide getting hit with a Silver Edge and Tide now being able to continue to feel so tanky into the later parts of this game.
Yeah, it is a much better tight game. Because they just also don't have as much damage as they did in game 1. Like Medusa, Lina hit way harder than Puck Medusa that is underfarmed. X-Nova's blinking in quite deep, trying to get deep wards, but Super caught a glimpse of him. He's not hunting him, but he should be aware.
Ooh. Super getting both obs out of there. This is Aegis Cheese as well as the Axe Shard. I'd love to see Elephant go for this and get the Axe Shard available on Leshrac. And now they've got the Psychic Headband picked up by eHome.
Yeah, and Dusa hit level 20 as well for the mana gain talent, of course. I'm surprised that Elephant is being so hesitant with the Roshan. I don't think there's any way they can lose a fight right now.
It seems so improbable.
But now they're going for it. They're probably also like, yeah, why are we so scared? Let's go. X-Nova is just farming some jungle creeps next to them. He probably knows that Roche is happening too. He wants to steal it.
He's got a blink. He's going to try and make a move.
The timing is so hard though.
Oh, the blink! And he's dead. He didn't get anything. Fake hype.
Like, he waited until Roshan falls. That's usually never gonna work. Like, you're gonna blink in preemptively just as Roshan dies to get stuff. But you know, like at this point you gotta try something. You respawn really fast anyways.
But that was
now,
also the inventory ready for the side of Elephant too. Sometimes you see like it takes us a second or two to get these items, especially with so much being dropped in the second Roche these days that sometimes teams aren't ready.
Yang is just stuck in a tree. I couldn't even know it. Like, I didn't know that you can get stuck there. What is that?
All by myself. All right, he's fine. He's got the blink.
Naturally. I wouldn't mind such a little dagger that just blinks me around.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
A real life blink dagger.
How sick would that be? Like somebody is just annoying you, he's gonna boom. Where did he go?
He just left.
Cheryl! Where did he go?
Why is this person's name Cheryl? Are we in the 1950s?
I don't know. I like Cheryl. It's a nice name.
I feel like it's a very older
It's an old
name.
school name, but it's a very nice name. Like reminds me of a
No,
very
I don't
beautiful,
hate it.
smart lady.
Wing
Good
call
call
coming
on
through. They've got
Euros.
the taunt onto the Lestrak, and now they're going to follow that up with the Earth Spike. The Impale misses, but the right click's coming in from Eurus with the BKBB pop by Chalice. Battle Hunger placed on Super. Icarus dive over. They'll go to the finger. Somnus now trying to run. Moonlight Shadows out with the Lotus Orb, and now the Guardian Greaves. They'll get the save out onto the Lestrak. They've got the damage to kill off Fade while he's in the Supernova. The stun hits from this Lestrak onto Chalice, so they've taken out two, and they don't have buyback available on the Axe. They need to slow down Sylar, make sure that he doesn't get into the base, and now they'll get the Ravage, but it's into the Stone Gaze. They look over. 3-man Earth Spike. Is it going to be enough? It's now 4 heroes turning to stone, but the damage is just too much for eHome to handle. They'll call GG, and Elephant will take game 2 and even it up at 1.
Yep. Superior draft this time around, and much superior play as well. Watch this. Nothing eHome could have done after this early game. They get crushed in 3 lanes. We all know it. You lose 3 lanes, game becomes very hard to play, borderline unplayable, and this time around was no exception. 1 apiece. This is the Elephant that we fear. But in game 1, they didn't look anything like this. Are we going to get this Elephant again? Or are we going to get game 1 Elephant? Same with the eHome. They look very timid this game. Yeah.
We've already seen both sides of the coin for both these teams in just 2 games. Nothing in between. It's been either very good or very timid. I'm not going to go as far as to say very bad. I just think it was very timid.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't think it was bad.
It's not bad. It's just inconsistencies all around. Just with draft, with play. Like sometimes a lane that wins loses. Like I don't think Axe Lion is supposed to lose, or Axe Phoenix is supposed to lose to Terrorblade Nyx. Like that's a very weak lane. But we'll see what they have in store for game 3. 1 apiece.
1 apiece. We'll be right back in just a second to break it down even more. Stay right there. We'll see you in a second.
I'll do Bristol back. You want some of this, son? You want it?
I think I heard that line during the DPC maybe
like every day.
500 times every day. Just you and Lacoste constantly repeating that line throughout the day.
That is so good! I loved that one. I don't even know if I want to participate now, man. You just kind of blew that one away.
Now the pressure. You're the one who's last.
All right. I should have gone first at this round. I'm going to do Witch Doctor.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Look at it go.
That was good. That was good.
All right, you got it. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, better than. Oh, sorry, Become. Sorry, Become. I didn't mean that. I didn't
look,
mean that.
chat though. This is another chance for you to spam if you want. One's in chat for Big Cop, 2's in chat for Black, 3's in chat for myself. And we'll tally those ones up at the end, and we'll come back at the end of game number 3, and we'll discuss who's winning this one.
Oh, we have a draft.
Right,
I didn't even
man.
know. Terrorblade.
Yeah, it's alright. Wipe those tears away with the light of the fact that there is a draft now. And
I gotta do a Spider-Man.
oh my goodness.
We've got a living meme here.
What?
We're just spiraling.
I can't believe
downward.
they first picked TA and gave away Winter Terribly. That is literally what eHome did yesterday. And they crushed.
Yep.
I mean, they got crushed by Elephant. So Elephant, that's the same thing. They're like, yeah, eHome is not going to beat us with this. So if Elephant wins this game, the series is over, basically. Mental damage.
Yeah, that's what you keep saying. Keep saying if they win this one, it's over. But that is right. It's a must win.
5 seconds.
Elephant are going to pick up the Templar Assassin and the Hoodwink in the first phase, whilst eHome are picking up the Winter Wyvern and the Terror Blade. Because I guess they're, as you say, poison of choice to let through were those two, and instead they decided to ban that Nyx Assassin, the Dragon Knight. That Elephant don't really know. Well, I guess Elephant know how to play the Nyx too well. eHome don't really know how to play up against it too much. And then Elephant not letting them have the Leaner again because that one was way too powered for them to be able to handle in game number 1. Second phase been picked up is that Elder Titan on the Elephant side and Darkseer on the eHome side.